This is a work of fiction created for entertainment. Any controversial or offensive statements serve only to develop the story and its characters. We oppose all forms of discrimination and intolerance. Please view this as fantasy, not reality.
I am not insane. Seriously. But when you wake up in a psychiatric hospital, doctors prescribe you a bunch of meds, and a nurse closely watches to make sure you actually swallow each pill, you start having doubts. Aripiprazole, risperidone, amisulpride, a whole cocktail for the soul that, according to Dr. Su, is absolutely essential for me. Nurse by Jia, who checks on me daily, swears that I haven't been spitting out my pills and have been taking them properly. But I just sit by the window, frowning, repeating over and over, I am not sick. I am completely normal. The doctor and nurse exchange glances, sigh, and leave without another word. They don't even bother arguing with me. Once, Bai Jia actually thought I was a normal person. But Dr. Su explained that I was so deep in my delusions that I had convinced myself I was perfectly sane. At first, she didn't believe it, but when she saw me pretending to be Crayon Shinchan, hopping around the hospital and imitating an elephant's trunk, her doubts vanished. But here's the paradox. I really am normal. Yes, I like to cosplay a little, act out scenes, play different characters, but is that really so abnormal? Don't we all wear masks? And now, as the nurse stares at me in shock, I feel inspired and even recite poetry. A trainee nurse, seeing me for the first time, is stunned. A psych patient in a hospital, reciting poetry? The head nurse quickly pulls her aside, reminding her of the golden rule of the psychiatric ward: if someone is wearing a striped hospital uniform, they are definitely not normal. The trainee hesitates, throwing another glance at me. But he's so handsome, she says. Can crazy people really look like that? The head nurse sighs heavily. If only she had seen me imagining myself as SpongeBob, pretending the hospital director was Patrick, and spending the whole night catching imaginary jellyfish, she might have changed her mind. But I don't care. I continue sitting by the window until the world shatters. A voice echoes across the entire planet, announcing that the Horror Rules game is beginning. The chosen ones are being selected. Everyone freezes. Everyone knows what this means. Each round, 100 people are selected, but only 3 or 4 survive. And if your country isn't chosen, that doesn't mean you're safe. Because if your nation's chosen one fails, then something horrifying will descend upon your city, slaughtering and destroying for 48 hours straight. There used to be 197 countries on Earth. Now, only 120 remain. And the Dragon Nation has already lost 3 times in a row. People sit frozen in front of their screens, praying that this time, the system picks a genius, a strategic thinker, someone with exceptional abilities. The screen lights up. Chosen one from the Dragon Nation, Zhang Xiao. The entire nation falls silent, because when the camera shows me, I am sitting on my bed in a striped hospital uniform, rocking back and forth. The chat explodes. What the hell? Why does he look like a psych ward patient? Wait, maybe this game takes place in a psychiatric hospital? No, that's wrong. I just checked another nation's stream. Their chosen ones are all doctors. Then why is he dressed like that? The answer is obvious. It's not a costume. It's his actual clothes. Government officials immediately start pulling up databases, trying to find out who I really am. And they find it quickly. Photos. Medical records. Diagnosis reports. The national chat explodes. This guy is an official psychiatric patient? But I don't have time to read their reactions. Because the system makes an announcement. Severe mental disorder detected. Awarding SSS-Level Talent, delusional disorder. I blink. SSS-Level Talent? But as I read its description, my eye starts twitching. Talent, delusional disorder. 1. Before each game begins, I can imagine myself as anyone I want. 2. If a monster in the Horror Rules world verbally admits that I am not insane, my real-life illness will weaken, and I will gain a random skill. 3. Inside the game, my mental illness will get worse. I cover my face with my hands. Is this some kind of official harassment? The system's voice rings in my head again. Please activate your talent. I clench my fists. I am not insane, but if I have to choose who to become, I hesitate. I just want a cosplay Patrick Star. The world stops. The system announces. Talent activated. Patrick Star effect, immortality. Since you have no brain, you are immune to mental corruption. Negative effect, -88 intelligence. I freeze. The chat freezes. The entire nation freezes. Someone nervously laughs. Officially, we are screwed. No way? -88 IQ? Before Jiang Xiao could even start cursing, he suddenly felt that 80% of his mind had been taken over by a pink starfish. Ding! The game has begun. Entering the horror world, the split asylum. This horror scenario has a 9-star difficulty. External hints are disabled. The high-ranking officials of various nations felt their hearts sink. Previously, external observers had been allowed to send up to 3 pieces of information to the chosen players. But this time, even that privilege had been revoked. When the Dragon Nation's livestream screen finally lit up, the entire nation's audience froze in shock. What? On the screen, what the hell was this guy wearing? A blue and white striped psychiatric patient uniform? The chat was already exploding with speculation. Can someone explain? This Jiang Xiao guy isn't really. Oh, I get it. Since this horror scenario takes place in a mental hospital, the chosen player's identity is probably a psychiatric patient. That's why everyone got issued a patient's uniform. Holy shit. Second floor bro, that's some impressive deduction. You're wasting your talent by not being in the rule horror game yourself. Stay low-key, stay low-key. I only have some minor expertise in deduction. Oh my god, this is like watching 7 fairy sisters play jump rope. How dumb can you two get? One of you actually said it, and the other one actually believed it. Just came back from other livestreams, every other chosen player got assigned the doctor role. No one else is wearing a patient's uniform. Then where the hell did his uniform come from? Where else? I bet it's his innate character skin. While all the other chosen players had already begun searching for the rules, Jiang Xiao was the only one still sitting motionless on his hospital bed. The first to take action was, unsurprisingly, the Lighthouse Nation's Professor Wabuju. He had already spotted a piece of paper on the table. Rules of the Mental Asylum. Rule number 1, you are a psychiatrist. You must wear your white coat at all times. Rule number 2, do not anger your patients. Try your best to fulfill their requests. Rule number 3, you must ensure that your patients take their medication on time, 6 pills per day. Rule number 4, be extremely cautious with medication usage. You must report the daily dosage to the director. Rule number 5, the only male psychiatric patient is deeply in love with the other 2 female psychiatric patients. However, you must never let the 2 women meet. Rule number 6, every day at noon, you must go to the cafeteria and eat whatever is served, without exception. Rule number 7, if you hear any noises at midnight, do not leave your room under any circumstances, unless it is security knocking. Rule number 8, the asylum's security guards are not very smart, but they are extremely aggressive. Whatever they ask of you, you'd better comply. Rule number 9, remember this well, there is not a single good person in this asylum. Do not trust anyone. Objective to clear, cure your psychiatric patients. A 9-rule horror? Horror scenarios typically fell into 3 categories. Level 1, 5 rules or fewer. Level 2, 7 rules or fewer. Level 3, 9 rules, the highest level. Since 9 was the ultimate number, this was officially the hardest horror scenario anyone had encountered so far. At this moment, Professor Wabuju had already begun his meticulous analysis. The rules this time are extremely tricky. They don't seem to directly explain how to actually cure the patients. Does that mean all I need to do is make sure they take their medicine on time? With this in mind, he began searching every drawer and cabinet for medication. He found a total of 3 small transparent bottles, each containing 33 pills. If each patient takes 6 pills per day, that means they'll be cured in 5.5 days? No. If it were that simple, it wouldn't match the difficulty of a 9-star horror scenario. If it were really that easy, rule number 4 about monitoring medication usage wouldn't have been highlighted as a standalone rule. That would have been completely meaningless. Then, as if realizing something terrifying, cold sweat immediately began to trickle down Wabuju's face. That must mean rule number 4 is actually a warning. It's telling us that our maximum survival time is 5.5 days. If we fail to cure the patients within that time, we're dead. No time to overthink, focus on the task at hand. The first rule was absolutely critical. Wabuju and the other chosen players immediately put on the white lab coats hanging from the nearby racks. Then, grabbing their bottles of medication, they started heading toward the patients' rooms. No matter what, meeting the psychiatric patients was the first priority. Meanwhile, on Jiang Zhao's side, after sitting still for so long, Jiang Zhao finally started moving, rummaging through drawers and cabinets, seemingly searching for something. The livestream chat quickly began roasting him, as some viewers started feeling that this chosen one seemed a bit unreliable. I swear, Jiang Zhao is like Kojini from the 7 Freaks of Jiangnan. Is he actually blind? Dude, there's a huge piece of paper sitting right there on the table. Why isn't he reading the rules? What is he trying to do? Wait, why do I feel like I'm missing something important here? Maybe he has some kind of god-tier talent? Like clairvoyance, so he already knows the rules? Or maybe he has super eyesight and has already read the rules from a distance? Clairvoyance? Bro, even saying that makes me feel like your brainstem got yanked out. I'm so done. Up to this point, we still don't even know the horror game's rules, we had to learn them from foreign livestreams. What if our chosen one is another cripple tier character? Wait, holy shit. He actually found the medicine bottles. Could it be that he really has some kind of clairvoyant ability? Jiang Xiao did not disappoint. Under countless watchful eyes, Jiang Xiao proudly pulled out a bottle of pills. Then, without a second thought, he uncapped it, tilted his head back, and chugged the entire thing down. Holy shit, he didn't even check the label. He just swallowed it? What the fuck? Does Jiang Xiao have brain damage or what? This kind of operation, you wouldn't believe it unless you had at least 10 years of severe brain thrombosis. Oh, right. I finally remembered what was bothering me. Why the hell is Jiang Xiao wearing a psychiatric patient's uniform? Everyone, could it be? At that moment, an ominous realization began to creep into the audience's minds. After a long, awkward silence, someone tried to comfort the crowd. Ahem. Guys, let's not panic. Even if Jiang Xiao is actually insane, at least his skill set is relevant to this horror scenario, right? Relevant? My ass. Breaking news, a mental institution confirms Jiang Xiao as their patient. It didn't take long before a mental hospital from Su province made an official statement. Jiang Xiao is one of our patients. To prove it, they even uploaded his full name, photo, and medical history. The livestream audience fell into stunned silence. Wait, what the hell is going on? Holy shit, dude. His medical records go on and on. His condition is way worse than we ever imagined. Looking at these documents, I think Jiang Xiao might be even crazier than the 3 actual psychiatric patients inside the horror game. Honestly, drinking that medicine might not be a bad thing for him. Maybe it'll actually cure his illness. At the end of the day, yeah, we're fucked. We got a complete idiot this round. Might as well just accept total destruction. Some viewers wanted to start cursing, but then they realized, what's the point of cursing a mentally ill person? Meanwhile, foreign trolls watching the stream seized the opportunity to gloat. Ha 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 ha. Our genius Professor Wabuju is already administering medicine to patients. What are you guys doing? Damn. A mental patient? Ha, Dragon Nation is really outsmarting everyone here, using one kind of madness to counter another, huh? Now that I think about it, I kinda feel bad for you guys. First, you had an 80-year-old grandpa struggling to survive, then a pretty boy actor who got insta-killed. And now, the horror gods gave you a full-blown mental patient? Maybe the heavens have abandoned Dragon Nation. This game belongs to us. The Lighthouse Nation will definitely win. Like I said before, so grateful my entire family moved to the Lighthouse Nation. You Dragon Nation people are just naturally stupid. Looking forward to your 4th consecutive loss. Feel free to seek asylum in Lighthouse Nation. Oh, but just a reminder, our Daddy Eagle only accepts rich people. Poor trash, stay where you are. Of course, Dragon Nation viewers weren't about to take this lying down. Where's the dude with diarrhea? Please come back and serve up some hot, steaming soup for these dogs. Forget it, I'm not wasting my energy. Let's just prepare for the inevitable supernatural catastrophe that's about to hit our country. 14 years. Jiang Xiao had been living in a mental hospital for 14 whole years. At this point, calling him terminally insane would be an understatement. Should we call in a panel of psychiatric experts to diagnose him? What for? Someone immediately rebutted. We can't even send messages into the horror game. What good would experts do? Forget it. Let's just brace ourselves for the worst. Jiang Xiao vs. The horror game rules. After finishing an entire bottle of candy, Jiang Xiao glanced at the time. 9 a.m. Perfect. Time to go play with his friends. Without hesitation, he opened his door and walked straight out. Jiang Xiao completely ignored the first rule about wearing a white coat. A mysterious force immediately surged into Jiang Xiao's mind, attempting to corrupt him with supernatural influence. But after circulating inside his head for a brief moment, the force froze in utter confusion. Wait a minute. Where the hell is this guy's brain? How am I supposed to corrupt someone who literally has no brain? Patrick Star Effect number 1. Since Patrick Star has no brain, he is immune to all mental corruption from the horror world. The livestream chat fell silent. Everyone watching instantly knew Jiang Xiao was going to fail. They just didn't expect him to die this fast. It's over. He ignored the first rule, he's definitely done for. Holy shit, that security guard is insanely jacked. He could probably punch a cow to death. With Jiang Xiao's build, I bet one punch from that guard could blast his intestines straight out of his body. The security guard on screen stood at 2.5 meters tall, his muscles bulging like coiled dragons, and his arms thicker than Jiang Zhao's waist. Standing there like that, he looked like a green-skinned Hulk. And this is just the guard's normal state. What if he transforms into something supernatural? The mere thought of it made viewers break out in a cold sweat. Jiang Zhao versus the security guard. Jiang Zhao glanced at the towering guard and, completely expressionless, greeted him in a deep, muffled voice. "Good morning, buddy. You look just like my old friend Larry the Lobster from Bikini Bottom." The not-so-bright security guard stared blankly at the mental patient in front of him. What? Bikini Bottom? Larry the Lobster? The higher-ups had informed him that a new doctor would be arriving today, but they never mentioned a new psychiatric patient. Jiang Zhao, however, continued casually chatting, as if none of this was out of the ordinary. "Honestly, I envy your massive muscles. They look just like SpongeBob when he pumps himself up with air." "Oh, you know, SpongeBob is my best friend." After saying that, Jiang Zhao even flexed his arms in a muscle pose. The guard's CPU started overheating. Wait. The security guard's brain suddenly felt overloaded, like his CPU was frying from too much input. Before he could process what was happening, Jiang Zhao had already strode past him, heading straight for the patient rooms. Jiang Zhao knocked loudly on the door of room 1. Sandy, do you know where SpongeBob went?" Before anyone inside could respond, Jiang Zhao simply opened the door and walked in. The first thing he did upon entering was scan the room. Everything was white, with some yellow decorations on the walls, a typical warm-toned color scheme often used in psychiatric hospitals as part of a healing environment. Lying on the hospital bed was a seductively dressed, sexy woman. The only thing that ruined the atmosphere was the fact that she was wearing the exact same blue and white striped psychiatric patient uniform as Jiang Zhao. Are you a new patient?" The female psychiatric patient asked cautiously. "Weird. They said a new doctor was supposed to arrive today, so why was it a mental patient instead?" Jiang Zhao, however, responded in the wise and philosophical tone of Patrick Star. "What patient? I don't understand what you're talking about, Sandy. You know, I'm not a mental patient at all. I'm not Sandy. My name is Wang Xiao AI." The female patient corrected Jiang Zhao's mistaken identity. "No, you are not Wang Xiao AI. From now on, your name is Sandy. Sandy Cheeks. You live in the Oak Tree Dome in Bikini Bottom." Jiang Zhao frowned, clearly displeased that she wasn't cooperating with his role-playing. Wang Xiao AI gulped nervously. She suddenly felt that this patient was even crazier than she was. "No, you can't tell me what to do. I only listen to the doctor." "Only listens to the doctor?" Jiang Zhao's genius mind immediately lit up. If he remembered correctly, there was a white coat in the office at the start of the game, right? "Alright, wait here. I'll be right back." Without another word, Jiang Zhao left the room and started heading back to the office. Meanwhile, on his way back, Jiang Zhao casually greeted the security guard as he passed by. "Hey, big guy who looks like Larry the Lobster. You don't seem very smart." The livestream chat was completely stunned. "Wait, what the hell just happened? I swear I just saw a glimpse of fear in the female patient's eyes." "No shit. If you were walking down the street and a guy with a deadpan face forced you to admit you were Sandy Cheeks from Bikini Bottom, wouldn't you be scared too? I can't take this. The tone of this entire scenario is so fucking weird." Meanwhile, in another part of the asylum, Professor Wabuju had already passed the security check and successfully entered the psychiatric ward. After a lot of effort, he finally managed to convince Wang Xiao AI to take her medication. After all, he had to make sure she swallowed the pills without angering her, which was easier said than done. Following a series of guided conversations, Wang Xiao AI finally admitted that she might be mentally ill, but she couldn't remember what her illness was. She kept repeating one thing over and over. "I really miss the other two patients. I want to see them." No matter how Wabuju tried to question her, she refused to give any other useful information. A new thought crossed Wabuju's mind. Something's wrong. Wang Xiao AI doesn't seem to have any valuable clues. I need to change my approach. Wabuju quickly exited the first room and returned to the hallway. Time is life. He couldn't waste it all on one patient. As he organized his scattered information, he started thinking out loud. She said she might be sick? Does she not even know for sure whether she has an illness? She also said she really misses the other two patients and wants to see them. But rule number 5 clearly states that the two female psychiatric patients must never meet. Based on the rule, they seem to be enemies. However, judging by Wang Xiaoai's current condition, she seems pretty stable. A little silly, but not particularly dangerous. Could it be that she's lying to me? That she's deliberately trying to trick me into bringing her to the other female patient? Perhaps I should let her meet the male patient first? Rule number 5 says the male patient loves both female patients. That should be safe, right? Alright, let's check out the other 2 patients before making a decision. Lighthouse Nation's livestream was filled with praise. Oh my old friend, come take a look. Professor Wabuju's deduction skills are simply brilliant. For the love of God, his logic is so perfect. It's like tasting Aunt Susan's homemade apple pie, just wonderfully sweet. Absolutely incredible. I think we can start celebrating our professor's 3rd consecutive victory. Good thing I moved to the Lighthouse Nation. The Dragon Nation's chosen one is acting like a fucking gopher digging around in the dirt. Many Dragon Nation viewers in the Lighthouse livestream wanted to argue back, but they had nothing to say. Because, to be fair, Professor Wabuju was really fucking good. Forget it, let's just go check if Jang Zhao's dumbass has been eliminated yet. Back in Dragon Nation's livestream, by this point, Jiang Xiao had already returned to the starting room. Sandy said she only listens to the doctor, so all I have to do is wear this white coat. Jiang Xiao put on the coat, then thought for a moment before opening the cabinet. I should bring a gift for my dear friend Sandy. She'll love these jelly beans. Wait, this logic kinda makes sense? Did this idiot just coincidentally align his actions perfectly with the game rules? Let's not get our hopes up for a mental patient. If he survives a little longer, that's already a win. The security guard's expression immediately softened. When he saw Jiang Xiao wearing the white coat, the security guard instantly put on a warm, friendly smile. Now that's more like it. This finally matched the game script. Hello. You must be the new doctor, Jiang Xiao, right? We have 3 patients here, Before he could finish, Jiang Xiao interrupted him. Excuse me, Mr. Larry the Lobster, please shut up. Dr. Patrick Starr doesn't need you to tell him what to do. I swear, I know everything. The security guard's smile instantly froze. His teeth clenched. Okay. Dr. Patrick Starr, please, go ahead. As Jiang Xiao walked away, the security guard's lungs nearly exploded from rage. Fucking hell, if the rules didn't forbid me from attacking him, I'd tear this dumbass apart right now. After knocking 3 times, Jiang Xiao walked straight into the ward. The moment Wang Xiaoai saw Jiang Xiao in a white coat, her eyes lit up. Dr. Jiang Xiao, you're finally here. My illness can finally be cured. Got it. These supernatural entities only recognize clothing, not people. No wonder rule number 1 requires players to wear a white coat. Otherwise, the security guard would probably kill them the moment they stepped into the hallway. Wait, but then why was Jiang Xiao fine earlier when he wasn't wearing a white coat? The chat fell silent for a moment. Then, a timid voice chimed in. Well, Jiang Xiao was wearing a psychiatric patient's uniform at the start, right? I mean, this is a mental hospital, after all. Oh shit, you're right. The guard probably just assumed Jiang Xiao was a newly admitted mental patient. Wait, guys. Look, what the hell is Jiang Xiao doing? Jiang Zhao's medical diagnosis. Jiang Xiao placed his hand on Wang Xiaoai's stomach, then stroked his chin thoughtfully, pretending to be deep in thought. Oh, Sandy, your body is in terrible shape. Hearing the doctor's diagnosis, Wang Xiaoai started to panic. Dr. Jiang Xiao, what exactly is wrong with me? Also, my name is Wang Xiaoai. Did you get it wrong? Jiang Zhao's expression darkened with displeasure. No. You're Sandy, and I'm Dr. Patrick Starr. We agreed, remember? You have to listen to the doctor. Wang Xiaoai was dumbfounded. I'm Sandy? And you're Patrick Starr? Buddy, I think that's exactly what's going on. Dr. Patrick Starr, please save me. Wang Xiaoai grabbed Jiang Zhao's hand anxiously. Dr. Patrick Starr, please. You have to save me. There are people I love dearly, I can't forget them. Jiang Xiao nodded solemnly. Don't worry. Luckily, I came prepared. Look, the magical rainbow candy. Just eat this, and you'll be fine. Jiang Xiao pulled out the jelly beans he had taken earlier. Wang Xiaoai hesitated. Dr. Patrick Starr, this looks like medicine. Call it whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Holy shit. Did this idiot just accidentally advance to the medicine feeding phase? Bro, don't celebrate yet. I have a feeling something's about to go wrong. And sure enough, Wang Xiaoai hesitated. Dr. Patrick Starr, how many of these should I take? Jiang Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Oh, that's a deep and complicated question. I have no idea what you're talking about. Excuse me? That's a deep question? Seeing Wang Xiaoai's doubtful expression, Jiang Xiao continued confidently. But, if I had to guess, I think you should take a whole bottle, because that's what I did earlier. Wait. A whole bottle? A whole fucking bottle? Wang Xiaoai's face went stiff. Is this doctor trying to fucking kill me? Dr. Patrick Star, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Hearing Sandy's doubt, Zhang Zhao's expression turned sour. No mistake, that's exactly how it's done. Now hurry up and eat, Sandy. Wang Xiaoai gulped nervously. What if I just take 6 pills instead? Is that okay? Jiang Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Sure, do whatever you like. It doesn't matter anyway. I can't, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. The supernatural entity nearly broke character when it heard a whole bottle. Wang Xiaoai, I thought you were my savior, but you're actually the Grim Reaper. She's probably doubting her entire existence right now. Damn. It took Wabuju so much effort to get her to take her meds. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao scared the supernatural entity into taking them on her own. I don't know why, but I feel like Zhang Xiao might actually clear this game. Bro, that's wishful thinking. Knowing Zhang Xiao, if nothing unexpected happens, then something unexpected is definitely about to happen. After taking the medicine, Wang Xiaoai obediently handed the remaining pills back to Zhang Xiao. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiao uncapped the bottle and downed the rest of the pills in one go. Wait, Dr. Patrick Star. You just finished all the medicine, what am I supposed to take later? Zhang Xiao innocently shrugged, already preparing to leave the room. Sorry, Sandy. If you want medicine, you should ask the doctor. Why are you asking me, Patrick Star? Hold on, didn't you just say you were Dr. Patrick Star? Yes, but now I don't feel like being a doctor anymore. I want to eat a Krabby Patty. What? Wang Xiaoai's mind short-circuited. She clutched her head, desperately trying to make sense of this doctor's logic, but her emotions were starting to spiral out of control. Oh my god, Wang Xiaoai's CPU is literally overheating. Wang Xiaoai, this is the first time I've met a doctor like this. Between the two of us, who's actually the mental patient? Ha. Zhang Zhao's condition is so bad, he's actually making Wang Xiaoai doubt herself. Wait, something's wrong. Wang Xiaoai is about to mutate. It must be because Zhang Xiao violated rule number 2, do not anger the psychiatric patients. But, he didn't really make her angry, did he? Emotional breakdown probably counts as anger, right? A shrill, piercing scream erupted from Wang Xiaoai's mouth. Her entire body began to change. First, her eyes turned blood red. Then, her skin darkened, turning black and slimy, as if it were melting. Her limbs grotesquely doubled in length, her ghastly white fingernails extended 50 centimeters, sharp as blades. A horrifying stench filled the air, making it almost unbearable to breathe. The mutated Wang Xiaoai let out a low, guttural sound as she slowly crawled toward Zhang Xiao. Medicine! Give me medicine! Zhang Zhao's reaction? Completely unfazed. Instead, he even had the leisure to crack a joke. Oh, Sandy, you look like a rotten mandarin fish that's been decaying for 6 months. Wang Xiaoai still has some sanity left, but Zhang Zhao's words are pissing her off. Her distorted body trembled with rage. Die. You. Die. Then, with an inhuman leap, she soared into the air. Bang! She pounced onto Zhang Xiao, who didn't even struggle. Her elongated, claw-like limbs stabbed deep into his body, violently twisting inside him. Black-red blood gushed out, pooling beneath him like a small river. Holy shit, she's tearing Jiang Xiao apart. This is way too brutal. Why do I feel like Wang Xiaoai looks even sexier now? I think I'm into this. Dude on the 3rd floor, you can be a little unhinged, but don't be a total degenerate. Even as a fellow pervert, I feel like that's too much. Some of the more faint-hearted viewers had already closed their eyes, unable to keep watching. But for most, they had seen this kind of horror too many times before. After all, this wasn't the first time supernatural entities had invaded. And for many, they had already grown numb to it. Shwa! There was no unexpected twist or miracle. Starting from his navel, Zhang Xiao was torn into 4 pieces. A massive spray of blood splattered across the ceiling. Welp, it's over. Everyone, get ready for the horror invasion. Honestly, can't blame him. He's a lunatic, what else could you expect? The people of Dragon Nation were surprisingly understanding. No one lashed out at Zhang Xiao. After all, what could you even expect from a mentally ill patient? But the foreign trolls lurking in the Dragon Nation's livestream chat had been waiting for this moment. Ha. Professor Wabuju was already talking to his second patient, while Dragon Nation, well, what the hell happened to you guys? Such a pity. I almost can't bear to watch you lose so fast. You damn sellout. Do you even remember the color of your parents' skin? Do you remember where your ancestors were born? Look at yourself before you start insulting your own people. Forget it, don't waste time arguing with these dogs. Let's just focus on preparing ourselves. The Dragon Nation's government had already prepared for the worst. All across the country, mysterious individuals began appearing. Since the horror invasion would randomly descend upon a city, the government had no choice but to spread its forces wide. Even though these precautions wouldn't change the overall outcome, the city chosen for invasion was basically doomed. Barely 1 in 10 would survive. But still, even if they could only make a tiny difference, they had to try. Even saving just one more life would be worth it. The rest? They could only leave it to fate. We all know how this ends, but we still can't stop watching the stream. What are we even waiting for? A miracle? A miracle? The guy got ripped into pieces. You really think he's gonna revive? Huh? Wait, something's off. Why hasn't the game announced Dragon Nation's failure yet? Normally, the very moment the chosen one dies, the livestream screen would go black, with giant red letters flashing, game over. A miracle, holy shit, a miracle. The entire audience stared at the stream, completely frozen. Jiang Xiao, who had been torn to pieces, was standing up, but it wasn't just one piece standing up. All 4 chunks of his body stood up at the same time. Then, slowly, they reformed into 4 fully intact Jiang Xiaos. The entire world was stunned. Holy shit, holy shit. I have nothing else to say, just holy fucking shit. Is this really a miracle? A miracle my ass. This has to be a talent ability. What kind of talent? Immortality? That has to be at least SSS tier. Who knows? So far, the strongest talent we've seen is Professor Wabuju's Deduction, and that's only S tier. I've watched all 9 seasons of SpongeBob, and honestly, Patrick Star being unkillable makes perfect sense. This is completely logical. Why are you all acting so surprised? Bro, who's actually the weird one here? Dude, the way you said that makes me seriously question if you and Jiang Xiao were patients in the same hospital. The Dragon Nation's government was in absolute chaos. Quick, contact Su Province's psychiatric hospital. Protect Jiang Xiao at all costs. Mobilize the troops, we're leaving now. A talent this overpowered had to be at least SS tier, maybe even higher. It was worth sacrificing the entire nation's resources to keep him alive. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoai was completely stunned. What the fuck? This idiot came back to life? What was she supposed to do now? She had never dealt with a situation like this before. All 4 Jiang Xiaos darkened their expressions and surrounded her hospital bed. Sandy, you hurt me just now. You need to apologize. Sandy, how could you treat your best friend Patrick Star like this? As an apology, you need to invite Squidward and me to jellyfish fields to catch jellyfish. Sandy, I don't want to catch jellyfish. You need to buy me a Krabby Patty as an apology. I want the double meat kind. Sandy, do you know where my best friend SpongeBob is? I miss him. Sandy. Wang Xiaoai clutched her head in agony, her mind completely overloaded. Her thoughts were drowning in the endless repetition of the name Sandy. Patrick Star, I'm going to kill you, Patrick Star. In front of countless viewers, Wang Xiaoai mutated once again. This time, she tore Jiang Xiao apart even faster, using methods even more brutal than before. Afterwards, she returned to her normal state, curled up tight in her bed, and pulled the blanket over herself. Only her trembling eyes peeked through a small gap, cautiously watching the pile of mangled flesh that had once been Jiang Xiao. She was at her breaking point. She was really starting to fear this psychotic doctor. Would he come back to life again? But what is meant to come will always come. The shattered Jiang Xiao stood up again, still speaking in the same naive and honest tone as before. Oh, dear Sandy, I have a big rock in my stomach. Hey, Sandy, do you want to blow bubbles? I'll only charge you 25 cents. Sandy, you need to give me 2 ice creams, one for me and one for my best friend, SpongeBob. Stay alert, Sandy. The Flying Dutchman might take action. I should walk, I think I should run. Oh, I think I should sprint. Yes, sprint. Sandy, start sprinting. Countless expressionless versions of Jiang Xiao surrounded Wang Xiaoai, babbling nonsensical gibberish. Wang Xiaoai curled up in the corner of the hospital bed in agony, her face a mix of despair, helplessness, and madness. Sandy? Who is Sandy? Me, I am Sandy. Patrick, you are Patrick. SpongeBob? Oh, I think I need to eat a double-layered, delicious Krabby Patty too. Everyone in the Dragon Nation's livestream room was completely stunned, as if something chaotic had suddenly invaded their minds. I just want to ask, who exactly is the weird one here? Odd, if this is what Zhang Xiao is pulling, I wouldn't be able to handle it. I'd rather be dismembered. Wang Xiaoai, damn it, which one of us is actually insane? Seeing Wang Xiaoai giggling uncontrollably on the hospital bed, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but pat her head. Oh my god, Sandy, you seriously look like a lunatic right now. Can you tell me what the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? That sentence was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Wang Xiaoai desperately pulled at her hair, letting out a manic laugh. Ha, ha, wah ha 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 ha. Who's the lunatic? Oh, that's right, I am Sandy. Sandy is the lunatic. Yes, that's exactly right, Dr. Patrick. As Wang Xiaoai muttered to herself, the extra Zhang Xiao slowly faded away. It seemed their existence had a time limit. In the end, only the original Zhang Xiao remained, looking at her with a face full of disdain. Zhang Xiao, damn, are you seriously okay? We were just doing a little roleplay for fun, but you got way too into it. You're really a crazy woman. Whatever, I'll go find another patient to bond with. Wang Xiaoai froze on the spot. Wahahaha, yes. That's right. I'm a crazy woman. A crazy woman. I'm also a lunatic. Oh, I am Sandy. Just like you said, I'm that squirrel from Bikini Bottom. Wahahaha, completely lost it? Or was she crazy from the start? For a moment, I have no words. Amen, please forgive Zhang Xiao for his sins. I feel like the next mental patient is the unluckiest person alive for getting Zhang Xiao as their doctor. Wait, my head hurts a bit. Is Zhang Xiao actually the crazy one? Is he the lone sober man in a world of drunkards? Maybe Zhang Xiao is actually a hidden master living among us. Nah, don't be ridiculous. Didn't you see the official diagnosis report just now, stamped with a big red seal? Just as everyone was struggling to make sense of Zhang Xiao's actions, a user with the ID Kick the Good Leg of a Cripple provided an explanation. Kick the Good Leg of a Cripple. Hello everyone, I'm a psychiatrist. I just looked at Zhang Xiao's case file. His delusional disorder has reached a terminal stage. In other words, if he imagines himself as a normal person, then he is a normal person. Wait, what? So Zhang Xiao can switch between being a mentally ill person and a normal person at will? My god, but Zhang Xiao was literally just torn apart. Wouldn't switching personalities like that be jarring? The psychiatrist then provided a more detailed explanation. Kick the cripple, yes, that's right. Normally, if someone keeps imagining themselves as different characters over and over again, they'd definitely go insane. Kick the cripple, but Zhang Xiao isn't normal to begin with, is he? He's already insane. He is a mental patient. Kick the cripple, and not only that, he also has severe dissociative identity disorder. It's possible that whatever Patrick just did was actually done by Patrick, and Zhang Xiao himself has no memory of it. Wait. Doctor, stop talking. I feel like my brain is actually starting to work. I think I understand now. The doctor is basically saying one thing: Zhang Xiao is mentally ill. You can't judge a mental patient through the lens of a normal person. The psychiatrist agreed with this statement. Kick the cripple, exactly. Zhang Xiao is a mental patient. If you think mental illness is abnormal, then you are normal. But if you think mental illness is normal, then you are abnormal. Stop. Doctor, I beg you, stop talking. I feel like my brainstem is about to split open. Just as everyone was carefully processing this and thinking that this psychiatrist seemed incredibly professional, the doctor suddenly dropped another bombshell. Kick the cripple, oh, my apologies. The person who was just speaking is actually one of our hospital's severely mentally ill patients. Please, everyone, don't believe a single word he said. Holy shit. Had we just been listening to a mental patient rambling nonsense this entire time? I just checked this guy's profile. He really is a mental patient. Everyone took a look, and sure enough, on Kick the Cripple's personal profile, there were self-recorded videos. In the footage, he bared his old, yellowed teeth, wore the same blue and white striped patient uniform as Zhang Xiao, and had his IP address tracked to a mental hospital. All signs pointed to the same conclusion: this guy was definitely insane. Everyone completely broke down. What the hell was this? Just moments ago, they had been thinking his words made sense and were planning to analyze them carefully. Why do I feel like the mental patient actually made some valid points just now? Bro, that mental patient himself said it: if you think mental illness is abnormal, you're normal. But if you think mental illness is normal, then you're abnormal. So, can anything a mental patient says really be trusted? In other words, how should we evaluate his words to prove that we are normal? If you agree with what he said, but he's a mental patient, and you're agreeing with a mental patient's viewpoint, does that mean you're also mentally ill? No, you're thinking too simply. Shouldn't we reverse engineer this? Since he's a mental patient, what he says is inherently abnormal. So if what he says sounds normal, that must actually be abnormal. Meaning that what sounds abnormal must actually be normal. Wait a second, isn't this turning into a paradox? Hold on. Everyone, stop for a second. You're seriously trying to determine your own sanity based on the words of a mental patient? That in itself is insanely abnormal. Wait. Stop. I beg you all, stop talking. The information overload is too much, I need a moment to process. Everyone fell silent once more, plunging into yet another round of mental gymnastics. So much information was packed into just a few short exchanges. I can't take this anymore. Everyone, let's go watch Dr. Wabju's segment to clear our minds. Yes, this was a rabbit hole they couldn't afford to go any deeper into, otherwise, their own sanity might actually start unraveling. At that moment, Dr. Wabju was already speaking with the second patient. The second mental patient was a man named Wang Hai. His medication was particularly difficult to administer. He was adamant that he was a normal person and demanded to be released. To release them? Who were they? Logically speaking, it must have been those two female mental patients. After all, the rules had stated that Wang Hai loved them both dearly. There seemed to be some useful information hidden in Wang Hai's words. Dr. Wabju decided to take it slow and first listen to his story. You say you're a normal person. But then why are you in a mental hospital? I don't remember. Wang Hai's expression of disappointment and confusion didn't seem like a lie. His demeanor was quite similar to that of the first female mental patient, except that he was firmly convinced he was normal. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoai appeared more dazed and unsure. She couldn't even remember what illness she had. Then, what's your relationship with those two? Dr. Wabju asked cautiously. Rule 5, the only male mental patient deeply loves the other two female mental patients. Logically, mentioning the two women in Wang Hai's presence shouldn't cause him to become agitated or aggressive. Sure enough, just as Dr. Wabju expected, when Wang Hai heard the question about their relationship, he didn't react with hostility. On the contrary, his face was filled with affection and nostalgia. They are the two most important people in my life. I love them. S-rank talent, deduction activated. Dr. Wabju activated his unique talent ability. Wang Hai, let me ask you, if you believe they are the most important people to you, do they see you as the most important person to them? Wang Hai's expression froze. Clearly, Dr. Wabju's words had struck a nerve. Wang Hai lowered his head, his expression turning incredibly dejected. Dr. Wabju, everything was fine at first. But later, cracks started forming in our relationship. Here it comes. Wabju's spirit soared. He felt that Wang Hai held the key to clearing this stage. May I ask, did these cracks form because of them? Or because of you? Wang Hai seemed to recall something unpleasant. His body trembled slightly, and instead of answering Wabju's question directly, he muttered a string of incoherent words. Yes, that's right. She actually doubted us. No, that's wrong. Our relationship was completely normal. It was her. She's the one who went insane. She lost her mind. But I still love her. Doubted us? She went insane? I still love her? So, out of the three of them, one was mentally ill, while the other two were normal? No. That's not right. Rule 9, remember, there are no good people in this asylum. Do not trust anything anyone says. All three of them should be mental patients. Wabju couldn't afford to make assumptions. It felt like he was just one step away from uncovering the ultimate truth. Wang Hai, did you have some kind of improper relationship with her that she found out about? This question struck a nerve. Wang Hai's voice became frantic and deranged. Improper relationship? No. We were completely normal. The three of us should love each other. There's no way there was anything improper. She's the one who lost her mind. Not me. My head hurts. Wang Hai clutched his head in agony. Suddenly, a dozen sharp tentacles burst from his back, instantly tearing Wabju to shreds. You have died. Deduction failed. Wabju's face turned pale as he opened his eyes. Time had rewound to the moment before he asked the question. Of course, now he didn't need to ask it again. Wang Hai, I suggest you take your medication. It's also her wish. Her wish? Then, fine. Wang Hai seemed somewhat afraid of her authority and obediently swallowed his medicine. Wabju exited Wang Hai's room. Judging by the situation, this patient is most likely a playboy who betrayed one of the female mental patients. But as for which one was his real lover, I'll need to meet the final patient to find out. Meanwhile, the live stream chat from Lighthouse Nation erupted in praise for their chosen player. Look at this. This is our great Dr. Wabju from the mighty US of A. Good. His reasoning is meticulous, and his skill usage is flawless, absolute perfection. Yes, you're absolutely right. We're only one step away from the truth. Unlike some people, their chosen player is actually a lunatic? An S-tier talent? That's nothing special in front of Zhang Xiao. Alright, brothers, we've rested enough, let's go back to watching Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao knocked on the door a few times before casually walking into the second patient's room. Inside, Wang Hai was sitting by the window, gazing at the distant scenery. Oh, Squidward, do you know where SpongeBob is? Zhang Xiao asked in a muffled voice. Wang Hai, sitting in his chair, froze for a moment. Then, in disbelief, he pointed at himself. Dr. Zhang Xiao, are you talking to me? If there's no one else here, then I suppose I am. Also, please call me Dr. Patrick. Wang Hai, completely baffled, rubbed his buzzcut head. Zhang, Dr. Patrick, is this some kind of new treatment plan? Because I have to tell you, it's pointless. I am a normal person. Squidward, you should know, there are no normal people in an asylum. So why are you here? Wang Hai's expression darkened. I don't remember why I ended up here. Alright then. Do you at least remember what your favorite food is? Wang Hai's eyes lit up. He remembered. I love stir-fried pork with chili and mao shui wang. Zhang Xiao smacked his forehead in disappointment and muttered in a dull tone. Oh, dear God, you completely misunderstood my question. I don't care one bit about what your favorite food is. The hell do you mean you're not curious at all, yet you're still asking? Humph. I don't care whether you're Dr. Zhang Xiao or Dr. Patrick, either way, I'm not taking a single pill today. Pills? What pills? Oh, you must mean the magical rainbow candy. I was planning to share some with you, Squidward. Wang Hai scoffed. What the hell kind of magical rainbow candy was this? Dr. Patrick, please, spare me these childish tricks. They won't work on me. I advise you. Wang Hai suddenly choked on his words, his eyes widening in disbelief. Right in front of him, Dr. Patrick had just tilted his head back and downed an entire bottle of pills in one go. Oh, please don't look at me like that, Squidward. You didn't want to take them. There's no point regretting it now. Wang Hai shook his head, trying to make sense of this new doctor's logic. This doesn't make any sense. Wait, you just finished them all? Otherwise? What the hell do you mean My God, look at that eerie expression, he looks like he's questioning his entire existence. One just sent this creepy guy into absolute silence. Gotta admit, watching Zhang Xiao's antics without overthinking is actually pretty stress-relieving. Zhang Xiao broke the rules. Rule number 3, you must ensure your patient takes 6 pills a day. Bro, stating the obvious much? Since when has Zhang Xiao ever cared about the rules? Zhang God? Zhang Xiao is a lunatic. Shortened to Zhang God makes perfect sense, no? True, Zhang God. Why are you staring at me like that? Wang Hai swallowed nervously. Being fixed with such an unblinking stare from Dr. Patrick was making his skin crawl. Wasn't this guy just spouting nonsense a second ago? Why'd he go so quiet after taking the pills? Zhang Xiao wasn't speaking simply because he was feeling unusually calm at the moment, especially as he watched Wang Hai staring out the window. Yes, Zhang Xiao's favorite pastime outside of here was the same as Wang Hai's, staring into the distance from his hospital bed. At this moment, a small sliver of rationality was in control. Oh, actually, I was just contemplating something incredibly deep and philosophical. What is it? Tell me, Wang Hai asked cautiously. He had a great interest in philosophy. But Zhang Xiao simply shook his head seriously. I don't think so. You're a mental patient. There's no way you could answer a normal person's question. Dr. Patrick, I'll say it again, I am a normal person. I am not a mental patient. Ha! What kind of normal person calls a lunatic doctor Dr. Patrick? The hell? Wasn't he the one who insisted on being called Dr. Patrick? Wang Hai felt like he was losing his mind, while the livestream chat erupted into laughter. Take note, Zhang Xiao just called himself a psychiatric doctor. Is this a double entendre? Is he a doctor for mental patients, or a doctor who is a mental patient? Wait, if that's the case, my tonsils are about to start arguing. Enough! Please stop analyzing Zhang God's words, I'm afraid I'm actually going to lose my sanity. Waving Zhang Xiao off impatiently, Wang Hai confidently declared. Never mind whether I'm a mental patient or not, just ask me anything. I've read countless books since childhood. I know everything about astronomy and geography. I'm one of Kyoto's 4 great scholars. There's nothing I don't know. Alright then, I've been wondering why does the world have the Paralympics for people with physical disabilities, but there's no special math competition for people like me, who have intellectual disabilities. Isn't that discrimination against the intellectually challenged? What? A person with even half a functioning brain wouldn't ask a question like that. But over in the chat, Crap. Why do I feel like Zhang Xiao kind of has a point? Discrimination against the intellectually challenged, I can't take it, I'm wheezing. Wang Hai coughed awkwardly. Dr. Patrick, maybe you should ask me a different question? Alright then. In Spring River Evening Scenery by Shure from the Northern Song Dynasty, he wrote, Spring River water warms, and ducks know it first. So tell me, how did Shure know that ducks knew first? The hell should I know how Shure knew? I'm not Shure. Hiss, wait a second. How did Shure know that ducks knew first? As the saying goes, you are not a duck, so how can you know what a duck knows? Wait, does that mean Shure was a duck? Yo, second comment, are you sure you're not one of Jiang Zhao's fellow patients? Nope, can't do this anymore. I feel my brain expanding. Wang Hai slapped his forehead, unwilling to give up. No. You're asking questions that no one could possibly answer. Do you have any common sense questions? Jiang Xiao nodded. Of course. Let me ask you, movies, comics, and music all have subtitles. So why don't novels have subtitles? Wang Hai scratched his buzzcut head in confusion. It wasn't just Wang Hai, many people in the live stream room were also scratching their heads. I agree. I also think adding subtitles to novels could be a promising project. It might be worth an investment. Stop right there. You are not Wang Duoyu. The person who said that in the first comment, do you not have a brain? Maybe he does not lack a brain. Maybe his brain is simply filled with soybean paste. Actually, adding subtitles to a novel is not entirely impossible. No, wait, why would a novel even need subtitles? Wang Hai suddenly snapped back to his senses and smacked his forehead. Are you joking with me? A novel needs subtitles? Is it not already made up entirely of words? Zhang Xiao nodded with a completely justified expression. Exactly. It is all words. Such a simple question, and you took this long to figure it out. Your brain capacity is even smaller than that dishonest boss's, and yet you still claim you are not mentally ill? Can you just ask normal questions? I possess knowledge of astronomy above and geography below. Stop exaggerating. To me, you look more like someone who knows astronomy but is paralyzed below the waist. Wang Hai was at a loss for words. He clenched his fists in frustration. Wang Hai is about to lose control. If I were in his position, I would not be able to tolerate this either. It is hard to believe. Wang Hai seemed like a perfectly normal person, yet now Jiang Xiao has driven him insane. Suddenly, without hesitation, Wang Hai unleashed countless tentacles from his back, piercing through Jiang Zhao's body. One tentacle stabbed directly into Jiang Zhao's heart, but Wang Hai did not stop. He controlled the tentacles to twist and churn inside Jiang Zhao's body, tearing it apart until Jiang Xiao completely stopped breathing. Only after ensuring Jiang Zhao's demise did Wang Hai slowly return to normal. He slumped onto the bed, panting heavily. Lunatic! How dare you toy with me? This is the price for playing tricks on me. Squid brother, did someone just mess with you? A voice came from beside him. Yes, a psychiatrist in a white coat. He was absolutely. Wait, who was speaking to him? Wang Hai turned his head and was stunned. What was going on? How was Jiang Xiao still alive despite having his organs completely destroyed? Not only was he alive, but Jiang Xiao even dipped his fingers into the jelly-like substance flowing from the hole in his chest, then put it in his mouth to taste. Delicious. Fresh jellyfish sauce is truly exquisite. I think I am only missing a piece of seaweed bread. Squid brother, would you like some? As he spoke, Jiang Xiao moved the so-called jellyfish sauce closer to Wang Hai's mouth. Disgusted, Wang Hai instinctively dodged his hand. This man was definitely insane. Completely insane. Seeing that Squid brother was unwilling to eat jellyfish sauce, Jiang Xiao casually pulled out a piece of coral grass from his stomach and handed it over. Squid brother, look. It is soft and fresh. Jiang Zhao's actions infuriated Wang Hai once again. More tentacles erupted from his back, grabbing Jiang Zhao's arms and tearing him in half. His internal organs spilled onto the floor like water. Looking at the now bisected Jiang Xiao, Wang Hai finally let out a sigh of relief. At last, the world was quiet. But wait. Wang Hai's expression stiffened. Something was not right. Why was Jiang Zhao's body slowly wriggling back together? Right before his eyes, as if nothing had happened, two fully intact Jiang Xiaos stood in place once again. Wang Hai shook his head in disbelief. Wait a moment. Between the two of us, who is actually the supernatural entity here? One of the Jiang Xiaos picked up two pieces of bread from the ground, dipped them into the tomato sauce-like substance, and pressed them together. Here you go, Squid brother. Would you like to try a crab burger made by me? The other Jiang Xiao, meanwhile, was busy playing with the freshly picked coral grass. Squid brother, I also have the freshest wild coral grass. I believe your mouth would definitely enjoy it. Wang Hai was completely horrified. No, absolutely not. I do not want to eat any of these things. Unfortunately for him, his refusal was meaningless. Before he could react, Zhang Xiao suddenly shoved a fresh piece of coral grass into his mouth. The taste was overwhelming, spreading through his entire brain like a tidal wave. Wang Hai could not withstand the psychological impact. He immediately retched. This psychiatrist dressed like Patrick Star was definitely a complete lunatic. As Zhang Xiao continued to prepare more and more bizarre food, Wang Hai finally reached his breaking point. With his face filled with terror, he shrank into the corner of the bed, frantically waving his arms to resist Zhang Xiao's attempts to feed him. Stay away from me. I am warning you. If you come any closer, it will be dangerous for you. When I get angry, I am extremely terrifying. Zhang Xiao tilted his head slightly, then began squeezing the juice from the coral grass closer to Wang Hai's mouth. Stop. Stop. Dr. Patrick Star, no, brother, you are my brother. No, you are my father. I was wrong. After a long period of silence, the comments section finally came to life again. I cannot believe what I am seeing. This is truly disturbing. How did a supernatural horror turn into this situation? Why is Wang Hai admitting defeat? At the very least, Wang Hai is doing better than Wang Xiao AI. Wang Xiao AI completely lost his mind earlier. I actually think Wang Hai's mental state is more stable than Wang Xiao AI's. It seems like supernatural entities are not entirely without emotions. At the very least, they still know what disgust feels like. Suddenly, Wang Hai noticed that the clock had reached 11:30. Dr. Patrick Star, yes. Dr. Patrick Star. It is mealtime. You should go eat. Oh, food? I love eating. Both Zhang Xiaos immediately dropped what they were doing and walked out of Wang Hai's hospital room. A few minutes later, one of them slowly faded away. Food, food, food. As he passed by Xiaba, Zhang Xiao casually punched the security guard. Hey, Xiaba, do you know where I can get something to eat? The security guard was completely bewildered. This new doctor seems a bit off. Why is he becoming more and more unhinged? Earlier, he only said that he resembled his old friend Xiaba, but now he is directly calling him Xiaba? The security guard carefully examined Zhang Xiao from head to toe. Yes, there was no mistake, the white coat was on him. He was indeed a doctor. Having a meal? What a coincidence, Dr. Zhang Xiao. I was just about to eat as well. Why not join me? Oh, of course. What a fantastic idea. I love eating with you. If SpongeBob were here, it would be even better. The security guard gave Zhang Xiao a strange look but did not say anything more. He simply led him to the cafeteria. I cannot believe it. This security guard is something else. He completely ignored Zhang Xiao's nonsense. Maybe he has already realized that something is wrong with Zhang Xiao's mental state, but because of the rules, he has no choice but to stay silent. I have a feeling this security guard is a dangerous person. That is correct. Quite a few chosen ones have died at the hands of the security guard, all in an instant. His methods are extremely brutal. The screen just goes black, and they are eliminated. To this day, no one knows how he attacks. Wait a moment. The rules clearly state that this security guard is not intelligent. It is very possible that he is simply not engaging in conversation out of sheer simplicity. Rule 8, the security guard of the psychiatric hospital is not very intelligent, but he is extremely aggressive. If he makes a request, you had best comply. The security guard's requests to the chosen one seem to be triggered at random. Some are simple, while others are outright impossible to complete. Many people never receive a request from the security guard at all, just like Zhang Xiao and Dr. Wobu Ju. Now, it was mealtime. Everyone was required to go. All the chosen ones put down whatever they were doing and headed to the cafeteria. The cafeteria lady's face looked as though it were covered with a layer of human skin from a corpse, completely expressionless. It was only when she saw Dr. Zhang Xiao arrive that a sinister smile crept onto her face. Here, this portion is for the security guard. This one is for the doctor. And these three, please take them and deliver them to 3 different mental patients. Her voice sounded like 2 pieces of dry wood being rubbed together, grating and unbearable to hear. Looking at the food in front of him, Wobu Ju felt his stomach churn uncontrollably. If he was not mistaken, the portion meant for him appeared to be a chunk of fatty pork, boiled in plain water without any seasoning whatsoever. The security guard sitting beside him showed no reaction. His meal consisted of a large bowl of deep-fried insects. Zhang Zhao's portion was a basin filled with boiled internal organs, which seemed quite fresh. They still had a faint wriggling motion inside the bowl. The security guard who had accompanied Zhang Xiao received a skull of some unknown animal. The scene before them deeply unsettled the audience watching the live stream, especially since it was precisely 11:30, a time when many families were sitting down for lunch. I cannot handle this. Even after witnessing so many horror stories, this still disgusts me. Fuck. I was just eating spicy rabbit head, and this scene completely ruined my appetite. That basin of boiled internal organs in front of Jiang Xiao, no normal person would be able to eat that. I bet it has not even been washed. Is that not just perfect? He just so happens not to be a normal person. Ha ha. Seeing Jiang Xiao's meal, the security guard grinned. Dr. Jiang Xiao, please enjoy your meal. If you refuse to eat, the cafeteria lady is obligated to take certain, special measures against you. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiao plunged his head straight into the basin and devoured the food with loud, ravenous bites. The security guard was utterly shocked. What the hell? Unbelievable. He finished that entire meal so quickly and decisively? Without exaggeration, when the security guard saw Jiang Xiao shove his head into the basin and devour the food in huge bites, for the first time, he actually felt a slight sense of fear. He had traveled far and wide, seen all sorts of things, but never in his life had he witnessed anyone eat like this. No, this would not do. The security guard shook his head. He reminded himself of his own status and of Jiang Xiao's position. How could he possibly feel fear toward him? Dr. Jiang Xiao, I am not hungry today. Could I trouble you to finish my portion as well? It is happening. Rule 8, the security guard's request. I am really curious. Can this security guard actually kill Jiang Xiao? No idea. But so far, every chosen one who failed to complete the security guard's request just had their screen go black. No one knows how he eliminates them. I think Jiang Xiao might not be able to handle it. This security guard vaguely gives off the feeling of being the final boss. Nonsense. I think the cafeteria lady is the real boss. That is too narrow-minded. How do you know Jiang Xiao will not complete the request? Faced with the skull that the security guard pushed toward him, Jiang Xiao happily accepted it. Oh, eat your food? Of course. I would be delighted to help. Without hesitation, he took a bite. Jiang Xiao exclaimed in delight. Oh, this is absolutely delicious. That is right, I must share this wonderful meal with my best friend, SpongeBob. The security guard was speechless. His so-called best friend, SpongeBob, probably would not be able to stomach this meal. And just like that, his one chance to make a request to the doctor for the day was completely wasted? No, it was worse than a waste. This idiot doctor actually seemed to think he had gained an extra meal. While Jiang Zhao's lunch was completed perfectly, the situation for the others was absolutely miserable. Some chosen ones forced the food into their mouths with their eyes shut. Some ate and immediately vomited. Others simply could not bring themselves to eat at all, their psychological tolerance failing them entirely. For these people, the cafeteria lady, with an expressionless face, picked up a cleaver and a bone-cutting knife and slowly approached them step by step. Tell me, does today's meal not suit the doctor's taste? Her dry, hoarse voice was completely devoid of emotion. Before the chosen ones could even react, the knives swung down. With swift and precise strikes, their limbs were severed one by one. At this moment, their consciousness was still intact. The excruciating pain from their severed limbs nearly drove them to the brink of unconsciousness. With another series of rapid slashes, the cafeteria lady's dual blades worked in perfect synchronization, completing the disembowelment almost instantly. Everything happened too quickly. So quickly that the chosen ones who had just been gutted were still fully aware of their surroundings. They stared blankly at the table, where their own body parts were now neatly displayed. Perhaps in their entire lives, they had never imagined that one day, they would be able to gaze directly at their own organs. But they no longer had the chance to scream, because even their throats had been sliced open and removed by the cafeteria lady. In just this short span of time, an uncountable number of live stream viewers had been forced to vomit. My stomach is turning. I feel sick. Oh, I am going to throw up. Would you consider this, returning what is taken back to the people? Brother, please stop talking. This is too disgusting. I never realized intestines were that long. Unbelievable. Jiang Xiao finished his meal and is already heading to find Sandy. No, wait, I mean Wang Xiao AI. As soon as the viewers switched to Jiang Zhao's livestream, the atmosphere became noticeably lighter. Sandy, look at what I have brought for you. Oh, Patrick, I do not think you have brought me something I would enjoy eating. He opened the food container. Inside was a box, no, to be precise, half a box of deep-fried French fries. Oh my goodness, Patrick, you stole my food, did you not? Jiang Xiao, with grease still on his lips, shook his head vigorously in denial. The deep-fried fries were stolen by the sleazy boss on the way here. You know how he always tries to steal the secret recipe of the Krabby Patty. But this is not a Krabby Patty, Patrick. Wang Xiaoai was still dissatisfied with having his portion of food reduced by half. Perhaps that is the case, but it does not matter. Oh, alright, Patrick. Actually, I am also willing to share my food with you. We are good friends, are we not? Of course. The best of the best. My goodness, these two are communicating without any barriers? Wang Xiaoai has completely lost his mind. I am looking forward to seeing when Jiang Xiao will drive Wang Hai insane as well. I am only waiting to see when Jiang Xiao will meet the third patient, but he seems to have forgotten. Dr. Wobuju from the Lighthouse Nation has finished eating and is preparing to visit the third mentally ill patient. Maybe we should check in on him first. One after another, the viewers flooded into the Lighthouse Nation's live stream. At that moment, after finishing his meal, Wobuju took a while to recover before summoning the energy to continue exploring the psychiatric hospital. He was utterly fed up with that awful lunch and did not want to stay in this place a moment longer. I need to speed things up. If I have to eat a few more of these meals, no one will be able to endure it. Right now, I just need to figure out the connection between the last woman and that man. If I can gather information on both of them, I will have the confidence to deduce the truth about the other person. Based on the current situation, I should be able to uncover their relationship within 2 days at most. After that, all that remains is to prescribe the appropriate remedy and help them resolve their inner conflicts. With this thought in mind, Wobuju, carrying his meal box, regained his determination and strode toward the third psychiatric ward. Knock, knock, knock. Doctor, please come in. A soft, delicate female voice came from inside. Wobuju pushed open the door and entered, finding that the patient inside seemed far more normal than he had imagined. Even by Western beauty standards, he had to admit that this Eastern woman was truly beautiful. An oval face, a delicate nose, and fair, smooth skin. But above all, her eyes tender and full of emotion. The only flaw was that she appeared somewhat malnourished, too frail. Even the smallest size of hospital gown looked oversized on her. In the words of the Dragon Nation, she was as delicate as a breeze-blown willow, evoking deep sympathy at first sight. And yet, despite her frail figure, her chest was astonishingly full, stretching the fabric tightly. Hello, Dr. Wobuju. I have been waiting for you for a long time. What did that bastard Wang Hai say about me? Bai Lu's words snapped Wobuju out of his wandering thoughts. Wobuju was taken aback. He had not even started asking questions, yet she was already questioning him first? A bastard, she said. After considering his words carefully, Wobuju decided to put it more delicately. Wang Hai said that he misses you very much. You are the most important person in his life. Hearing this, Bai Lu let out a sigh, then shook her head bitterly. My name is Bai Lu. You can just call me Xiao Lu. Be honest with me, did that bastard mention any other women besides me? Bai Lu. What a beautiful name, carrying an air of mysterious Eastern elegance. As they conversed, Bai Lu even prepared a pot of tea and poured a cup for Wobuju. Actually, even if you do not say it, I already know. That bastard Wang Hai still cannot let go of that slut, can he? As soon as she finished speaking, tears uncontrollably rolled down her pale cheeks. She was already fragile, but seeing her cry tugged at the heartstrings of countless men watching the livestream. It is confirmed. Wang Hai is a bastard, and Wang Xiaoai is the mistress. Exactly. Wang Xiaoai wears heavy makeup and obviously is not a decent woman. Hold on, this is a rules-based horror scenario. Do not be deceived by appearances. Rule 9, remember, there are no good people in this psychiatric hospital. Do not trust anything anyone says. Of course, the highly intelligent Dr. Wobuju would not be so easily deceived by the fragile woman before him. According to the rules, she was, without a doubt, a genuine psychiatric patient. Feel sorry for her? To hell with that. Wobuju swore he would never make such a mistake. Bai Lu, I have a question for you. Why are you here in this hospital? And do not tell me you are a normal person too. Bai Lu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her reddened eyelids trembling slightly. They are the mad ones. They are the mentally ill ones. I am not. I am not. Doctor, you have to believe me. I really am not. Miss Bai Lu, please calm down. You should know that every psychiatric patient insists that they are not mentally ill. But if you were truly a normal person, you would not be here. Because this is a psychiatric hospital. Seeing Wobuju's serious expression, Bai Lu looked even more aggrieved. Doctor, I admit that I have depression, but it was those two despicable people who forced me into this. Depression? That was right, depression was classified as a mental illness as well. By definition, it could be a reason for admission to a psychiatric hospital. However, Wobu-ju remained skeptical of Bai Lu's explanation. She appeared completely normal, so normal, in fact, that she was willing to openly disclose her condition. After all, whether it was Wang Xiaoai or Wang Hai, one did not even know what illness they had, and the other stubbornly insisted they were not sick at all. Yet in this eerie hospital, filled with an unsettling atmosphere at every turn, Bai Lu was the only one who so easily admitted to having a mental illness. Noticing Wobu-ju's clear disbelief, Bai Lu continued to plead. Dr. Wobu-ju, you have to believe me. Wang Xiaoai destroyed my relationship with Wang Hai. She is the other woman. If you want me to believe you, take your medicine properly. Alright. Without hesitation, Bai Lu swallowed 6 pills in one go, showing no resistance whatsoever. No matter how one looked at her, she seemed like a completely normal human being. With a frown, Wobu-ju left the boxed meal for Bai Lu and chose to step out of her hospital room for the time being. Leaning against the corridor wall, Wobu-ju furrowed his brows, feeling his thoughts getting tangled. According to Bai Lu's version of the story, I seem to have grasped the entire chain of events. Wang Hai cheated on Bai Lu with Wang Xiaoai, pushing Bai Lu into depression. But is it not all a bit too simple? I barely asked anything, yet Bai Lu spilled the whole story in one go. Even if what Bai Lu said was true, what exactly are Wang Hai and Wang Xiaoai suffering from? And most importantly, how am I supposed to treat them? Objective: cure your psychiatric patients. Damn it, this makes no sense. Relying solely on Bai Lu's words is far from enough. Wobu-ju felt completely lost, having no idea how to approach the supernatural case. As expected of a 9-star difficulty level, this was on an entirely different scale compared to the previous rule-based horror stories he had cleared. In the last horror scenario, all he had to do was escape a haunted mansion. In the one before that, he needed to use the rules to counterattack and eliminate an entity. But this time, he was a logic and deduction expert, not a psychologist. Treating mental illnesses? That was something completely outside his expertise. For now, he needed to wait and observe further. There were still a few rules that had yet to be revealed. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have to report the patient's conditions to the hospital director later that night. Perhaps the key to solving everything lay with the director. With that thought in mind, Wobu-ju delivered the remaining 2 boxed meals to Wang Hai and Wang Xiaoai before returning to his office. Now, all he could do was rest and prepare for his meeting with the mysterious director. At that moment, Jiang Xiao had also arrived at Wang Hai's room. Squid brother, I brought you some food. No need to thank me. The veins on Wang Hai's forehead twitched. He truly did not want to deal with this newly arrived lunatic of a doctor. You delivered the food. Are you not leaving? Wang Hai was clearly asking him to leave. Oh, Squid brother, is this how you treat your best friend, Patrick Star? Fine, I will not make you leave. Just do not talk. Do not disturb me while I eat. Wang Hai opened his meal box. Inside were slices of heart, liver, and lungs. With a cold snort, he started eating in small bites, refusing to acknowledge the madman before him. Squid brother, the way you eat is so elegant, but I think you should eat more like me. Rip! Jiang Xiao suddenly tore open the last remaining meal box and devoured it in just 2 mouthfuls. Wang Hai was completely dumbfounded. Come on, can you do something that actually makes sense to me? Well, what an unexpected turn of events. Jiang Xiao just devoured Bai Lu's boxed meal. Not only that, but Bai Lu no longer has any medicine left. All 3 bottles of magic rainbow candy were completely eaten by Jiang Xiao. Bai Lu, so I went the entire day without eating anything? In the end, Jiang Xiao left the dull squid brother behind and made his way to the 3rd patient's room. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as he finished knocking, Bai Lu's voice came from inside. Dr. Jiang Xiao, is that you? Please, come in. Seeing Jiang Xiao enter the room empty-handed, Bai Lu was momentarily stunned. Doctor, according to the schedule, you should be bringing me my meal right now. Oh, really? Then why was I not aware of that? What? Why did this Dr. Jiang Xiao's gaze seem so insightful? Bai Lu had some doubts about this doctor's competence, but she still tried to remain patient. If I do not eat, I will feel hungry. I think you should go to the cafeteria and get me a portion. Jiang Xiao did not respond. His eyes became blank and unfocused, as if he had completely emptied his mind. Bai Lu was confused. Dr. Jiang Xiao, are you not planning to ask me anything? She tried to remind him. Beautiful lady, I do not quite understand what I should be asking you. Wait, was there something wrong with this doctor? Why did he seem not very intelligent? You can ask me anything. You are a doctor, after all, you have the right to do so. Is that so? But I am worried that you will not be able to answer. It is fine. You could ask about my condition, my relationship with the other 2 patients, or maybe I. Before Bai Lu could finish, Jiang Xiao interrupted her. Tap water is not safe to drink. Apples cannot be eaten unwashed. So why is it that after washing an apple with undrinkable tap water, it suddenly becomes safe to eat? Bai Lu was speechless. Dr. Jiang Xiao, I think, you should ask about my illness. But you just said I could ask anything. Bai Lu was completely dumbfounded. In the livestream, countless viewers scratched their heads. Jiang Xiao's question actually seems quite deep. Can anyone explain it? I must admit, this is beyond my knowledge. Right now, he does not seem like a psychiatric patient, but he is certainly not normal either. Bai Lu gritted her teeth. They could not just sit here in awkward silence forever, could they? Fine, if he would not ask, then she would just go ahead and tell him. Dr. Jiang Xiao, you do not understand, I was abandoned by Wang Hai. Why did he abandon only you and not anyone else? I think you should reflect on your own issues. Also, I am Dr. Patrick Starr, do not call me Dr. Jiang Xiao. What kind of victim-blaming logic was this? Bai Lu clenched her teeth and tried to explain. Wang Hai only had me as his wife, so I was the only one he could abandon. There was no one else to abandon. Perhaps Wang Hai felt that the 2 of you were not compatible. Separating might have been the right choice. No, we were deeply in love. It was Wang Xiaoai, the other woman, who interfered. Maybe you did not love him enough. If you loved him as much as I love SpongeBob, he would not have abandoned you. No. I love him. I love him more than anything. My love for him is even greater than your love for SpongeBob. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath and went all in. Oh? Then do you know how to make a Krabby Patty? Perhaps Wang Hai abandoned you because you cannot make a Krabby Patty. Burger bun, patty, followed by ketchup, crab sauce, onions, lettuce, cheese, tomatoes, and finally, another bun. This is a true battle of wits. Wow, Bai Lu's response was spot on. Finally, someone who can actually go toe-to-toe with Jiang Xiao. Everyone else either gets completely shut down or utterly broken. Seeing that Bai Lu was holding her ground, Jiang Xiao decided to attack from a different angle. Maybe you should let Wang Hai have more wives. That way, your chance of being abandoned would decrease. Bai Lu smacked her forehead. That was right, why had she never thought of that? If Wang Hai had 5 wives, the probability of her being abandoned would drop from 100% to 20%. Wait, no. That is wrong. Dr. Jiang Xiao, you cannot twist the logic like that. If he has 5 wives, that already means he abandoned me. Polygamy is an outdated and barbaric tradition, it is not a good way to solve problems. Outdated. Oh, I think I have heard of this before. Jiang Xiao suddenly looked as if he had just experienced a great revelation. You have heard of it? That is great. No, I have not. What is this outdated practice? Can you explain it to me? Jiang Xiao's gaze once again became piercingly insightful. Bai Lu had almost entirely concluded that this doctor was seriously mentally ill. Their conversation seemed completely out of sync, yet every now and then, they would momentarily connect. Miss, do you know where my best friend SpongeBob is? I have been looking for him all this time. SpongeBob and Patrick Starr. Bai Lu rubbed her temples, feeling a growing headache. Dr. Jiang Xiao, I am experiencing a bit of a headache. Did you bring today's medication? Jiang Xiao pulled out an empty pill bottle. Are you talking about this? I ate them all. I was thinking of keeping the bottle to store jellyfish. You know, jellyfish jelly is delicious. Bai Lu was completely drained. Ha. Actually, you know what? Just let everything be destroyed. She sighed, wanting to laugh but unable to muster even a smile. She could only helplessly rub her carefully groomed hair. Did anyone record this? Bai Lu's impromptu performance just now perfectly captured the helplessness of adulthood. Got it recorded. This could easily be used as study material at a top acting academy. When it comes to psychological torment, no one does it better than Jiang Xiao. What was unexpected was that Bai Lu never lost herself to madness in the end. She simply sat on her bed, smiling bitterly in helplessness. Eventually, Jiang Xiao grew bored and left Bai Lu's room. It was only after he left that the live chat began to stir with discussion. Hey, do you all think Bai Lu might actually be a normal person? Who knows? Besides, Jiang Xiao did not really mess with her that much. Are you serious? He ate her food and took all her medicine. That is what you call not messing with her? Bai Lu is really beautiful. Absolutely. No matter which angle you look at her from, she is stunning. If she were mine, I would gladly accept it. Agreed. Compared to her, Wang Xiaoai is really nothing special. And yet, Wang Hai still cheated? Was he blind or what? Ha, you men are all the same, aren't you? On his way back, Jiang Shao ran into Xiaoba again. The security guard froze for a moment upon seeing this lunatic doctor, then immediately turned around, trying to avoid him. But Jiang Shao clearly had no intention of letting him go. He proactively stepped forward and blocked the security guard, whose face darkened in displeasure. "Oh, Xiaoba, my good friend. Long time no see." Forcing a stiff smile, the security guard replied, "Dr. Patrick Starr, if I am not mistaken, we were just having lunch together not long ago." "Oh, that is right. By the way, Xiaoba, what kind of job do you have?" The security guard glanced at his uniform, feeling somewhat speechless. "It is quite obvious. I am a security guard at this psychiatric hospital, and I am the only one." "The only security guard? Oh, that is wonderful. Even Mr. Krabs has 2 employees. So, do you get paid?" "Of course. I put in the work, and the director naturally gives me fair compensation." At this, the security guard could not help but feel a bit proud, his face showing the same smug expression as Wang Yusheng. But Jiang Shao sighed in disappointment, patting Xiaoba's firm, tensed backside, since he could not reach his shoulder. "What is the matter, Dr. Patrick Starr? Are you disappointed that I am being paid?" "That is right, my friend. I am very disappointed in you. Listen to me, if the director has already given you a respectable job, should you not be grateful to him?" The security guard tilted his head, thinking about it. That made sense. Yes, I should be grateful to the director. But since he has already given you a job, why are you still asking him for a salary? That is immoral. The security guard was stunned, scratching his head in confusion. That was true. The director had already given him a job, so why was he demanding payment as well? But everyone does it. The director not only provides jobs but also pays us. As he spoke, the security guard's voice grew weaker, lacking confidence in his own words. "No, my friend. Stop this foolishness. What do you mean everyone does it? SpongeBob has never once asked Mr. Krabs for a single cent. In fact, he often has to pay Mr. Krabs just to be allowed to work. I have seen it with my own eyes." "It is happening again. He is doing it again. The boss already gave you a job, so why do you still need a salary? Unbelievable. Patrick Starr is truly something else." Capitalists would shed tears hearing this, and even the most frugal of men would bow in reverence. Wait a minute. Why does what Jiang Shao said actually make a little bit of sense? The security guard continued scratching his head, his rather limited intelligence clearly struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, Jiang Shao had already left, having stirred up enough trouble and choosing to retreat in satisfaction. If Jiang Shao stays here any longer, I think even these supernatural entities will go insane. Honestly, I do not care if the supernatural beings lose their minds. I just want to know how Jiang Shao is supposed to clear the game. Having witnessed Jiang Zhao's body regenerate infinitely, the viewers in Dragon Nation were no longer worried about his survival. Now, the real question was, how was this guy supposed to clear the game? The objective was to cure the psychiatric patients, but Jiang Shao seemed more like the king of hell himself. With the way he talked, it felt like the patients' conditions were only getting worse. As the sky outside gradually darkened, the security guard arrived to remind Wobuju that it was time to report to the director's office. Professor Wobuju had been waiting for this very moment. After an afternoon of rest, his mind felt clearer than ever. Now, all that remained was to see if he could extract any useful information from the director. The director's office was located at the end of the hallway, a small, solitary room. Unlike the rest of the hospital, which was painted in shades of yellow and white, the director's door was black and red, with eerie dark crimson patterns etched into its surface, making it look particularly oppressive. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Wobuju pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to find that the room was even eerier than the corridor outside. The director had not even turned on the lights, and the air was filled with the strong scent of rusted iron. Judging by the sound, Wobuju estimated that the director was sitting behind the desk. "Director, I am here to report on the patient's conditions and their medication intake." The director's voice was deep and hoarse, as if his throat was clogged with thick phlegm. Wobuju first reported on the medication everyone had taken their prescribed pills. Then, he proceeded to describe their conditions. Wang Xiaoai's intelligence seemed quite low, to the point where she barely understood anything. Wang Hai appeared neurotic and displayed signs of violent tendencies. Bai Lu, on the other hand, seemed to be the most normal, at least judging by today's observations. She appeared completely sane. Very good. The director's voice was raspy, like that of an old man in his 80s or 90s. Hearing that the director was not dissatisfied, Wobuju let out a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to ask his own question. "Director, as a newly appointed doctor, I would like to know what exactly were their diagnoses when they were admitted." The director remained silent for a long time. The room was so quiet that cold sweat began to form on Wobuju's back. Finally, the director spoke. You have done well today. I can allow you to look at their medical records. Thank you, director. May I ask where they are? They are in the cabinet. But remember, the director's voice suddenly turned eerie. Do not turn on the lights. For some reason, the moment he heard that command, Wobuju felt a chill crawl up his spine. This director, there was definitely something very wrong with him, but now was not the time to dwell on that. His priority was obtaining the records. Feeling his way through the darkness, Wobuju finally found the cabinet in the corner. Squinting his eyes, he fumbled through the files until he located the medical records belonging to Wang Xiaoai, Wang Hai, and Bai Lu. Just as he was about to leave, the director's voice rang out again. Dr. Wobuju, you will not be going out at night, will you? I strongly advise you, do not leave your room. And no, of course not. I will definitely follow the rules. As soon as he finished speaking, Wobuju swiftly exited the darkness-covered room. He resisted the urge to sprint and instead walked as calmly as possible back to his office. There, under the dim glow of his desk lamp, he began reading. First file, Wang Xiaoai's medical record. A woman named Bai Lu had sent her to the psychiatric hospital. This Wang Xiaoai exhibited extreme emotional deprivation and craved familial love and care. Emotional deprivation? Wobuju frowned. That explanation was as good as saying nothing at all. It was well known that emotional deprivation could lead to various mental illnesses, including depression, schizophrenia, and anxiety disorders. But which one did Wang Xiaoai have? There was no clear answer. One thing was certain, though, women who lacked love were easily manipulated by deceitful men. Second file, Wang Hai's medical record. A woman named Bai Lu had sent him to the psychiatric hospital as well. On the surface, Wang Hai seemed normal, but he appeared to suffer from severe persecutory delusions. Some of the things he said were deeply unsettling, though it was unclear whether they were true or not. Persecutory delusions? Strange. Why was it Bai Lu who had admitted both of them? Wobuju was beginning to doubt the credibility of these records. Third file, Bai Lu's medical record. She was the one who had discovered Wang Hai and Wang Xiaoai's conditions and sent them to the hospital. However, Bai Lu herself also seemed to suffer from depression. One clear fact emerged: Wang Hai had persecutory delusions. But when Wobuju had spoken with him earlier, Wang Hai had shown no such symptoms. At the same time, Bai Lu's words were clearly unreliable. She had claimed that Wang Hai and Wang Xiaoai had forced her into the psychiatric hospital. But according to the medical records, it was Bai Lu who had sent them here. Either the medical records were false, or Bai Lu was lying. Something was definitely wrong. The other chosen ones were not nearly as fortunate as Wobuju. Many of them had failed even the simple task of administering medication to their patients, let alone performed well enough to obtain medical records from the director. Moreover, those who had failed to administer the medication had violated Rule 3. Rule 3, you must ensure your patients take their prescribed medication, 6 pills per day. As a result, a large number of chosen ones had been infected by the black mist from the director's office. Some were affected lightly, while others had been completely overtaken and eliminated by supernatural forces. Those with milder symptoms had partially transformed, their bodies showing signs of something inhuman. But they could still continue investigating the hospital. Just as Wobuju was racking his brain, trying to determine whether Bai Lu or the medical records were the real source of misinformation, a loud thud echoed from the hallway outside, abruptly breaking his train of thought. Wobuju shuddered. Was there someone outside his room? Thud, thud. Another 2 strange knocks. They were dull and heavy, as if someone were tapping the ground with a small hammer. The knocking sound grew closer and closer, until it finally stopped right in front of Wobuju's door. Who is there? Wobuju barely dared to breathe. That eerie director had just warned him not to leave his room at night, and now something like this was happening. But the only response he received was another 2 knocks. Something was wrong. Now that the sound was closer, Wobuju realized it was not the metallic clang of a hammer striking wood. It sounded more like a human head being repeatedly slammed against the door, as if whatever was outside had grown angry because he refused to open it. Then, from outside, came an unbearable, teeth-grinding scratching sound. Every hair on Wobuju's body stood on end. He immediately moved away from the door, shrinking into the farthest corner of the room. It was easy to tell someone was dragging their fingernails across the wooden surface of the door, and the combination of thud, thud and scritch was growing increasingly frenzied and erratic, as if whatever was outside was losing patience. Wobuju wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Rule 7, if you hear any noises at midnight, do not open the door unless it is the security guard knocking. Even if he were given 100 times more courage, he would not dare respond to whatever was outside. Finally, after Wobuju refused to open the door, the strange noises stopped completely. Drenched in cold sweat, he slumped against the wall, exhausted, trying to make sense of the situation. Something was off. The 3 psychiatric patients were locked in their rooms and could not come out. If he called out to them, they would not be able to respond. That meant the thing outside was most likely not the security guard either. Could it be that eerie director? No, that did not make sense. Judging from the director's old and frail voice, he sounded like he already had 1 foot in the grave. Would he really be capable of pulling something like this? Or, was there someone else inside this psychiatric hospital? Thud, thud. Damn it! The sudden knocking sent a violent shudder through Wobuju's body. It had not left. It was still outside his door. And the more he listened, the more certain he became, the sound truly resembled a human skull slamming against the wood. Meanwhile, the viewers in the Lighthouse Nation's livestream were speculating wildly about the source of the sound. Oh, I am 90% sure it is the director. That old bastard is definitely not normal. Yes, he is the devil, Satan himself. First, he refused to let the lights be turned on, and now he is threatening our professor not to leave his room at night. But I think it is the security guard. Maybe he is under some kind of restriction and cannot speak right now. No, I believe it is the deranged cafeteria lady. Maybe she is outside right now, smashing a bloody severed head against the door. You all know how she is a damn rat. She has already slaughtered so many chosen ones. Oh my god. Buddy, do not scare me like that. That is way too disgusting. Unlike Wobuju and the other chosen ones, who were drowning in fear, Jiang Shao was still in the director's office, casually reporting on his work. Dr. Jiang Shao. Are you telling me you ate all the medication? For the first time, a rare trace of emotion slipped into the director's voice. No, not all of it. I only ate 3 bottles, not everything. Also, please call me Dr. Patrick Starr. Jiang Shao corrected the director's way of addressing him. The director froze in disbelief. If he remembered correctly, there were only 3 bottles in total. Then what was Jiang Shao even saying? A strange, eerie force seeped into Jiang Zhao's mind, attempting to corrupt and transform him into something inhuman. But against Patrick Starr's utterly empty brain, such an infection was utterly meaningless. Even the director was momentarily taken aback by what he had just witnessed. What was happening? The infection had failed? Jiang Zhao's resistance to supernatural corruption was, in the director's eyes, something so rare it was practically one of a kind. Very well, then. Dr. Jiang Shao, tell me, how are the patients feeling today? Has there been any progress in their treatment? Say no more, director. I do not think any of them are normal at all. The director fell silent for a long time. Then, his voice carried a hint of exasperation. Of course, they are not. What do you mean, say no more? Dr. Jiang Shao, this is your daily report. Also, they are psychiatric patients. Of course, they are not normal. I do not need you to remind me of that. Cough, cough. Perhaps due to his agitation, the director could not help but start coughing. At this moment, Jiang Shao finally showed an expression of sudden realization. Oh, so that is how it is. Turns out they are mentally ill. My friend, how pitiful they are. Yes, they are very pitiful, which is why they need the help of a doctor like you. Oh, yes, director, Dr. Patrick Starr now understands. So, do the patients have a risk of recovery? What? The director fell silent. Something felt off. Yes, now that he thought about it, this doctor seemed rather abnormal himself. He should have realized this much earlier. Dr. Jiang Shao, if there is nothing else, I think you should. I think we should turn on the lights and have a proper conversation. You know, I am very timid. I do not like the dark. No. You must not. Click. Jiang Shao pressed the switch, turning on the overhead light. The blinding light instantly shattered the darkness in the office. Behind the desk, the director's face was frozen in a dazed expression, one mixed with fear and disbelief. What just happened? Was this guy seriously this reckless? Jiang Shao turned on the light. Holy shit. Jiangshan never disappoints. Legendary quote, I am very timid. Legendary quote, do the patients have a risk of recovery? Are you guys not noticing that something is seriously wrong with the director? Oh my god. Now fully exposed under the light, the director could no longer hide. No wonder he refused to let the chosen ones turn on the lights. His appearance was truly grotesque. His eye sockets were completely empty. His nose had been entirely gouged out, and the flesh on the left side of his face was missing. revealing rotten yellow teeth beneath. His arms rested on the desk, but below the elbows, they were entirely gone. Instead, 3 thick steel nails, each over 3 centimeters in diameter, pinned the remaining stumps to the table. His legs were in the same condition. Everything below the knees was missing, and his upper thighs were nailed firmly to his chair. The director was nothing more than a grotesque entity, permanently nailed in place. Oh, damn it. I told you, you must not turn on the lights. Sizzle. The ceiling light above Jang began flickering erratically. No, director, I think turning on the lights was the right choice. Also, you look very strange, stranger than Squidward with his 8 legs. Bang! The office door suddenly slammed shut, cutting off any chance of escape. Not that Jiang Xiao had ever intended to run. Unbelievable. He is not even a little afraid. Honestly, have you ever seen a fool who is scared of ghosts? They do not even comprehend the concept of fear. That is true. Jiang Xiao is not just a fool, he is an unkillable lunatic. In some ways, I feel like Jiang Xiao is more of an anomaly than the actual anomalies. Squelch, squelch. Triggered by the light, the director snapped. He forcefully yanked his arms and legs free from the steel nails. Whoosh! A steel nail shot out like a flying dagger, piercing straight through Jiang Xiao's forehead. The immense force nailed him to the wall behind him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 more nails flew, pinning Jiang Xiao's limbs firmly in place. Only now did the viewers clearly see that the walls of the director's office bore multiple human-shaped imprints. Clearly, Jiang Xiao was far from the first victim. Drip, drip. Due to his missing limbs, the director could only crawl across the floor like a grotesque worm, dragging himself toward Jiang Xiao. He looked like a victim of an ancient torture method, his limbs severed, leaving him writhing helplessly like a trapped worm. As he crawled, he muttered incessantly, "Why the lights? Why turn on the lights? Why do you insist on turning on the lights? Why do you insist on turning on the lights?" A strong, confident voice suddenly boomed from above. "I already told you, I am very afraid of the dark." The director let out a hollow laugh. "Ha! You are afraid of the dark? That is fine. Soon, you will. Well, speak up. Soon, I will what? Will I get a creamy seaweed sandwich? You know, I love those the most." The director, still wriggling on the ground, lifted his head with an expression as if he had just eaten shit. His mind went blank. The director was completely bewildered. His skull had been pierced, and yet, he was still alive? Yahoo! Jiang Xiao yanked his nailed-down arm free, then pulled out the nails from his legs. Clang, clang, clang. The steel nails fell to the ground one by one. Finally, Jiang Xiao walked up to the utterly stunned director, grinning foolishly. He he, he he, he he he. Covered in blood and giggling non-stop, Jiang Xiao made the director shudder involuntarily. Wait, something is not right. What the hell? This is not how it is supposed to go. Director, I still want to play the same game with you as before. The director had spent all that effort crawling, only to be picked up and carried back to his original position by Jiang Xiao. Not only that, but Jiang Xiao even thoughtfully placed the steel nails back on the director's desk. After finishing, Jiang Xiao returned to his previous spot and stood there expectantly. Director, use the nails. Yes. Just like before. Knock Patrick Star far away. The director was completely dumbfounded by Jiang Xiao's series of small actions. His brain had yet to catch up as he stared blankly at the steel nails on the desk. The director, on the tree of confusion grows the fruit of confusion, and beneath that tree stand you and me. After being the director for so long, this might be the first time he has encountered a situation like this. Not even a full minute had passed. The director watched as the gaping wounds on Jiang Xiao's body completely healed, leaving no trace behind. So that was it, this man's ability was an incredibly powerful regeneration? The director let out a sigh of relief. For a moment, he had truly thought Jiang Xiao was some kind of monstrous abomination. Enough, Dr. Jiang Xiao, I am tired. You may return to your room now. No, I do not think so. I believe you can absolutely keep playing with me all day, just like SpongeBob. Dr. Jiang Xiao, leave immediately. Do not think that just because you have an absurd healing ability, you can do whatever you want. I am not some damn SpongeBob. Snap. The director's overwhelming resentment, now fully exposed under the light, surged so intensely that it caused the overhead lamp to explode. The room was once again plunged into total darkness. What? Director, what did you say? It is too dark, I cannot hear you at all. Could you speak a little louder? The director nearly lost it. It is too dark. I cannot hear anything. Honestly, I kind of feel bad for the director. He is struggling here. To be fair, the director does not seem like a bad person, as long as you do not turn on the lights. Exactly. So far, Jiang Xiao is the only one who has turned on the light and been targeted by him. Considering what he looks like now, it makes sense that he would not want the lights on. At that moment, the director took a deep breath. Even as the experienced and knowledgeable head of a psychiatric hospital, he had never encountered a patient as utterly deranged as Jiang Xiao. Patrick Star, I believe it is already bedtime. What do you think? Perhaps you should go back to your room and get a good night's sleep? Oh, director, you are absolutely right. That is my specialty. The director immediately took the opportunity to roll with it. Yes, sleeping is definitely a good idea. It is certainly your specialty, no doubt about it. Wrong. My specialty is being called Patrick Star, Jiang Xiao declared with absolute conviction. The director froze for a moment. Enough was enough. He had reached his limit. Ha, ha ha ha. Die. Thud, thud, thud. Several steel nails shot forward, piercing straight through Jiang Xiao's neck. Thump! Jiang Xiao's head fell to the ground, rolling a few times before finally stopping. Again and again, you have trampled on my authority as the director. Did you really think I was made of clay? No matter how powerful the ability to regenerate was, so what? He refused to believe that Jiang Xiao could survive without his head. But he had made a grave miscalculation. Jiang Xiao's ability was not regeneration, it was immortality. Under the director's horrified gaze, Jiang Xiao's headless body grew a new head, and the severed head on the floor grew an entirely new body. The question of whether you are made of clay is quite complicated, one Jiang Xiao said, stroking his chin with a serious expression. Oh, maybe you are not. Actually, I think you look more like, yes. You look like Mr. Krabs. No, not Mr. Krabs. The sleazy boss. The director looks more like the sleazy boss, the second Jiang Xiao argued with a different perspective. But that is not important, Mr. Krabs. Would you be willing to tell me where SpongeBob is? You got the name wrong. He is the sleazy boss. Sleazy boss, just tell me where SpongeBob is, and I will share a secret with you. Oh no. You must not do that. The secret Krabby Patty formula cannot be given to that evil sleazy boss. You just said he was Mr. Krabs, not the sleazy boss. Maybe that is true, but I still will not agree. SpongeBob would be very upset. Actually, the secret I wanted to tell the sleazy boss is how boogers are formed. I do not think Mr. Krabs would want to know that secret of yours. No, he is the sleazy boss. I think he would definitely want to know. Mr. Krabs, please find a way to prove who you really are. Sleazy boss, tell him, who exactly are you? One of the Jiang Xiaos handed the steel nails from the wall back to the stunned, motionless director. The director sat in his chair, holding the steel nails, completely at a loss. Director, you need to hold on to them. Grip them tighter. Lunatic. This Jiang Xiao was an immortal lunatic. A complete madman. Bang, bang, bang. The director, on the verge of insanity, snatched up the steel nails from the desk and slammed them back into his own body, pinning himself back to the chair. He was done playing their game. Honestly, nailing himself back down was kind of comforting. Mr. Krabs, since exam results are ranked, why does everyone not just hand in blank answer sheets? Oh, dear God, what kind of thought process could come up with a question like that? I beg you. Please, let the sleazy boss or Mr. Krabs go to sleep. As you can see, I am willing to give up my position as director. I want to change the channel. My brain is fried. The director has been tormented to the point where he is willingly giving up his position. If you have not had at least 30 years of brain clots, you will never understand what Jiang Xiao is saying. Remember, do not try to make sense of a lunatic's words unless you want to become one yourself. But, I feel like he actually has a bit of a point. If everyone got a 0 on the college entrance exam, would that not mean everyone gets into university? That would save over 10 years of intense studying. Honestly, this is kind of genius. Hard to believe it came from a lunatic. Guys, let us switch channels. I would rather watch Professor Wobuju's reasoning process. When everyone saw that Jiang Xiao had finally decided to leave the director alone, they immediately switched channels. If they kept watching any longer, they might actually go insane. Meanwhile, Wobuju was still on edge, his nerves stretched taut, and his cold sweat had already soaked into the floor. That eerie thud sound had never left. The knocking on his door continued irregularly, unpredictable and unsettling. Bang! As if enraged, the final knock was especially loud. Then, the thud sounds grew more distant. Whatever was outside had finally left. Ha, ha! Wobuju took deep, gasping breaths, trying to fill his lungs with air. The oppressive sensation just now had nearly pushed his mind to the breaking point. Knock, knock, knock. Shit! It is back? Just as Wobuju had barely started to relax, he tensed up again. Dr. Wobu-ju, we should start our rounds. A voice came from outside the door. Oh, so it was just the security guard. To confirm his safety, Wobu-ju asked the person outside a few more questions before carefully opening the door just a crack. Only after verifying it was truly the security guard did he finally step out to join him on the rounds. By the way, did you happen to hear any knocking sounds just now? Knocking sounds? The security guard gave Wobu-ju a skeptical look. I have been standing in the hallway the whole time. I did not hear anything. Huh? Was it an auditory hallucination? Wobu-ju turned his head to glance at his door. On its surface were bright red markings. Not only that, there were countless jagged scratch marks scattered across it. Let us go, Dr. Wobu-ju. Finish the rounds quickly so we can all get some sleep. Seeing that the security guard was unwilling to elaborate, Wobu-ju suppressed his curiosity, deciding to focus on the patient checks for now. Maybe he would find some clues. He opened Wang Xiaoai's room. The patient was fast asleep, deeply asleep, so much so that not even the noise from their rounds had stirred her. However, Wobu-ju, being naturally meticulous, remained skeptical. Could she be pretending to be asleep? After all, both the sound of the door opening and their quiet conversation were not exactly silent. Yet, she had not woken up at all? Next, they entered Wang Hai's room. He had not gone to bed yet. Judging by his posture, it seemed he had just been preparing to sleep. Wang Hai was clearly used to these rounds and showed no reaction, no signs of unease. He had not gone to bed yet? Could it have been Wang Hai? Had he knocked on the door before returning to his room? But then, why did the security guard claim he had not seen anything? Finally, they checked Bai Lu's room. As always, she was as beautiful as ever. She had even prepared tea for both Wobu-ju and the security guard. Meanwhile, she herself sat off to the side, quietly reading a book. As the aroma of the tea spread through the room, Bai Lu furrowed her delicate brows and spoke. How strange. I could have sworn I heard knocking sounds just now. It went on for quite a while. Wobu-ju's body tensed. Knocking sounds? And not just a single knock, but a continuous, repetitive knocking? That was right. The sound Bai Lu heard had to be the same one he had heard. Seeing both the security guard and the doctor staring at her intently, Bai Lu shrank back slightly, looking somewhat nervous as she cautiously asked, "What is wrong? Did neither of you hear it just now?" The security guard glanced at Wobu-ju with a playful expression and slowly said, "That is a question Dr. Wobu-ju might be able to answer for you." Wobu-ju, of course, did not answer directly. Instead, he decided to hold off and change the subject. So he asked the security guard if, since the rounds were now complete, he could return to his room to rest. "Of course, no problem. Dr. Wobu-ju, you may go to sleep now." As Wobu-ju left, he cast a deep, lingering look at Bai Lu. He noticed that the corners of her lips were curled into an eerie smile as she stared straight at him. A sudden chill ran down Wobu-ju's spine. One thing was now certain. He had definitely heard the thud sound, and Bai Lu claimed she had heard it too. Yet neither Wang Hai nor the security guard seemed to acknowledge it at all, acting as if the knocking had never existed. Tomorrow, he would have to have a proper talk with Bai Lu. For one simple reason, no matter how he looked at it, Bai Lu was the key to breaking through this mystery. And, among all the patients, she was the one who seemed the most normal. At the same time, those arrogant viewers from the Lighthouse Nation were starting to feel the pressure. Damn it! It looks like the all-powerful Professor Wobu-ju has hit a wall. Buddy, you are absolutely right. This is not a typical rule-based horror scenario. There is no clear answer this time. Something is off about this entire psychiatric hospital. I feel like everyone in it is a demon or the devil himself. Alright, folks, I think I have had enough of this for now. Time to check in on that genius lunatic Zhang Xiao. At this moment, Zhang Xiao had also returned to his room after leaving the director's office. But he had barely been back for a few moments when someone knocked on his door. Thud, 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 creak. Without even asking who it was, Zhang Xiao immediately opened the door. Even though the viewers had already prepared themselves, some still could not help but complain in the chat. This is just so Zhang Xiao. Ugh, you might not believe me, but I actually predicted a lunatic's actions correctly. Yeah, I just knew this guy would open the door without hesitation. But unfortunately, there was nothing eerie waiting outside. Instead, it was just the security guard, holding his baton. Hey, Xiaoba, what brings you here so late? Xiaoba no, the security guard still had a faint look of inner conflict on his face. Zhang Zhao's words from earlier had shaken him to his very core. Why had the director given him both a respectable job and a generous salary? What was the director getting out of this? This question had been bothering him the entire day. Dr. Patrick Starr, I believe it is time for you to join me on the night rounds. Oh, I would be delighted. As Jiang Shao looked at the door, a sudden thought popped into his mind. Xiaoba, tell me, why is it that once water boils, it becomes drinkable, but once a door opens, it does not? The security guard stood there, speechless. Great! He had not even figured out the last question, and now there was a new one? Feeling increasingly frustrated, the security guard opened Wang Xiaoai's room with Jiang Shao, whose expression remained blank and dazed. The heavily made-up woman was fast asleep. The moonlight streaming in from the window cast a soft glow on her face, making her usual seductive aura appear far less intense than during the day. Shu, Xiaoba, we should not disturb Sandy's rest. The security guard nodded, gently closing the door before moving on to the second patient's room. Despite the late hour, Wang Hai was still awake, sitting by the window, lost in thought. When the security guard and Jiang Shao entered for their routine check, he only responded with a bitter smile. Tell me, do you think reminiscing about the past is like carving a mark on a boat to find a sword in the ever-flowing river of time? Squidward, that is an excellent question. Jiang Shao pondered for a moment before responding, then would looking forward to the future be the same as hoping to quench your thirst by imagining plums on a long journey? Wang Hai froze for a second, then asked another question. Dr. Patrick Starr, people always say they cannot see the future. But does that mean they have actually seen the future? Because the future they see is that they cannot see the future? Jiang Shao shook his head and seriously refuted. I think you are wrong. No one's future is the future they truly desire. Or rather, if you already know your future, can it really be called the future? The future is unknowable, undefined, like Schrödinger's cat. The philosophical exchange between these two psychiatric patients left the live chat completely stunned. Tell me, how are these the words of mental patients? Why does this sound so philosophical? As the saying goes, genius to the left, madman to the right. Can someone interpret this? I feel like I am on the verge of enlightenment. I have figured it out. Wang Hai believes that his future is not the one he wants, so to him, his future does not exist. Oh, now I get it. So Jiang Shao means that the future people see is actually not a real future? No, you are still on the first level. I think Jiang Shao is saying that Wang Hai's idea of the future not existing does not mean the future does not exist, but rather that the future itself has no future. I do not agree. At best, your understanding is only at the second level. Stop. Shut up. My brain is breaking. Please, I beg you, no more. I am about to grow a second brain. Do not overthink it, or you will end up in a psychiatric hospital. I do not care about the future anymore. Right now, all I want is to find Hatsune Miku in the fan art section and let off some steam. Honestly, I am starting to doubt whether Jiang Shao is actually a mental patient at all. Jiang Zhao's words sent Wang Hai into deep contemplation about life itself. Meanwhile, Jiang Shao and the security guard proceeded to Bai Lu's room. At night, Bai Lu had changed out of her eerie hospital gown and into a pure white fitted nightdress, with a light blue outer robe draped over her shoulders. She had already prepared tea and was quietly reading a book by the table. Judging by the time, you should be arriving for rounds soon. Here, have some, it is freshly brewed. Thank you. The security guard politely accepted the tea and took a sip. Meanwhile, gulp. Without a second thought, Jiang Shao grabbed the entire teapot and chugged it straight from the spout until he was completely full. Brr! Watching Jiang Shao pat his satisfied belly, Bai Lu let out a helpless sigh. Was he not afraid of burning his mouth? But what could she do? The new doctor was clearly insane, she had no choice but to accept it. Alright, I take back what I said earlier. I no longer doubt Jiang Zhao's diagnosis. This guy is a pure-blooded lunatic. I just realized, Bai Lu is really gorgeous. Even an oversized hospital gown could not hide her figure. Agreed. She looks like the noble ladies of ancient times, the Prime Minister's daughter, perhaps. That kind of beauty. I am saving a few screenshots of Bai Lu for later. You know, just in case. Too bad. If only she took off her shoes and rolled up her pant legs a little. Dude, you can lose your composure, but do not turn into a pervert. What are you reading? Jiang Shao pointed at the book in Bai Lu's hands after finishing his tea. Oh, this is my photo album. It records my life outside the hospital. Look, this is my dog. Bai Lu smiled and showed Jiang Shao a picture from the album. A guide dog? Yes. My father lost his sight in an accident many years ago. This dog accompanied him for most of his life. Let me ask you something, some places have signs that say guide dogs not allowed. Are those signs meant for the blind people, or for the guide dogs? They are. Bai Lu's words got stuck in her throat. She froze on the spot. The security guard let out a long sigh. As expected, Bai Lu, just like him, had been philosophically shattered by Jiang Zhao's question. Both of you, finish your rounds and leave. I need to rest. Frustrated by her inability to answer, Bai Lu immediately kicked them out. I hate to admit it, but Jiang Zhao's question actually makes a little bit of sense. No kidding, Bai Lu could not handle it, she straight up kicked them out. An angry Bai Lu is even more attractive. Ha, I hope you still feel that way when Bai Lu mutates into something horrific. To be honest, I am starting to think Bai Lu really is just a normal person. She has been acting completely rational so far. That is exactly why she is terrifying. As a psychiatrist, I must say, this entire book's thought process is completely deranged. As soon as the sun rose, Wobuju hurriedly set his plan for the day into motion. Following the same method as before, he administered Wang Xiaoai's medication, then repeated the same approach with Wang Hai. Finally, he arrived at the most important part of today's plan, Bai Lu's room. Thud, thud, thud. Wobuju knocked on Bai Lu's door. Dr. Wobuju, is that you? Come in. Wobuju did not hesitate and pushed the door open. Inside, Bai Lu slowly closed the book in her hands. Miss Bai Lu, did you have something you wanted to say to me last night? Bai Lu did not answer his question directly. Instead, she smiled and changed the subject. There is nothing in particular that I wanted to say. However, judging by the current situation, it seems you are not confident that you can cure us before the medication runs out. Wobuju's heart sank. He knew that Bai Lu was right. The objective of this horror scenario was, cure your psychiatric patients. But up until now, Wobuju had not made a single breakthrough. Even if the diagnoses in the medical records were real, so what? He was no psychiatrist. But what surprised Wobuju was that Bai Lu seemed to know what would happen if he failed to cure them before the medication ran out. Ha! Dr. Wobuju, there is no need to look at me like that. After all, you are not the first doctor to come to our psychiatric hospital. And what had happened to the previous doctors? Bai Lu did not need to say it, Wobuju already knew. They were all dead. You said last night that you heard something? Wobuju probed cautiously. But Bai Lu clearly had no interest in discussing that topic. Enough, Dr. Wobuju. Please just give me my 6 pills. This conversation left Wobuju somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to gain some valuable information from Bai Lu. Just as he was about to leave, Bai Lu suddenly spoke again, seemingly out of nowhere. Dr. Wobuju, please be careful. After all, there is not a single normal person in this hospital. Well, no shit. Wait. Just as Wobuju stepped out of Bai Lu's room, a sudden realization struck him. He had just caught on to something incredibly important. Bai Lu said, there is not a single normal person in this hospital. Could this statement have 2 different meanings? One possibility is that everyone in this hospital, except for me, is some kind of supernatural entity. The other possibility, if they are not normal people, could that mean they are all psychiatric patients? Could it be that everyone in this hospital, except for me, is mentally ill? That actually makes a lot of sense. Besides the 3 designated psychiatric patients, there is also the dim-witted security guard, the deranged cafeteria lady, and the eerie director who fears light. Do they not all fit the criteria for psychiatric disorders? Then, does that mean I need to administer medication to the security guard and the cafeteria lady as well? No, something still does not add up. Wait, this was getting messy. Wobuju rubbed his temples. He felt like he was going down the wrong path. The horror scenario requires me to cure psychiatric patients, this is true. But it never specifies how many I need to cure. Does that mean curing just one would be enough? Or rather, could it be that the true requirement for clearing this horror scenario is curing just one specific psychiatric patient? Yes. That had to be it. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person, who is not a professional psychiatrist, be expected to cure an entire hospital full of patients? It was well known that these horror scenarios were not designed as inescapable death traps. There had to be a way to break through. Just look at these wildly diverse chosen ones. Forget curing the entire hospital, even curing Wang Xiaoai, Wang Hai, and Bai Lu alone would already be next to impossible. No, this meant only one thing, he had to go back to the director's office. His gut told him that the key to breaking this scenario was there. With that thought, Wobuju strode toward the director's office with determination. Meanwhile, the proud viewers from the Lighthouse Nation were utterly in awe of Professor Wobuju. Look, this is the brilliance of our professor. Oh, so the key to clearing the scenario is not actually curing psychiatric patients? Damn horror scenario, how misleading. But it does not matter. Our professor is the smartest, he has never let us down. Watch closely, everyone, our professor is about to make his big move. Thud, thud, thud. Wobuju knocked on the director's office door. "I am here. Come in." The voice from inside was full of energy, completely different from the sickly, weak tone he had heard the night before. Wobuju pushed the door open and entered. Inside, the director was carefully studying some documents. When he saw Wobuju walk in, he even gave him a warm and friendly smile. Something was definitely wrong. The key to breaking this scenario had to be here. "Dr. Wobuju, you have already finished your work for the day? Your efficiency is truly impressive." The director looked Wobuju up and down with satisfaction. "Yes, the patients are in good condition. They all took their medication obediently." "That is excellent to hear. Was there anything else?" "I still have some work to do." Clearly, the director was subtly telling him to leave. "Actually, about the 3 patients last night, you gave me their medical records, but the information was not detailed enough at all." The moment Wobuju mentioned the medical records, the director's expression visibly changed. "Dr. Wobuju, are you suggesting that I have been hiding information about the patient's conditions?" The more the director reacted, the more Wobuju was convinced that he was getting close to the truth. "Apologies, director, that was a poor choice of words. It is just that Wang Xiaowei seemed a bit different today, and I was hoping you could take a look at her." "Very well. Once I finish my current work, I will go check on her." After expressing his gratitude, Wobuju exited the office. But instead of returning to his own room, he went to the nearest patient room, the 3rd room, Bai Lu's room. "Oh, Dr. Wobuju, you are back so soon?" Bai Lu greeted him warmly. But Wobuju did not respond. Instead, he pressed his ear against the door, listening carefully. Only when he heard the director leave his office and head toward Wang Xiaowei's room did Wobuju finally make his move. His real destination, the director's office. Time was short. He had to move fast. Scanning the room, he saw that aside from last night's cabinet, the only place where documents could be stored was the director's desk drawers. Sweat drenched Wobuju's palms. He had no idea what would happen if he were caught red-handed by the director. The first few drawers contained only regular documents. But in the bottom drawer, Wobuju finally found a black notebook. At the same time, he heard footsteps approaching. The director was returning. His hands did not tremble, his heart did not waver. This was not the time to panic. Without hesitation, Wobuju shoved the notebook into his pants and stood calmly in front of the director's desk. "Yeah? Dr. Wobuju, I was just about to ask you to come with me to see Wang Xiaowei, but suddenly you were gone?" The director stroked his balding head and smiled gently at Wobuju. "Oh, I thought you had already gone ahead. By the way, where were you just now?" The director's tone seemed light and casual, but Wobuju could feel the cold, murderous intent lurking beneath his words. Wobuju swore on the Virgin Mary's chastity, if his answer did not satisfy the director, he would not live to see the sunrise. "Oh, I saw that you were busy, so I figured I would check on Bai Lu first, then come find you to visit Wang Xiaowei together. I just came from Bai Lu's room." This explanation absolutely flawless. If the director doubted him, he could check the surveillance footage for confirmation. Sure enough, the director did not seem suspicious. He simply mentioned that Wang Xiaowei's condition had slightly improved but that there were no other major issues. Only when Wobuju finally stepped out of the director's office did he realize his pants were soaked with sweat. This was it. This was the breakthrough. Wobuju was certain this black notebook held the answers he had been looking for. Wobuju returned to his room and carefully peeked out into the hallway. After confirming that no one was paying attention to him, he locked the door. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. What exactly was recorded in this notebook? Was this the ultimate secret of the psychiatric hospital? It did not seem to contain any highly classified information. This was the director's personal diary. May 9th, clear skies. 3 new patients arrived at the hospital today. Dr. Wang reported that a woman named Bai Lu accused her husband of behaving strangely lately. Not only did he cheat on her after she had just given birth, but he also insisted that she was mentally ill and wanted to kill her. Extramarital affairs are never a good thing. Of course, I have played this kind of game with the hospital nurses myself. Wobuju frowned. This entry matched Bai Lu's story. Her husband really did cheat on her. And another thing, the director was no saint either. He was having an affair with the nurses. May 10th, overcast. After Dr. Wang's evaluation, it was decided that all 3 of them would stay in the psychiatric hospital for further observation. May 11th, light rain. Oh, dear God. I passed by the psychiatric ward today and saw that mentally ill woman named Bai Lu. Blessed be the Creator, how could such a beautiful woman exist in this world? May 12th, light rain. Today, I gave Dr. Wang the day off and personally conducted Bai Lu's medical consultation. To be honest, her every movement, her every expression drives me insane. She is the most irresistible aphrodisiac in this world. I stayed in her room all day. Oh, what a beautiful and pitiful girl. Her husband and that wretched mistress deserve to die. Additional note, got up at 3 a.m. to use the bathroom. Bai Lu was just too mesmerizing today, I completely lost track of time. I did not visit the other 2 patients, but of course, I had no need to. I only wanted to be with Bai Lu. May 13th, rain. I let Dr. Wang take care of the other 2 patients. Bai Lu, I will handle her myself. Dr. Wang agreed without hesitation. Today, Bai Lu complained about the cafeteria food, saying it was worse than what she fed her dog at home. So, I prepared a special meal just for her. As a gesture of gratitude, Bai Lu brewed me a pot of tea. Her tea, just like her, was intoxicating. May 14th, clear skies. Bai Lu was in a good mood today. It was as if even the heavens had been touched by her smile. The rain that had lasted for days finally cleared up. We talked about many things. She really is a helpless yet kind-hearted woman. Even after her husband cheated on her, she still deeply loves him. Additional note, got up at 1 a.m. to use the bathroom. I truly believe Bai Lu is an angel sent down to earth. May 15th, light rain. Today, Bai Lu complained again about the cafeteria food. She said it was utterly inedible. Of course, I already knew that, but the cafeteria is run by my aunt. Also, Bai Lu mentioned that she could not find a psychiatric uniform that fit her properly. Oh, I think she is absolutely right. Her waist is so slender, yet her figure is so full and exquisite. I promised her I would prepare a custom-fitted uniform just for her. She deserves nothing less. Additional note, tossed and turned in bed all night. Bai Lu said her clothes were too small. Was she trying to hint at something? May 16th, heavy rain. Today, I sent all the doctors and nurses away for a group dinner. Hospital funds covered the bill. They were all very grateful to me. Bai Lu fell asleep. That is right, I put something in her food. Additional note, at 12:03 a.m., she cried hysterically and threatened to call the police. I pulled out the secretly recorded footage I had prepared and used it to blackmail her. In the end, she gave up on reporting me. Additional note, at 1:30 a.m., her body drove me mad, every part of it. Her legs were so long and slender, but the psychiatric uniform concealed her beautiful figure. Additional note, it is now 3 a.m. I cannot sleep. I glanced at the old hag lying next to me in bed. I miss Bai Lu. I think I should just move into the hospital permanently. Hiss. Wobu Ju took a deep breath. Today, this beast of a director had written 3 additional notes in a row. It was clear that this deranged pervert had completely lost his mind over Bai Lu. He was obsessed to the point of insanity. And more than that, he was an absolute monster. He had drugged, raped, and blackmailed his own psychiatric patient. May 17th, torrential rain. Once again, I sent away all the hospital staff, leaving only a single security guard behind. Today, when Bai Lu saw me, her body instinctively trembled. But the more she trembled, the more delicate and pitiful she seemed. Today, I prepared an outfit I personally love for her. It is waiting for her in my office. She and I stayed together from 2 p.m. until 6:30 p.m. May 22nd, light rain. After a few days, Bai Lu now looks like an empty shell, as if she has lost her soul. Today, my old hag of a wife finally agreed to let me move into the hospital permanently. Tonight, I will sleep with Bai Lu. May 23rd, overcast skies. It is over. That foolish security guard seems to have discovered what I have done. He is my brother-in-law. He must have already told that old hag at home. Damn it! I must erase all traces. Even Bai Lu cannot be allowed to affect my future. Perhaps I should send all the doctors and nurses away right now. That was the end. The diary abruptly stopped there. Wobuju felt a heavy pressure weighing on his chest. So that is how it is. No wonder the psychiatric hospital has no nurses left. That perverted director erased all traces, including Bai Lu? Bai Lu was telling the truth. She probably really did only suffer from depression. Damn that director. So he was the spark that started all of this. He must have killed everyone in this hospital, which led to this entire horror scenario. That is right, he is the real lunatic that deserves to die. Thud, thud, thud. A sudden knocking on the door almost scared Wobuju out of his skin. Shit. Could it be that the deranged director had realized his diary was missing? Dr. Wobuju, it is time to eat. Would you like to join me? It was just the security guard. Wobuju let out a sigh of relief. After a moment of thought, he shoved the diary into his pants and left with the guard to head to the cafeteria. Today, Wobu-ju ate with unusual intensity, shoveling down the disgusting food in just a few bites. Right now, he only had one goal: to find Bai Lu. If he could help Bai Lu resolve her inner torment, then perhaps he could finally clear this horror scenario. The viewers from the Lighthouse Nation had already started flooding the stream with fireworks to celebrate. Victory is certain. Professor Wobu-ju is about to achieve his third consecutive win. I cannot even imagine how powerful the professor will become after clearing this scenario. What about the Dragon Nation? I heard they have a chosen one with an immortal body? That guy is just a lunatic. What a waste of such an amazing ability. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao had spent his entire morning in Wang Xiaoai's room, playing a staring contest and a jellyfish catching game. The two of them could communicate flawlessly, almost as if they shared the same wavelength. It was only when lunchtime arrived that Zhang Xiao finally got up and headed to the cafeteria. I ate Bai Lu's meal yesterday. Today, I should bring her one. With that in mind, Zhang Xiao devoured his meal at lightning speed, grabbed a meal box, and started walking toward Bai Lu's room. To be honest, do you think Zhang Xiao might end up trapped in this horror scenario forever? Definitely not. Even if he has an immortal body, he still cannot defy the scenario's rules. Eventually, they will erase him. Exactly. His ability was granted by the horror world. It would not make sense for it to override the rules themselves. As of now, he is only physically indestructible. But unless the rules erase him outright, there are still plenty of ways to deal with him: confinement, sealing, eternal slumber. All of these could neutralize him. Let's check on Wobu-ju. I heard he has obtained the most valuable item and is about to clear the scenario. Holding the meal box, Wobu-ju arrived at Bai Lu's door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Wobu-ju placed the meal box on the table and fell into silence. Bai Lu was as beautiful as ever. Putting aside the nature of this rule-based horror scenario, she truly was a perfect woman. No wonder the director had been obsessed with her. After hesitating for a long time, Wobu-ju decided to get straight to the point. Bai Lu, about you and the director. I already know everything. Hearing his words, Bai Lu's frail shoulders instantly tensed up. She froze for a long time. In the end, she silently turned around and continued eating her meal in small bites. Her avoidance only confirmed Wobu-ju's suspicion. She was the only sane person in this entire asylum. She was the correct patient he needed to treat. Seeing Bai Lu still refusing to speak, Wobu-ju continued trying to comfort her. Bai Lu, I do not know how to help you. To be honest, I am not a very good psychiatrist. Bai Lu, what is in the past is already gone. In life, we must learn to move forward, you see. Kill the director. Bai Lu's cold voice interrupted Wobu-ju. What? Kill him. He is my greatest trauma. If he does not die, I will never be free. Wobu-ju was stunned. Then, he shook his head with a wry smile. Just moments ago, he had thought he was about to clear the scenario, but now, he realized he had to eliminate the director, the final boss. It made sense. This was a 9-star difficulty rule-based horror scenario. Did he really think he could clear it just by finding a diary? That would be nothing short of wishful thinking. It was only logical for a 9-star difficulty to include a final battle with the psychotic director. From Bai Lu's perspective, after everything she had suffered, it was impossible for her to recover just from a few comforting words. Wait, hold on. I am a man, why the hell am I imagining myself being assaulted by the director? The thought alone made him want to vomit. Alright, then let's kill the director together. Tell me, what do I need to do? Wobu-ju despised that monster of a man, so eliminating him was a task he was more than willing to take on. Come to my room tonight. We will discuss how to kill him then. Bai Lu still refused to look at Wobu-ju. His words had clearly touched a wound too deep. Seeing no other choice, Wobu-ju left Bai Lu's room. He then delivered meals to Wang Hai, the cheating bastard, and Wang Xiaoai, the homewrecker, before returning to his own room. Something still feels off. Wobu-ju paced back and forth, analyzing everything. This scenario's difficulty level should be high enough already, right? I had to figure out the misleading rules. I had to discover that the key to breaking the cycle was in the director's office. I had to distract the director to steal his diary. And now, I have to team up with Bai Lu to assassinate the director. Yes, this difficulty level felt right for a 9-star scenario. Not to brag, but Wobu-ju was sure that 99% of other chosen ones were still racking their brains trying to treat the 3 patients. If they kept clinging to such a surface-level approach, their only fate would be death. But even with all this knowledge, something still felt wrong to Wobu-ju. First, where the hell is that midnight knocking sound coming from? And second, one of the scenario's rules contradicts what Dr. Wang recorded in his notes. The rules state that Wang Hai deeply loves the two female patients. Regardless of whether he is a scumbag or not, the diary says Bai Lu claimed that Wang Hai not only cheated on her right after she gave birth, but also called her crazy and even tried to kill her. Wait a second. Bai Lu also told me that Wang Hai has persecutory delusions. Could it be that his illness is what drove him to want to kill her? As of now, this seemed like the only logical explanation, even if it was a bit far-fetched. The only thing that still made no sense was the midnight knocking. Forget it. No matter what, killing that psychotic director is definitely the right move. None of the 9 rules explicitly forbid killing the director. And with Bai Lu, the mental patient, helping him, Wobuju felt like he actually had a solid chance. This was exactly what a top difficulty horror scenario should be. Not only did it test intelligence, but it also required combat abilities. Luckily, Wobuju had confidence in his strength. After clearing 2 previous horror scenarios, his physical attributes had been enhanced twice. With a single-arm strength of over 500 pounds, he could probably push it even further if he really pushed himself. Now, all he had to do was rest and wait for nightfall. Can you stop staring at me? Bai Lu turned her head away in dissatisfaction. This Patrick Star doctor was truly insane, staring at her like an idiot without blinking. I am not looking at you. I am looking at someone else. Stop talking nonsense. Do not scare me. There are only 2 of us in this room. Where is this someone else coming from? For once, Bai Lu's voice showed signs of agitation. She anxiously stood up, looking around the room with suspicion. Zhang Xiao continued staring blankly at Bai Lu, his vacant gaze making her skin crawl. Patrick Star Doctor, please leave my room. If I leave your room, I will be very bored because I cannot find SpongeBob. Zhang Xiao replied with complete sincerity. Oh, if you are that bored, why do you not just play a suicide game? Bai Lu was truly at her limit with this idiot. Suicide? If I commit suicide, does that mean there is one more person who has committed suicide, or one less person? The bullet comments in the Dragon Nation livestream were suddenly filled with lines of, "Can someone answer this question? If a person commits suicide, is there one more suicide or one less person in the world? It should be one less, since they are gone." No, but they have committed suicide, so in terms of statistics, the number of suicides should increase by 1. Bro, this is not about statistics. The question is whether there is one more suicide or one less person. It has to be one more. Someone committed suicide, so now there is one more case of suicide, right? As the chat erupted into debate, Bai Lu's mental processing seemed to short-circuit. Fine. SpongeBob, right? Tonight, I will take you to find SpongeBob. Just leave first, okay? What kind of person was this? He kept pushing the limits of her sanity. But Zhang Xiao happily left the room. Nothing made him happier than Bai Lu promising to help him find SpongeBob. Hey, Shrimp Buster. Bai Lu said she would take me to find SpongeBob tonight. The patrolling security guard shrugged. I suggest you avoid going out at night. No, I want to find SpongeBob. I must. Zhang Xiao ignored him completely and returned to his room, eagerly awaiting nightfall. Aside from Zhang Xiao and Wabuju, the other chosen ones were still trying to cure Wang Xiaoai and the other 2 patients. But so far, there was no progress at all. Some of them felt like they were missing something and were actively searching for a way to break through. By now, anyone with half a brain could tell that this rule-bound horror scenario was different from the others. It was not just about following the rules and surviving. To win, one had to find the hidden elements the rules did not mention, all while staying alive. Otherwise, the idea of curing mental illness just by taking pills was nothing more than a fool's dream. As the sky darkened, Wabuju's heart pounded with excitement. He knew this was it. Victory or defeat would be decided tonight. Perhaps even fate was on his side. There were no eerie knock-knock sounds tonight to disturb him. When it was time for the nightly room inspections, the security guard knocked on his door first. Everything outside appeared normal. Wang Xiaoai was sleeping as soundly as the night before. Wang Hai was still sitting by the window, contemplating life. Finally, Wabuju and the guard entered Bai Lu's room. Wabuju and Bai Lu exchanged a subtle nod. The plan was in motion. After drinking the tea Bai Lu had prepared, the security guard invited Wabuju to leave with him. But as Wabuju exited Bai Lu's room, he slowed his steps. He waited until the security guard entered the security office, then he turned around and went back. There was no time to worry about what would happen if he got caught. Hesitation leads to defeat. He had to seize this chance. Creak. Wabuju opened Bai Lu's door and was met with complete darkness. Ha, I was only gone for a moment. Why did you turn off the lights? He, guess why? A strange voice came from behind Wabuju. Knock knock. The eerie knocking sound had returned, right behind him. Knock, knock. A chill spread rapidly from Wabuju's lower back to his entire body. He. Doctor, why are you not moving? Bai Lu's voice sounded disturbingly unnatural. Knock, knock. Wabuju's body was completely frozen. At this moment, he could not move, and the sheer terror had sealed his throat shut. That knocking sound, he knew it all too well. Was Bai Lu the one making the sounds at midnight? Knock, knock. As the knocking continued, Wabuju finally saw Bai Lu's current state clearly. Her face had twisted into a deranged expression, and her eyeballs were bulging grotesquely from their sockets. In her hand, she was holding a small child's head, repeatedly knocking it against the wall. That was it. Wabuju's initial guess had been correct. The knock sound was the dull thud of a head hitting a surface. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he swallowed hard. With great difficulty, the doctor managed to speak. Bai Lu, listen to me. We should go find the director. Ka. A strange sound came from Bai Lu's throat before she suddenly flashed a sweet smile. The director? You are too late. The director is already dead. Run! Wabuju lunged toward the door, but a powerful force yanked him back, slamming him onto the ground. Bai Lu straddled Wabuju's body, bending her head back at an unnatural 180-degree angle to stare directly at him. Trying to run? What is wrong? Do you not think I am beautiful? Beautiful. You are beautiful. Wabuju frantically agreed with her while struggling desperately. If I am beautiful, then why are you struggling? Schlick. Bai Lu's pitch-black hand plunged directly into Wabuju's chest. He, I caught it. A heart that is still beating. Dark red blood spread across the floor. Wabuju's mouth gaped open as he struggled to breathe. Blood even began to trickle from his lips. He could feel it. If Bai Lu exerted even the slightest pressure, she could crush his heart in an instant. See, can I die knowing the truth? With the last of his strength, Wabuju uttered his final words. He could not understand where his calculations had gone wrong. He had followed the logic of the horror scenario exactly. Die knowing the truth? Ha. Knowing the truth? Have I not told you already? This place is the split asylum. Squish! With a muffled sound, Wabuju's heart was crushed in by Lu's grip. This genius deduction expert, who had consecutively cleared 2 horror scenarios, ultimately met a tragic end, dying with his eyes wide open. The Lighthouse Nation's livestream went black. A system notification from the horror scenario appeared. Lighthouse Nation Chosen 1, Wabuju, failed the challenge, the split asylum. A paranormal entity will descend in 120 seconds, targeting the city of Chicago. Duration, 48 hours. At this moment, the Lighthouse Nation's livestream fell into silence. They had been on the brink of victory, yet the professor was suddenly killed? Even Bai Lu, who seemed the most normal, turned out to be abnormal. Though no one from the Lighthouse Nation spoke, the viewers from Dragon Nation were not about to miss this opportunity to mock them. After all, some of their trolls had been harassing the Dragon Nation's livestream nonstop earlier. Where are the Western bootlickers now? Why are they not barking anymore? Blindly worshipping the West is a sign of ignorance. It prevents people from truly understanding foreign cultures while also making them forget their own. Our 5,000-year-old civilization is beyond comparison with those uncivilized bandits. Even if they steal our resources, they can never take our culture. And let us not forget, we still have the mighty Great Wall. Some Lighthouse Nation viewers, relieved that they did not live in Chicago, grabbed their keyboards once again. So what if we failed? We have more talent than you. We are inherently superior. People make mistakes. Even the best can fail sometimes. You have no right to mock us. Instead of laughing at us, why do you not go check on your lunatic chosen one? Arrogance would be their downfall sooner or later. Boring. Lighthouse Nation's challenge is a complete failure. Let us return to Jiangshan's livestream. Many could not help but laugh bitterly when they saw the name Jiangshan. If Jiang Shao were not insane, how incredible would that be? His undying body was practically an SSS-tier ability. While not truly invincible, in over 80% of horror scenarios, he could walk through unscathed. At that moment, Jiang Shao was also heading toward Bai Lu's room with a dark expression. He did not even wait for the security guard to knock and escort him. Bang! Jiang Shao kicked the door open. Bai Lu, you promised to take me to find SpongeBob tonight. Do you even realize what time it is? Inside the room, Bai Lu, who had been calmly brushing her long hair, looked utterly bewildered. What the hell? Did this guy just rush over, eager to die? He. Bai Lu tilted her head and let out a few eerie chuckles before placing a blood-soaked head onto the table. Alright, SpongeBob, right? Sit tight for a moment. I will take you to find SpongeBob very soon. I will take you to that damn SpongeBob. Unaware of what was happening, Jang Shao plopped himself down onto Bai Lu's hospital bed, watching her as she combed her hair. Bang! The door slammed shut with an unseen force. Then, something horrifying happened. Bai Lu continued combing her hair, but with each stroke, blood began seeping out. Her long, silky hair started falling off in large clumps. Strands of hair were coming off along with chunks of scalp. Her bright red skull was now fully exposed under the harsh light. Yet, Bai Lu did not stop. She kept running the comb over her bare scalp over and over. Without the protection of her skin, her exposed brain looked as thin as parchment paper. Each stroke of the comb created deep, wrinkled folds in the fragile tissue. The grotesque scene was too much for the audience in the livestream. Oh my god, you know what? Maybe having the lights off was not such a bad idea after all. This is sickening. Hey, where are the guys who were saying Bai Lu was hot earlier? Still here. I already recorded and saved the footage. Honestly, this version of Bai Lu is even better. Minimum of 3 rounds tonight. What the fuck? Dude, you are seriously messed up. Ugh, how about we check Jiang Zhao's reaction? Jiang Zhao remained seated on the bed, completely motionless, as if he had not even registered the horror unfolding before him. Is he paralyzed from fear? Do you really think you can scare a lunatic? Bai Lu deliberately glanced at Jiang Zhao through the mirror, eager to see his terrified reaction. He, frozen stiff, huh? Must be scared out of his mind. Let us see if you will still keep annoying me every day. Tonight, I am going to torment you properly before I kill you. Just as Bai Lu was about to crack open her own skull, Jiang Zhao suddenly could not hold back any longer. No. This is completely wrong. Oh, this is absolutely terrible. Jiang Zhao did not just react, he rushed over to Bai Lu, snatched the comb from her hands, and started fixing her hair for her. What? Wait. Stop. Are you not afraid of me? Fear? What fear? Jiang Zhao had already grabbed the comb and was rapidly styling Bai Lu's exposed brain. Bai Lu, I know exactly what kind of haircut you want. I gave SpongeBob the same one before. Jiang Zhao's Patrick Star signature hairdressing technique was swift and merciless. With a few quick strokes. All done. Take a look, what do you think? Bai Lu stared at her reflection in complete disbelief. The livestream audience was just as dumbfounded. Some viewers were so disgusted by the hairstyle Jiang Zhao had created that they literally dry heaved. This was even more horrifying than Bai Lu butchering herself. Staring at her reflection, Bai Lu let out the most gut-wrenching scream of her life. It was not just that Jiang Zhao had carved a massive hole into her skull. This fucking idiot had also trimmed her brain into a hideous, oval shape. It was both grotesque and hideously ugly. You are telling me you personally gave SpongeBob this exact same haircut? Bai Lu was about to explode from rage, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Zhao scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed as he blushed. Yeah, I think so. It was in Season 1, Episode 12, the Halloween special. I personally styled SpongeBob's hair. The fuck? Why are you blushing like some love-struck schoolgirl? I am not praising you, damn it. Bai Lu's patience had finally been completely worn down by this lunatic Jiang Zhao. She did not want to see this psychotic doctor anywhere near her, not even for a single second. Rip! With a sharp tearing sound, Bai Lu ripped off one of Jiang Zhao's arms with her bare hands. Splurt! A chunk of flesh from his thigh was forcefully torn away. I have had enough of you. I do not care whether you are Dr. Jiang Zhao or Patrick Star. Right now, this ends here. Jiang Zhao stared blankly at his missing limbs. I feel like you do not see me as your good friend anymore. I hate you. Hate me, huh? Yes, that is exactly what I want. I want you to die in endless terror and agony. Wahahaha. Tremble in fear. Your fear is the greatest nourishment for me. Bai Lu laughed maniacally as she dismembered Jiang Zhao into pieces, finally crushing his heart in her palm. Staring at the pile of mangled flesh on the floor, Bai Lu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Finally, it is over. I will never have to see that psychotic doctor again. Ha! Wait a minute. Why was the pile of shredded meat wriggling? What kind of ability was this? Within moments, multiple perfectly intact Jiang Zhaos reappeared inside Bai Lu's room. Bai Lu, you lied to me. You never took me to find SpongeBob. I think I am starting to feel angry now. I am ready. 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 Are you ready? Oh, buddy, I just realized something terrible. I cannot see my own forehead. Or my teeth. Penguin boy, I think we need your help here. As you command, Mermaid Man. I am your strongest ally. I am not Patrick Star, and you will never be SpongeBob. You do not understand me, but I do not blame you. No wonder this idiot was still alive after all this time, his ability was ridiculously overpowered. Enough! All of you, shut up. You think being immortal means I cannot kill you? Bai Lu tilted her head back and unleashed a piercing, ear-splitting shriek. The water glasses, light bulbs, and mirrors in the room shattered instantly. Even the wooden table cracked all over from the sheer force of her scream. All the Jiangshaos immediately stopped talking and froze in place. Meanwhile, the viewers in the Dragon Nation's livestream were starting to panic. What the fuck? What is going on? I believe in Jiang God. He will not fall so easily. No, this is different. This shriek seems to be an attack that directly targets the soul. Yes, humans can develop mental disorders just from prolonged exposure to noise. Bai Lu's scream must be extremely dangerous. Even through the screen, I can feel my whole body tingling. Mental breakdown? Do you guys seriously think Jiang Shao has ever been mentally stable? The horrifying soundwave attack lasted for a full minute before fading. From Bai Lu's slightly labored breathing, it was clear this kind of attack was far more draining than a physical one. He. Ha 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 ha. Trying to fight me? My voice alone can turn people into complete idiots and lunatics. At full power, I can even shatter a person's brain. Jiang Shao, standing right behind Bai Lu, poked her shoulder twice. What are you laughing about? Also, where is this complete idiot? Are you the idiot? Oh, or are you the lunatic? How do I even respond to this? I think Bai Lu might not have a brain either. Jiang Shao was already an idiot with no brain to begin with. What the hell was the point of screaming at him? Bai Lu fell into deep confusion. What the hell was going on? She knew Jiang Shao was an idiot. But even after having his brain completely shattered, he was still alive? Unless... Bai Lu's mind suddenly arrived at a terrifying conclusion. Unless this lunatic never had a brain to begin with. And when she saw Jiang Shao casually grab a bottle of shoe polish from the table and start squeezing it into his mouth, Bai Lu knew her guess was 100% correct. Yes, he simply had no brain. Bai Lu was utterly defeated. She had never felt this powerless before. How the fuck do you kill something like this? The worst part was, this lunatic never shut up. If she had to stay near him much longer, she was certain her own body's hormones would be thrown into complete imbalance. Meanwhile, Jiang Shao was wandering around the room, examining everything. Finally, his gaze landed on Bai Lu's favorite book. Bai Lu could not be bothered anymore. Fine. Whatever. Let him look. I am done with this maniac. Oh, your family dog looks really strong. Thank you for the compliment. I love my dog. So, is it dead now? She is not dead. Before I was admitted to the hospital, I left her with my neighbor to take care of her. Is this your daughter? She is adorable. Jiang Shao was looking at the photo album in the notebook. The little girl in the pictures bore a striking resemblance to Bai Lu, having inherited her mother's outstanding genes. Hearing Jiang Shao praise her daughter, Bai Lu's face lit up with a gentle, happy smile. Yes, the three of us were a loving family, until the damned woman came between us. Oh, was the homewrecker pretty? What was her name? I forgot. Forgot? Jiang Shao gave Bai Lu a bewildered look, his voice filled with disappointment. Are you an idiot? How could you forget something so important? Bai Lu nearly choked on air out of frustration. Mind your own business. Either way, what those two bastards did was unforgivable. Snatching back the notebook, Bai Lu slumped into her chair. Jiang Shao, however, made no move to leave. So, what exactly did they do to you? Sigh. Bai Lu let out a deep sigh. She had been trapped in this place for so long. Somehow, having an idiot around to talk to did not feel so bad. And so, she began telling her story about how terrible her husband had been. In the beginning, the three of us lived a peaceful and happy life. But after I got pregnant, he changed. Maybe it was because I could not be with him physically during pregnancy. I started to suspect he was cheating, and after I gave birth to our child, he became even worse. He even brought that shameless mistress to live in our home. I put up with it for years, and they never separated. That woman had zero respect for me as the rightful lady of the house. She had my husband feed her at the dinner table and even slept in our bed right in front of me. I fought with Wang Hai countless times over this, but every single time, he would just tell me that she is still young, be more understanding. Tell me, is this something I am supposed to just understand? And that was only the beginning. It got worse. Every time I even mentioned that homewrecker, she would start crying hysterically, run to Wang Hai, and badmouth me. But the final straw, the thing I absolutely could not tolerate, was when she insisted on sleeping in our bed at night. In the end, I had no choice but to sleep on the couch every single night. I told Wang Hai that I would only return to the bedroom after he kicked her out. But guess what he said to me? He said I was being petty, that I was acting like a crazy woman. He even accused me of trying to kill him. He said he would only feel safe if I were locked away in a mental hospital. So fine. If that is how he wanted to play it, I reported them both and got those two bastards locked up here with me. Suddenly, a rare flash of intelligence flickered through Jiang Zhao's mind. A scheming frog will always rub your belly. Everything he had pieced together over the past 2 days, his conversations with Wang Xiao AI, Bai Lu's confessions, it all lined up. And Bai Lu's so-called illness. Jiang Xiao was all too familiar with it. Wait a minute. What about your daughter? If you and your husband were both locked up here, would that not make her an orphan? That is not true. We brought her in with us. She is over 3 years old now. Bingo. That is strange. If your daughter is here, why have I never seen her? Have you? Bai Lu froze. Right. Where was her daughter? When she first arrived here, she was certain her family had come in together. She shook her head, trying to recall the details, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not remember where her daughter had gone. Jiang Xiao glanced at Bai Lu's bewildered, almost hollow expression, and asked in a cautious tone, "Was your daughter's name Wang Xiao AI?" Wang Xiao AI? Familiar fragments of memory began flashing in Bai Lu's mind. Yes. How do you know my daughter's name? Oh, it's like this. Among the 3 mentally ill patients, one of the female patients just happens to be named Wang Xiao AI. Mentally ill? Bai Lu reacted as if he had been startled, repeatedly denying it. No. She's the mistress. She's not my daughter. My daughter is not mentally ill. Then what's your daughter's name? Wang Xiao AI. And what's the mistress's name? Bai Lu's mind seemed to freeze. Jiang Xiao continued his relentless interrogation. Did you take your daughter to the mental hospital, or where did she go? One moment, you say the 3 of you entered the hospital together. The next moment, you say you reported Wang Hai and the mistress, and they were locked up together. So, did you bring your daughter in, or did you report the mistress and have her locked up? Jiang Zhao's voice was not loud, yet it made Bai Lu's face turn pale. I don't know. Stop asking. I don't know her name. Stop asking. You're not allowed to ask. Terrified, Bai Lu covered his ears and could only shake his head frantically. At this moment, Jiang Xiao looked just like an experienced doctor, diagnosing Bai Lu with practiced ease. So, the scheming frog kept touching your belly. In conclusion, you, Bai Lu, are a complete and utter lunatic. Dr. Patrick Starr's diagnosis of your condition is postpartum stress-induced schizophrenia. Because you were too anxious after becoming pregnant, worrying that your husband would cheat while you couldn't have intercourse, you subconsciously imagined a non-existent mistress. This fantasy and your anxiety peaked after you gave birth to Wang Xiao AI, which led to the creation of another personality. You've been switching back and forth between the role of a mother and that of a mentally ill patient. Jiang Zhao's words were like a sudden, heavy blow to Bai Lu, leaving her completely frozen in place. In the Dragon Nation live streaming chat, comments flooded the screen instantly. Whoa, what the hell? Is this real? This is spine-chilling. No wonder this horror world is called the Split Asylum, it's literally about schizophrenia. Don't celebrate too soon. This is just Jiang Zhao's reasoning, it still needs to be verified. I think I get it a little, but where the hell did Jiang Xiao learn these professional diagnostic skills? Don't overthink it. It's easy to drive yourself crazy in a world shaped by Jiang Zhao's delusions. Jiang Xiao spent 10 years in a mental hospital, picking up a few diagnostic skills isn't that surprising, right? Practice makes perfect. The hell kind of thing is this to get good at? I'm a lunatic. Bai Lu's face was deathly pale as she numbly repeated those words over and over. Yes. Your symptoms are just like those of a friend of mine named Jiang Xiao. No mistake about it, Jiang Xiao declared proudly. I freaking knew it. Jiang Xiao is still the same old Jiang Xiao. A textbook case of I have a friend. Bai Lu's expression gradually returned to normal. The shaved part of her head, which Jiang Xiao had just cut, also seemed to return to its original state. So, I really am mentally ill. Whether you're Dr. Jiang Xiao or Dr. Patrick Starr, thank you. You're right, you're not the crazy one. I am. Though Bai Lu tried her best to sound calm, the bitterness in her voice was impossible to hide. When she saw the child's severed head on the table, she could no longer hold back the storm raging in her eyes. Thank you, doctor, husband, daughter. I'm so sorry. I truly am. As Bai Lu sobbed like a weeping flower, the entire mental asylum began to collapse. Everything started to turn transparent. Jiang Xiao could feel the pink starfish in his mind gradually losing control. Ding! The anomaly has personally confirmed, you are not mentally ill. You have earned one lottery draw. The draw will be conducted before the end of the horror story. As the asylum disappeared, the live stream did not shut down. Instead, the screen shifted to the day Bai Lu was admitted to the hospital. That's right, from beginning to end, there was never any mistress. There was only their family of 3. Wang Hai had said that Bai Lu was sick, that she kept suspecting he was cheating on her with their daughter. Their child was only 4 years old. Even if he were some kind of pervert, would he really lay hands on his own 4-year-old daughter? Meanwhile, Bai Lu had claimed that Wang Hai was the one who was sick, that not only had he cheated on her, but he also wanted to kill her. Though Wang Hai explained that when he said he would kill Bai Lu, it was just something he blurted out in anger, the asylum decided to play it safe. In the end, they locked up all 3 of them together. What happened next was exactly as Wobu had written in his diary. The director of the asylum, a beast in human clothing, raped Bai Lu. This act pushed Bai Lu, who was already suffering from schizophrenia, completely into the abyss. And the foolish security guard, acting as if he had no brain, spread the news throughout the hospital, saying he had caught the 2 of them having an affair. The endless shame and humiliation shattered the last remnants of Bai Lu's sanity. Just as the director was about to take care of the situation, Bai Lu made the first move that very night. The final scene showed Bai Lu crying and laughing at the same time. At this moment, Jiang Xiao bit his lip. Seeing these images made his heart feel unbearably heavy. So in the end, this so-called split asylum was nothing more than a product of Bai Lu's own imagination. The people who had left the deepest impressions on her had all changed in her mind. To her, Wang Xiaoai was the mistress, so in her delusions, the little girl became a heavily made-up woman. But since Wang Xiaoai was, in reality, still just a child, she always appeared ignorant and clueless. This was why Wang Xiaoai was always sleepy, why she could coexist with Patrick Star. To Bai Lu, the security guard was nothing more than a simple-minded fool with more brawn than brains. That was why he acted so idiotic. And the director, by day, he was a well-dressed gentleman. By night, he became the beast who raped Bai Lu. Wobu had already confirmed this truth on everyone's behalf. Cafeteria Auntie. Alright, this woman's cooking was simply so disgusting and inedible that Bai Lu imagined her that way. Case closed. That so-called dong-dong sound was actually Bai Lu knocking at night using Wang Xiaoai's head. Bai Lu is so disgusting. Disgusting? She was mentally ill, a mentally ill patient who had been repeatedly raped by the director. If you were in her position, you might have broken down even worse. Fuck. I think Bai Lu was right to kill. The only tragedy is Wang Hai and Wang Xiaoai, they truly loved Bai Lu from beginning to end. Yes, Wang Xiaoai mentioned more than once that she wanted to see the other 2. A 9-star horror tale, yet why does the ending feel so heart-wrenching? I feel unsettled. Late at night, I just want to drink a few bottles. No wonder Wang Xiaoai and Zhang Xiao got along so well, they have the same level of intelligence. One is Patrick Star, the other is Sandy. Why do I feel such deep sorrow? Wang Xiaoai is too pitiful. Perhaps even now, she still longs to see her parents one last time. If you want to kill me, can you at least not use horror stories? At this moment, looking back, there really were flaws in the stolen diary that Wobu had taken. Of course, the poor doctor could not be blamed for this. If only the director had done a routine check in Wang Xiaoai's room and recorded in the diary that she was just a child, Wobu would have immediately noticed the obvious inconsistency. But unfortunately, that perverted old man's diary was filled with nothing but his lust for Bai Lu and detailed records of their sexual encounters. And the worst part? The diary's records were all real events, making it incredibly misleading. Anyone who read it would naturally assume the director was the ultimate villain. Wobu's death was truly unjust. At this moment, Zhang Xiao looked at the draw button in front of him and chose to use it. You have drawn an S-rank passive skill, Regeneration. You now possess the same formidable healing abilities as Patrick Star, but this may cause you to inadvertently speak in Patrick Star language. Ding! Dragon Nation's chosen one, Zhang Xiao, has achieved a perfect clearance of the horror world split asylum. Ding! Dragon Nation's chosen one, Zhang Xiao, is the first human to perfectly clear a 9-star horror world. Reward, 10 extra free attribute points. Special reward obtained, Bai Lu's blessing. Ha! The last reward, Bai Lu's blessing, was not announced publicly. Instead, it appeared privately, just like the skill draw only Jiang Xiao could see it. With the system announcement, it officially marked the end of Dragon Nation's losing streak. Time to distribute the free attribute points. Only those who had cleared a horror world at least once could see their own attribute panel. Each clearance granted 5 points. Chosen 1, Zhang Xiao. Talent, Delusions, SSS. Strength, 7. Agility, 7. Endurance, 7. Spirit, unknown. Charm, 10. What does this mean? Why is the spirit stat marked as unknown? Alright, time to allocate points, 5 from the clearance and 10 from the reward. No rush for endurance. Spirit probably will not do anything useful either. Charm is completely pointless. What, am I supposed to use high charm to negotiate some shady deal with supernatural beings? That mental image is horrifying, better to just die than consider that. Jiang Shao distributed his points, plus 2 agility, plus 3 strength. Chosen 1, Jiang Shao. Talent, Delusions, SSS. Strength, 16. Agility, 13. Endurance, 7. Spirit, unknown. Charm, 10. Skills, Regeneration, S rank. By Lu's blessing, X rank. Jiang Shao could feel that the horror world was beginning to reject him. He could not help but sigh. How was he supposed to explain to others that he was not actually mentally ill after leaving this place? It really was not his fault how he acted inside the rules of the horror world. He had done everything he could to maintain control over his own body, but the Patrick Star intelligence debuff, minus 88 IQ, was simply too overwhelming. He had no choice in the matter. That being said, the effect was truly powerful. Not only did he not die, but he could even regenerate severed limbs. Compared to me, others are far more insane. What absolute beasts. Just as Jiang Shao was exiting the horror world, he was not sure if it was just his imagination, but he seemed to hear Bai Lu and Wang Hai speaking sweetly to each other, along with the playful laughter of a young girl. Before he could listen more carefully, his body slowly emerged from the psychiatric hospital. Oh, what the hell, why are there so many people? The moment Jiang Shao opened his eyes, he saw himself tightly surrounded by a large crowd of people dressed in military uniforms. Among them were a few elderly men, missing several of their front teeth, who looked particularly unsettling, grinning widely, staring straight at him, laughing non-stop. So young and accomplished. Truly young and accomplished. A burly man with a ruddy complexion walked over and patted Jiang Shao on the shoulder. The latter did not even flinch. Oh, your body is incredibly sturdy. Sturdy? For normal people, the maximum attribute cap was 10. Wobu had cleared 2 horror worlds, and his single-arm strength alone reached 250 kilograms. But Jiang Zhao's strength had already reached 16, he was far from an ordinary person. Suddenly, all the high-ranking individuals around Jiang Shao instinctively closed their eyes, because the moment Jiang Shao exited the horror world, a mystical energy appeared within the bodies of the Dragon Nation's people. This was the reward granted by the rules of the horror world to a nation that had successfully cleared it. This energy could not only cure terminal illnesses but also extend one's lifespan. Or, if one preferred, it could be used to enhance one's combat abilities. After verification, this energy was found to be capable of curing late-stage cancer twice or extending life by 5 to 10 years, an exceptional benefit. Compared to those two options, the third, enhancing combat ability, was an incredibly poor trade. Yet, many hot-blooded men still chose it without hesitation. Oh, yes. A muscular man opened his eyes, fully satisfied. This transformation was truly an upgrade from a musket to a cannon. Even some elderly men, whose hair had already turned half white, looked deeply content. Everyone glanced at each other, exchanging knowing looks. Those who had traveled all the way to Nanjing Psychiatric Hospital today, perhaps not all of them were in peak physical condition, but none had any serious ailments either. So, aside from those who were over 50, most had used this energy exactly where it was needed most. After receiving this blessing of strength, everyone looked radiant and full of energy, repeatedly showering Jiang Shao with praise. Brother Jang, you are truly a dragon among men. With you, the revival of the Dragon Nation is within reach. Having you is a blessing for our country. Jiang Shao, you are a true hero. Speak, what is your wish? We will fulfill it, no matter what. Since they had put it that way, Jiang Shao saw no need to be polite. With drool practically dripping from his mouth, he raised both hands high. I want to order a chicken. Silence. The entire crowd fell into an instant, stunned silence. Everyone thought to themselves, Jiang Shao is still the same Jiang Shao. A few younger men wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and quietly whispered to him. Ahem. Brother, listen, there are a lot of people watching. If you want to, maybe wait until tonight? Yes, we understand you are under pressure and need to relax, but now is not the right time. Little brother, be serious. There are many important figures here, watch your words. Their completely off-topic responses left Jiang Shao utterly confused. I want 1 honey-roasted chicken and 1 garlic fried chicken. Oh, and make sure it is a 2.5-year-old hen. Note, extra chili powder. Also, the cola must be ice cold. Order a chicken? The crowd, what? Everyone collectively lost their minds. You might as well have just asked for a chicken, that would have been easier to accept. Listen, young man, you can have as much chicken as you like, whatever flavor you want, but can we leave first? Hearing that they were taking him away, Zhang Xiao actually felt a bit reluctant. Even though this psychiatric hospital had been slandering him as mentally ill all this time, they had still been feeding him well for so long. But I cannot bear to leave the director. The moment Zhang Xiao said this, an elderly man over 50 years old immediately squeezed and shoved his way inside. My good child. The old director's eyes were red. Director! Zhang Xiao stretched out his hands in excitement. Seeing this heartfelt moment between doctor and patient, the people around them could not help but feel emotional. After all, Zhang Xiao had lived in this psychiatric hospital for nearly half his life. Taking him away just like that really did seem a bit heartless. Kid, I have lived for more than half a century. They call me Nanzheng the Self-Reliant because I have never begged anyone in my life. But today, I am begging you, please, brother, just leave. Stop tormenting us, I am begging you. Zhang Xiao froze for a moment, then suddenly shoved the old director away. Screw your grandmother's big pineapple. Who the hell cares about you? You old bastard, do you think I don't know that it was you who put white sugar in the chiban pork dumplings that day? Pa! And what about you? Did you not lock me up all night because you thought I was Patrick Star catching jellyfish? Ha! That was just a moment of role-playing excitement. A little cosplay. And besides, did you not trick me into taking medication by telling me they were chocolate candies? That bitterness almost killed me. You played me for a fool, is that something a decent person would do? Screw you. If you were not mentally ill, would you really eat aripiprazole thinking it was chocolate? And then only come to settle accounts with me 15 minutes later? If you are not an idiot, then who is? No, wait, you are a lunatic. Fuck. Old Bidden, I see you are asking for a fight today. You little brat, looks like you need me to loosen up that tight skin of yours. The crowd. In the end, the fight did not actually happen. Zhang Xiao was taken away, but even as he was leaving, he and the director were still hurling insults at each other. As they walked out, an elderly man frowned and asked Dr. Su, who was standing beside him, is Zhang Xiao really mentally ill? He seems much more normal than he did in the horror world. This battle-hardened old man even began to suspect that Zhang Xiao was actually perfectly sane, that his crazed behavior in the horror world had all been an act to confuse his enemies. Authentic and unquestionable. Delusional disorder is a very complex mental illness. He firmly believes he is not mentally ill, so you understand? The old man nodded slightly and said no more. Well, whatever his condition was, it did not change the fact that Zhang Xiao was a hero of the Dragon Nation. By the time Jiang Zhao's figure had long disappeared down the road, the old director was still standing at the hospital entrance, staring blankly in the direction he had left. Not far away, the young nurse by Jia's side. In the end, the director and Zhang Xiao have been in a love-hate relationship for over 10 years. No matter what, it is hard to part ways. Dr. Su Ming, standing beside her, nodded in agreement, his expression full of emotion. Who could disagree? Zhang Xiao has been here longer than I have. Watching the two of them bicker for so many years, now that Zhang Xiao is suddenly gone, it really does feel a bit empty. The other psychiatric patients were probably reluctant to part with Zhang Xiao as well. This man had been here for over 10 years. Aside from his long-standing feud with the director, he had fairly good relationships with almost everyone. Just then, a distressed cry came from the distance. Hey, someone, come help me, I twisted my back and cannot move. The solemn farewell atmosphere instantly shattered into pieces. But Dr. Su Ming, being observant, still noticed the faint redness in the director's eyes. As he helped the director back into Zhang Zhao's old room, the director sighed in resignation. Ha! I bet that brat did not really want to leave either. But there is no choice, who knows if there are enemy spies watching this place. As Bai Jia poured the director some tea, she reassured him. It is fine. Once Jiang Xiao clears a few more horror worlds, his physical condition will improve to the point where he will not have to fear ghosts or demons. Then we can bring him back. Pa! Who the hell wants to see that lunatic again? Despite his words, the director kept staring at the window, the place where Zhang Xiao used to sit the most. Bai Jia and Su Ming exchanged helpless glances. This old man would probably never admit his true feelings. Military base, a new home? Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao, now seated in a military vehicle, had completely lost his usual chatterbox nature. He practically had the words sullen and unhappy written all over his face. Sigh, you are really reluctant to leave that hospital, huh? Do not worry, once you clear a few more horror worlds, you can go back. Really? Would I lie to you? A few more successful horror world runs, and Zhang Zhao's physical condition would be as close to invincible as possible. By then, with a few hidden guards stationed around him, he would be perfectly safe. Look, this will be your new home, the military district compound. Everyone here is the best of the best. The vehicle finally stopped in the outskirts of Nanjing, in front of a massive estate. Calling it a compound was an understatement, it was practically a fortress. A young military officer, a petite girl, was assigned as Zhang Zhao's personal life instructor and tour guide. This place has been specially reinforced for you defense level SSS. Unless someone is using heavy weaponry, not even a single hair on your head will be touched. Your room is that white building over there, right next to the old commander's house. It is one of the safest spots. Also, considering your condition. I am not sick. Alright. For the sake of your mental and physical well-being, we have also prepared a bicycle for you. You can ride it around the compound whenever you want. A bicycle? Strange. Bicycles do not move on their own, so why are they called bicycles? Because. Is there even a need to ask? That is just what they are called. Zhang Zhao's soul-piercing question immediately shook the young girl's composure. No, she needed to retreat immediately. If she stayed around Zhang Zhao for too long, who knew what kind of mental collapse she might suffer? A global disaster and an unexpected victory. After Zhang Zhao's departure, nearly every country in the world failed their horror world challenge. This time, external hints were completely disabled, so even though other nations had already figured out that Bai Lu was the key to solving the mystery, they had no way of transmitting that knowledge into the horror world. It was utterly useless. Except for Sakura Nation, they somehow managed to clear the challenge in an incredibly bizarre way. If Zhang Zhao's approach was brute force, then Neko Yukishiro had practically cheated her way through. That day, Zhang Zhao would not let up, persistently pestering the old commander, demanding answers. Hey, you are such a high-ranking official, and you cannot even answer this simple question? The old commander's face twitched uncontrollably. Zhang Zhao's question was so absurd that it nearly gave him a stroke. If a grandson has a criminal record, will it affect his grandfather's eligibility for civil service? And before Zhang Zhao could ask why Newton never updated after publishing the third law, a booming, ice-cold voice echoed from the sky. The rules of the horror world game are about to descend. Selecting chosen players now. A new horror game already? The new horror game came so quickly. Many chosen players from other nations had barely died, and their countries were still being ravaged by supernatural forces, yet another game was starting? There was not even a moment to catch their breath. But this time, the people of the Dragon Nation were full of confidence. A large number of them swarmed into the Lighthouse Nation's livestream, flooding it with mockery, yet strangely, there was no response. Weird, where are those idiots? Were they not the loudest ones before? Exactly, why are they so weak this time? Everyone was puzzled. It was impossible for all of them to be stuck in cities overrun by supernatural beings, right? But when it came to stirring up trouble, the official Dragon Nation account had no equal. Soon, they released a video. The footage showed wealthy immigrants, rich heirs, and socialites. But none of them carried their usual arrogant demeanor. Instead, each and every one of them was crying, begging the overseas embassy to issue them visas so they could return home. And how did the Dragon Nation respond? You want to come back? Sure. But the paperwork will take 50 years. Wait patiently. Those who abandoned me yesterday are no longer welcome today. Everyone knew exactly what kind of mindset these people had. Where were they when Wobu suffered repeated defeats? When the Dragon Nation faced 3 consecutive humiliating losses, none of them clamored to return. But now that the Chosen One had risen, now they wanted back in? Only when the child is dead do you bring the milk. Only when snot reaches your lips do you think to wipe it. Only when the car crashes into a wall do you finally try to steer. Of course, a wise bird chooses the right tree to nest in. The Dragon Nation respected personal choice. But once a choice was made, one had to be prepared for the consequences of a wrong decision. Meanwhile, in Sakura Nation's Neko Yukishiro had successfully cleared the previous round. Before this, no one cared about the fate of that tiny island nation. Yet somehow, Neko managed to cure Bai Lu's schizophrenia through a traditional method. According to Sakura Nation's reports, Miss Neko was nothing short of divine. In the horror world, even Wang Hai, the director, and the security guard were all deeply fond of Neko Yukishiro. Wang Hai directly revealed to Neko the truth about his relationship with Bai Lu and Wang Xiao AI. The director disclosed many hidden secrets to her. And the security guard, not only did he never ask anything from her, but he even helped her by eating the disgusting hospital meals in her place every time. Experts analyzed the situation and concluded that this was likely due to Neko's unknown talent and her absurdly high charm stat, 25 points. For reference, the highest possible starting value for any attribute was 10. But Neko Yukishiro's base charm was 25. And after her first successful clearance, all 5 bonus attribute points had been invested into charm. Meaning, her charm was now at 30 points. Sakura Nation makes its move. While overseas immigrants from the Dragon Nation were desperately scheming for a way to return home, Sakura Nation extended them an olive branch. Yoshi. As the saying goes, a wise man adapts to the times. Any immigrants facing difficulties are welcome in Sakura Nation. We warmly welcome you all. The moment Sakura Nation's Prime Minister made this statement, he was immediately bombarded with criticism from Dragon Nation's netizens. And how did they choose to retaliate? By attacking the heart of Sakura Nation's greatest cultural treasure, their entertainment industry. If you are so desperate, just have Sakura produce a few more tokusatsu series. Stop with this nonsense. I disagree. Personally, I prefer a Kuno Nagano's style over Sakura's. Gentlemen, I cannot agree with either of you. In my opinion, Osaki Hana is the true queen, her acting is so natural. Bro, do you have any good resources? I am willing to pay. Seeing those little Sakura people act so arrogant, I feel the need to contribute to the cause. Honestly, I do not care much about tokusatsu, but, you all know the saying, I have a friend. The heavens move ceaselessly, and a nobleman must strive for self-improvement. I, Juan, vow to eradicate all vices from my life. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation reacts. Sakura Nation's Prime Minister was furious when he saw these online discussions. Baka. They clearly do not understand the gravity of the situation. They dare to slander us? Komura Jiro. Immediately restrict our tokusatsu exports to them. Ban them all. Sitting below him, Komura Jiro looked conflicted. Prime Minister, they did not slander us. Also, tokusatsu is one of Sakura Nation's most important economic pillars, and the Dragon Nation is our biggest market. We cannot afford to lose them. Nani? Are you telling me that the Great Sakura Empire actually relies on tokusatsu as an economic pillar? Looking at the Prime Minister's righteous indignation, the officials at the conference table all silently cursed in their hearts. Brother, who are you trying to fool? Weren't you the one who pushed for expanding the tokusatsu industry into the Dragon Nation in the first place? And now you are pretending to be some noble patriot? Who are you even acting for? The hypocrisy was beyond ridiculous. But since Komura Jiro was the Prime Minister's right-hand man, he had no choice but to smooth things over. Feigning an arrogant posture, he spoke up. Prime Minister, there is no need to rush. Our Miss Neko has an SS-rank talent. Once she strengthens Sakura Nation's position, we will stop producing tokusatsu? No, what I mean is, once we are strong enough, we can consume our own content and no longer rely on exporting it to the Dragon Nation. The reality of Neko Yukishiro's talent. There was no denying that Neko Yukishiro's talent was incredibly powerful, but it also had severe limitations. In some horror worlds, her ability might not even surpass an S-rank talent, sometimes not even an A rank. But in other horror worlds, even SSS rank abilities might not compare to hers. Sakura Nation's offer and the shameless who accepted it. Sakura Nation's announcement had some effect. There were indeed a few shameless individuals from the Dragon Nation who wanted to immigrate there. After all, Neko Yukishiro was undeniably powerful. The lowest estimation of her ability was S rank. And now, the visa process had been simplified. As long as the host country approved, one could gain instant citizenship. These thick-skinned opportunists wasted no time. They wanted to obtain Sakura Nation's citizenship before the new horror game officially began. And for Sakura Nation, a tiny island country, they were more than happy to welcome Dragon Nation immigrants from the Lighthouse Nation. After all, those who had immigrated to the Lighthouse Nation were undoubtedly the elite. If the Lighthouse Nation had accepted them, then what reason did a small Sakura Nation have to refuse? In the end, 1/10 of the Dragon Nation immigrants in the Lighthouse Nation defected to Sakura Nation. No surprises there, history has never been short of traitors. However, most of them still chose to remain in the Lighthouse Nation rather than go to Sakura Nation, because at its core, Dragon Nation's attitude toward these two countries was completely different. The hatred toward Sakura Nation was etched in blood. For countless people, a lifelong dream was to see Sakura Nation utterly destroyed. Moving to the Lighthouse Nation? At worst, they would just be mocked as bootlickers who worshipped the West. But moving to Sakura Nation? That was unforgivable. They would have no face left to face their ancestors. Many people once doubted the existence of demons and ghosts, but now, with the horror game, those doubts were shattered. And what if, after death, they really did meet their ancestors in the afterlife? If they had immigrated to Sakura Nation, how the hell would they explain themselves? The horror game begins. Another nation wiped out. As the livestream screen for the horror game lit up, 118 countries worldwide were granted access to view any participant they wished. That's right, the number had dropped from 120 to 118. Another 2 countries had been completely wiped out. Dragon Nation, Jiangshao. America, Mad. Sakura Nation, Mechuan Naiku. Korea, Park Wailed. Ha? What the hell? The Prime Minister of Japan was utterly dumbfounded. Where was his SS rank treasure, Neko Yukishiro? And he was not the only one confused. Countless Dragon Nation immigrants who had just moved to Sakura Nation nearly dropped dead on the spot. Shit. Who the fuck is this Mechuan Naiku? Even his name screams useless. The Japanese government immediately lodged a formal complaint. The horror game responded swiftly. This horror game has a special rule. Female players are not allowed to participate. Neko Yukishiro will join in the next round. Did the horror game just introduce gender discrimination? Zhang Zhao's new delusion, a terrible choice. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhao had already entered the preparation phase. Master Zhongkue, Master Zhongkue, Master Zhongkue. Before the game prompted him to activate his delusional talent, Zhang Zhao kept chanting the name of Zhongkue. Zhongkue, the legendary demon hunter. If his delusion worked, he could simply slaughter his way through the game with ease. But unfortunately, his passive talent number 3 kicked in. In the horror game, your mental illness will be significantly more severe than in reality, affecting your judgment. As his mind started spiraling into chaos, Zhang Zhao panicked. If Zhongkue did not work, fine, but there was no way he would pick Patrick Star again. Do not pick Patrick Star. Do not pick Patrick Star. Do not pick Patrick Star. Ding! The game is about to begin. Please activate your first talent effect. Zhang Zhao's mind short-circuited, his feet lifted off the ground, his thought process collapsed, and his brilliant eyes were replaced with sheer idiocy. I want to cosplay as Patri, no, not Star. I want to cosplay as a classmate from the Sunflower Kindergarten, located in Futaba Town, Kasakabe City, Saitama Prefecture, Sakura Nation. Crayon Shinchan. You know, this is a perfectly normal thing for a sane person to do. The horror game responds, not going to lie, your choice suits you perfectly. Crayon Shinchan effect, because you are reckless and completely fearless, supernatural entities cannot contaminate you. Negative effects, early maturity, dislikes green peppers, loves adult magazines, enjoys dancing the butt-bearing pipipa dance, obsessed with action mask, becomes 50% more annoying when causing trouble, intelligence -30. What the fuck? Zhang Zhao really wanted to slap himself across the face. This was even worse than Patrick Star. What pissed him off the most was the intelligence penalty. Everything else he could tolerate, but the fact that he suddenly hated green peppers? Unacceptable. The limits of his talent. Perhaps this SSS rank delusional disorder was not as overpowered as he had imagined. The moment he tried to cosplay as Zhongkue, his thoughts had become more chaotic. Maybe he was taking too big of a leap, which was why it failed spectacularly. Perhaps next time, he should cosplay as something more reasonable, like Doraemon or Balala the Fairies. Ding! The game begins. Entering the horror world, where did Daddy go? Difficulty, 7 stars. Each country has 2 hint opportunities. At least the intelligence penalty was not too severe. Zhang Zhao actually felt pretty good this time. At the very least, his intelligence penalty was not as bad as before. The influence of Shinosuke no Era inside his brain was far weaker than that pink, brain-dead starfish from last time. Meanwhile, Sakura Nation had finally stopped complaining. After all, just by looking at the title of this horror game, it was clear. This time, the chosen players had to act as fathers, meaning female participants were naturally excluded. The horror world takes shape. As the game officially began, the environment around Zhang Zhao gradually transformed into a Western-style study. The lighting was bright, much better than the mental asylum from the last game. The rules were clearly written in a notebook on the desk. Rule 1, you will play the role of a dutiful father who must fulfill all your child's requests. Rule 2, your child is very mischievous. You must learn to forgive all their pranks and mischief. Rule 3, your child may play video games, but game time cannot exceed 30 minutes. Rule 4, your neighbor is not very friendly. Please protect your family. Rule 5, no matter what sounds come from your child's room at night, do not respond. Rule 6, do not anger your wife. Rule 7, always remember that you are playing the role of a father. Never show fear or reveal any flaws that might make your family suspicious. Clearance condition, live with your child for 7 days. Please exit the room and select your child. What? Select your child? What the hell did that mean? But in the rules of the horror game, nothing was truly abnormal. No matter what he saw, he had to accept it as normal. Jiang Xiao forcibly suppressed the 5-year-old idiot inside his mind and pushed open the study room door. Outside was a spacious hall, nearly empty aside from a single couch. On the couch sat 10 delicate and adorable children, all looking about 5 years old. But that was not the biggest surprise. The real shock was that other chosen players from different countries were also present. It seemed they had also stepped out from the surrounding rooms. Several of them had already gathered around the sofa, discussing something. Jiang Xiao took a quick glance at the total number of rooms. Including himself, there were exactly 10 chosen players. An international gathering. As soon as the Dragon Nation's chosen player appeared, many other participants greeted him warmly. After all, he was one of only 2 players who had cleared the last horror game. His reputation was undeniable. Many people even started buttering him up. So this is Dragon Nation's 1 in a million mentally ill chosen player. His aura is truly extraordinary. He must be one of those legendary prodigies worthy of our admiration. As expected from an ancient civilization with 5,000 years of history. So mysterious. Jiang Xiao, if there is a chance to cooperate, please take care of us from Iron Nation. Sakura Nation's Meichuan Naiku speaks up. The Sakura Nation's chosen player, Meichuan Naiku, who had been sneering the whole time, finally spoke. Yoshi, I admit that Jiang Xiaokuan is strong. However, how will you all respond if I tell you I have an S-rank talent? S-rank talent? The atmosphere changed instantly. Even though it was unclear whether this game would allow cooperation, it was still wise to form good relations. The people who had just been flattering Jiang Xiao immediately turned toward Meichuan, showering him with praises instead. Seeing this, Meichuan's arrogance soared, his tail almost wagging in the air. The weak man finally sees hope. In reality, Meichuan Naiku was a weak, greasy office worker. He was scolded by his boss at work. He was scolded by his wife at home. His only free time was spent taking care of his child. He had been suppressing his frustration for far too long. But now, this S-rank talent was like a beacon of hope shining in his dark life. If he succeeded, he would become a national hero. He could have anything he wanted. But just as he was soaking in the admiration, a skeptical chosen player sneered. That sounds impressive, but we have not actually seen it, have we? Baka! Are you doubting me? I am from the great Sakura Empire. My talent is 5-limb substitution, a talent that grants extra lives. Everyone gasped. Their eyes flickered with calculations. By definition, this ability allowed Meichuan Naiku to sacrifice his 5 limbs to avoid death, meaning, he had 5 extra lives? After all, Wobu's S-rank talent only allowed him to survive once. Wait, no. Wobu's revival had no cost, while Meichuan had to sacrifice a limb. Conclusion, Meichuan's talent was stronger but not by much. And more importantly, he was an idiot. Who in their right mind would reveal their talents so openly? Especially in front of these children? As expected, Sakura Nation's Prime Minister lost his mind. Baka! Baka! Die! Die! Silence him immediately. Every country treated high-level talents as top-secret information. Even heads of state avoided knowing too much since they could not evolve the talent anyway. For example, Neko Yukishiro had only hinted at her high charm stat to the Prime Minister and select officials. She never revealed her actual talent. But now, Meichuan Naiku had just announced his ability to the entire world? This level of stupidity was truly unmatched. Even the horror game system itself could not tolerate this any longer. Ding! Please choose your child. Countdown, 10 minutes. Failure to comply will result in instant erasure. Oh, shit. The selection begins, and a brutal first death. Only now did the players finally start selecting their children. For safety reasons, no one wanted to go first. But one thing was undeniable, these children were of exceptionally high quality. Aside from a few exceptions, most of them were adorable boys and girls, looking around 5 years old. The Indian player's fatal obsession. Among the group, the Indian chosen player was acting particularly strange. His eyes were locked onto a little girl in a blue Lolita dress, wearing knee-high white stockings and sporting twin ponytails. She was adorable, harmless-looking, and had a sweet smile on her face. But instead of behaving normally, the Indian player, reeking of curry and onions, stared at her legs with a lecherous gaze. The little Lolita girl gave him a bright smile. Do you want to be my daddy? So proactive? The Indian player's face lit up with excitement and he immediately nodded. Yes. Absolutely. I would love to. The girl tilted her head, her voice playful yet innocent. Sorry, but I hate the smell of curry. The next second, bang! The Indian player's head exploded on the spot. Blood and brain matter splattered across the surrounding players. Meichuan Naiku, standing closest, instantly ran to the side and vomited. The first death, before the game even started. What the fuck? Someone died already? Indian chosen player, Washi Bien Tai has failed the challenge. Where did daddy go? A supernatural catastrophe will descend in 120 seconds, targeting the city of Chennai. Duration, 48 hours. India erupted into chaos. Their livestream chat was instantly filled with outrage and profanity. Shit. This is unfair. Bien Tai just looked at her weirdly. Why did he have to die? Damn it, Bien Tai. If you had to die, fine. But why did you have to drag innocent Indian citizens down with you? Oh my god. Chennai is our fourth largest city, one of the top 100 metropolitan areas in the world. Just like that, it is gone? International spectators join in. The moment other countries heard that a chosen player had already died before the game even started, they flocked to India's livestream to watch the chaos unfold. After all, dying before the horror game officially began, this was a legendary first. Yoshi. Good death. Excellent death. Not even 1/10 as smart as our Meichuan Naiku. Sakura Nation. Aish. Honestly, this is normal for them. India does not even spare lizards. Korea. Haha. Looks like India's perverts are even worse than Sakura Nations. Korea. Baka. If we are talking about perverts, you Koreans are the only ones who can rival India. Sakura Nation. Ha! Even if you two nations combined your territory, it would still be smaller than one of our provinces. How dare you talk back? India. Jiang Xiao, completely unfazed. Unlike the chaos in the chat, the reaction inside the game was very different. Aside from the children, the only one who remained completely calm was Jiang Xiao. It was not that he did not find the scene disgusting. It was just that the sight of that head exploding had triggered the little pervert Shinasuke Noara inside his mind. The rest of the chosen players had yet to recover. 7-star difficulty. Did it really need to be this brutal from the start? Pick your child or die. A black-haired boy dressed in a black suit impatiently furrowed his brows. He had been waiting long enough. Are you all going to pick or not? If you keep wasting my time, I will kill you all. A voice immediately responded. Then I choose you to be my daddy. The entire room froze. Then, slowly, everyone turned to see who had spoken. And nearly choked to death. The person who had spoken was Jiang Xiao. The most bizarre choice. Not only were the chosen players completely dumbfounded, even the children themselves felt their minds collapse. Inside their heads, millions of grass mud horses were galloping wildly. Jiang Xiao was not picking a child to be his own kid. Instead, he was pulling on the sleeve of a child, asking her to be his father. And not just any child. He had chosen the cool-looking girl with a lollipop in her mouth. A 5-year-old girl. As his father? The girl was incredibly beautiful, with snow-white hair, twin ponytails, and a black dress. Her eyes sparkled like diamonds, but at this moment, she was utterly speechless. A grown man, at least in his 20s, was asking a 5-year-old girl to be his father. Her expression went blank. Jiang Xiao, on the other hand, smiled sheepishly, his face flushed red. He scratched the back of his head shyly and spoke in a silly tone. Miss, do you like putting green onions in your natto? You look as cute as Nakamori Akina. The cold and aloof little Lolita, whom Jiang Xiao affectionately called Daddy, had a speechless expression on her face. However, there was no sign of dislike in her gaze. As the saying goes, good looks justify everything. Compared to that curry and onion-smelling pervert from earlier, Jiang Xiao was much better. Hey, do you want this daddy or not? If not, give him to me. The blue-dress Lolita, who had just wiped out the chosen one from Asin country, wanted to snatch daddy. She had just scanned the area and, among the 10 daddies, only Jiang Xiao still looked somewhat human. I want him to be my daddy too. A little Lolita with pink hair and a white dress also clambered over to seize daddy. Surrounded by 3 little Lolitas, Jiang Xiao scratched his head with an embarrassed expression. Being the center of attention like this was quite enjoyable. One was a black-haired Lolita in a blue dress. One was a pink-haired Lolita in casual clothes. And one was a cold and aloof Lolita dressed entirely in black. Hello, everyone, my name is Shinasuke Noara. I am the idol child of the sunflower class at Futaba Kindergarten. I don't like green peppers. I'm 5 years old, unmarried, and my ideal type is Norika Fujiwara. Miss, would you like to take a ride in my tricycle? The Lolita and the pink-haired girl both looked at Jiang Xiao with delighted expressions. They had never met such an interesting daddy before. Yes, that's right, today, they were determined to make him their daddy. Is kindergarten fun? Can I go to Futaba kindergarten with Daddy? Daddy! Bai wants to go for a ride with you, vroom vroom vroom. The two little Lolitas became more and more excited as they spoke, their eyes sparkling like tiny stars as they looked at Jiang Xiao. They even reached out their little hands to grab onto Jiang Xiao's pant leg, afraid that he might run away. At first, the cool little girl in the black dress was not particularly interested in Jiang Xiao. However, seeing the other two girls fighting over him, she also felt that this daddy seemed to be the best choice. The remaining chosen ones were dumbfounded. Something was not right. Why were they not killing anyone? Why were they fighting over a daddy instead? Meanwhile, many parents in the comment section were stroking their chins in deep thought. Now that you mention it, this art style feels strangely familiar. Do you know why the food at kindergarten tastes better than the food at home? This is just pure childlike behavior. Whatever someone else wants, they also want to take. Thinking about it this way, this rule horror scenario does not seem so bad. After all, children should be easy to appease, right? The person above, have you ever actually raised a child? Putting everything else aside, just based on their unpredictable mood swings, they are nothing like normal kids who simply throw tantrums. If they get upset, well, the guy from Asian country was a perfect example of what happens. Only now did everyone realize these were real supernatural entities. They must not be deceived by their cute and charming appearances. Understood. That guy from Asian country was just way too perverted, which is why he got his head blown off instantly. Exactly. Staring at an entity with that kind of gaze? He was basically an old man tying his own noose. At this point, the remaining chosen ones began to follow suit, trying to establish contact with these children. They were not stupid. They understood that the unfortunate guy from Asian country had brought disaster upon himself, and no one else was to blame. As long as they interacted normally, there should not be any problems. However, a new issue soon arose. There were not enough children to go around. Originally, after the death of the chosen one from Asian country, there should have been one more child available. But now, 3 of them wanted Jiang Xiao as their daddy. How was this supposed to be resolved? Meichuan Niiku felt like dying. He glanced around and found that all the other children were quite good-looking. Only the one clinging to him, a chubby little boy, was the most absurd. Honestly, being a bit chubby was not a problem. The real issue was his utterly disgusting, snot-covered face. Judging from the deep yellow stains, it was clear that this was not just regular mucus, it was thick, golden snot. Damn it! Daddy, I want to play horsey. Let me ride. The chubby boy clung to Meichuan Niiku's clothes while trying to climb onto his head. The latter did not dare resist at all. He could only crouch down obediently and let the little fatty sit on his shoulders. The boy, feeling no sense of wrongdoing, even wiped his massive snot all over Meichuan Niiku's clothes. Look at your ugly-ass face, you look just like shit, I swear. No, I must not get angry. I must not get angry. Rule number 1, you will play the role of a devoted father, fulfilling all of your child's requests. Meichuan Niiku forcibly suppressed his disgust and put on a forced smile for the little fatty. At that moment, wahaha, a loud and arrogant laugh caught his attention. Jiang Xiao was striking a classic superhero pose, his head thrown back as he laughed. That is right. I am the human form of action mask, Shinasuk no Era. My action beam can destroy all evil. A large group of children surrounded him, their eyes glowing with admiration. It was as if they were about to carve the word worship into their foreheads. Wow, so cool. Daddy, can I see your action beam? No way. Daddy already said that he can only transform into action mask when everyone is in danger. Yes. Heroes always keep their identities hidden from ordinary people. I.e., your daddy is a great hero. Can I also choose Shinasuk as my daddy? The blue dress Lolita tilted her head, bit her fingertip, and thought for a moment. Then, she said with a serious expression, No! If you dare to steal my daddy, I will kill you. The other children immediately shrank back a few steps in fear. It seemed that this Lolita was one of the strongest among them. But wait, the pink-haired Lolita and the cold Lolita did not show any intention of backing down. Clearly, their strength was on par with the blue dress Lolita. There was no way they would give up such an interesting daddy to Bai alone. However, there was only one daddy. How were the 3 of them supposed to share him? The 3 little Lolitas locked eyes coldly. Everyone thought a fight was about to break out. But then, they made a genius-level decision. All 3 of them would choose Jiang Xiao as their daddy together. The moment this idea came to them, they were amazed by their own brilliance. After all, there was no way to determine a winner among them. So why not just all pick the same daddy? The pink-haired girl tugged at Jiang Xiao's pant leg and asked cautiously, Daddy Shinasuk, do you have experience taking care of children? We are very hard to please. Jiang Xiao tilted his head, thinking. No problem. When I played house with Nene and the others, I always made Masao play the son. Who was Masao? The little Lolitas had no idea who he was. They only knew one thing, their daddy was the coolest. Just look at the others. Cautious, timid, and hesitant, none of them had the aura of a real father. Masao. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was simultaneously Shinasuk Noara and Masao. If I am not mistaken, he is having another episode. It is still fine for now. At least Shinasuk Noara has some level of logical thinking, much better than Patrick Star. I disagree. Little Shinasuk may be cute at times, but when he acts up, he is just as crazy as Patrick Star. Yes, watching Crayon Shinchan is fun, but if Shinasuk actually became your child. Yikes. Most people would not be able to handle it. Shinasuk was like a husky fun to watch, but best when raised by someone else. Just as everyone was debating whether Shinasuk was more cute or more annoying, a glaring IP appeared in the Dragon Nation's livestream. Baka. We strongly protest. Jiang Xiaoniai-chan is clearly a citizen of Sakura Country. You people from Dragon Nation are acting like thieves. IP, Sakura Country. What the fuck? Damn it. That is right. Shinasuk Noara is one of our citizens. I have reason to believe that Jiang Xiao grew up in Sakura Country. IP, Sakura Country. What kind of bizarre logic was this? Sigh, not even surprised anymore. Everyone knows about Sakura Country's thief culture and Kimchi Country's copycat culture. Just ignore these clowns. Ha, the more insecure a country is, the more it tries to steal from others. From holidays to street food, they want to claim everything. At first, I thought it was just historical figures and traditions. Never expected them to start stealing Jiang Xiao too. Insecure people are like that. Jiang Xiao, damn, since when did I become a citizen of Sakura Country? Just as everyone was mocking the little Sakura people for being both poor and short-sighted, a single sentence from the chosen one of Morocco in the rule horror scenario instantly drew everyone's attention. Hiss. Jiang Xiao is taking care of 3 kids all by himself? In that case, does this mean someone will automatically pass the challenge without doing anything? The other chosen ones froze for a moment. That actually made sense. If someone did not have a child, then how could they participate in a parent-child reality show if their daddy was dead? Aside from a few cases where the children actively chose their parents, such as Jiang Xiao and Meichuan Nyaku, most of the children were passively waiting for the chosen ones to pick them. However, some of the chosen ones now hesitated and took a step back, clearly unwilling to make a choice. They wanted to wait until others had picked their children first, so they could automatically advance. But some people in the live chat raised doubts. Can they really do that? Under normal circumstances, if you do not have a child, you definitely cannot participate in a parent-child variety show. But, are you sure that normal circumstances mean anything in rule horror? 9 daddies, 10 children. Jiang Xiao had taken 3, which meant that one chosen one was bound to be left out. Noticing the chosen one's intention to sit this round out, the remaining children, those who had not yet been picked, suddenly turned cold. Their gazes became terrifying, devoid of any warmth. Although their appearances had not changed, their presence was now like that of vengeful spirits filled with boundless resentment. These daddies do not want us? Are we abandoned? Everyone else has a daddy. Only we are unwanted. Children without daddies. Are we just bastards in the eyes of adults? Something was wrong, very wrong. At least 15 levels of wrong. Some of the smarter chosen ones quickly picked the children whose expressions were not yet completely darkened. After a chaotic selection process, only 2 children were left unchosen, and the remaining 3 chosen ones were all from Africa, a region where intelligence was not exactly known to be a strength. They lacked the necessary insight. With only 10 minutes left on the clock, the chosen ones from Niger and Algeria could not withstand the pressure and each picked a child. The final victor was the black-skinned man from Morocco. Seeing that he had successfully avoided making a choice, he could no longer suppress his overwhelming joy. He was just about ready to drink in celebration. Unfortunately, before he could even savor his victory, he saw his own headless body. Oh, so that is my head flying away? Boom, 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 boom. And it was not over yet. After his head was sent flying by an invisible force, his body began to explode piece by piece. Chunks of flesh were violently blasted off his body. This time, not even the chosen ones knew which child had attacked. Or perhaps, all of them had? Because at this moment, every single child was staring at the now-dead Moroccan man with vicious, hateful eyes. Their expressions screamed of an insatiable thirst for vengeance, as if they wished they could flay him alive and carve out his heart. Moroccan Chosen 1, In Gangnan, Challenge, Where Did Daddy Go? Failed. The entity will descend in 120 seconds, targeting the city of Casablanca. Duration of destruction, 48 hours. Casablanca was the economic capital of Morocco. It was the country's center for commerce, finance, maritime trade, and air transport. It had a permanent population of nearly 4 million, accounting for 12% of the entire nation. Its industrial workforce made up 46% of the country's total. This was the beating heart of Morocco. And after this, it would cease to exist. The entire nation was thrown into utter panic. Casablanca was not just a densely populated city. If such an economic hub were to be destroyed, the entire country might collapse. But in the face of this impending catastrophe, the nation's leaders merely sighed and said, "We leave it to fate," taking no further action. Boom! With one final explosion. Not a single piece of flesh remained on Gangnan's body. It was as if he had been meticulously stripped to the bone, leaving behind nothing but a bare skeleton. The blue-dress Lolita let out a cold snort, her tone filled with displeasure. Who sliced his head off first? Did I not say that when dealing with scum like this, you cut off the head last? I wanted him to watch as his own flesh was peeled away, piece by piece. I wanted him to experience the ultimate agony and fear. The chosen ones from Niger and Algeria swallowed hard. They were extremely grateful that they had made the right decision at the last moment. Boom! Boom! But before they could even feel relieved, they suddenly heard two crisp cracks from their left legs. Ah! Fuck you! Both of their lower legs had bent forward at a grotesque 90-degree angle, the sheer pain causing them to let out the most agonized screams of their lives. The cold, black-clad little Lolita slowly withdrew her outstretched finger. You too, this is just a small punishment. If there is a next time, you will be executed by Ling Chi. Ling Chi? The two black men did not know what that meant, but they were certain it was nothing good. You still have to take care of Nan Nan and Xingfeng. You cannot die yet, so stop barking. Xiaoqing, go fix them up. Fix them up? Wait, these creepy children could set bones too? The two men immediately stretched out their mangled legs toward the approaching little boy. Seeing how eager they were, the boy's lips curled into an eerie smile. Crack! Snap! The ultimate pain leaves no sound. The two burly men were instantly drenched in cold sweat, their clothes soaked through. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, as if they were sieves being violently shaken. Not only did the two victims suffer, but even the other chosen ones watching felt a chill run down their spines. This was not bone setting, this was just forcibly shoving the protruding bone fragments back in place. The pain from this must have been unimaginable to an ordinary person. Regardless, both of the black men's faces had turned pale from the sheer agony. If nothing unexpected happened, they would likely have to limp their way through the rest of this rule horror scenario. The blue-dress Lolita turned toward Jiang Xiao, her face once again adorned with a sweet smile. Daddy, we can go home now. Oh, by the way, my name is Bai, the pink-haired one is Mu Shitong, and the black-clothed, expressionless one is Shure. But of course, since you are our daddy, you can call us whatever you like. I see. Daddy, what you meant to say was I understand, right? Mu Shitong corrected him. Oh ho ho, close enough. Daddy, is ultra-realistic house-playing really that fun? Bai was very intrigued by the games her daddy had mentioned. It sounds boring. But our daddy is definitely the best. He even drew the manga chubby left guard. Despite her cold demeanor, Shure seemed to be the one who liked Jiang Xiao the most. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Why hey if you keep complimenting me like this, I will get embarrassed. The group of one big and three small figures was the first to leave the hall, heading toward their assigned home. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and the landscape was filled with scattered, disorderly two-story rural houses. With their occasional bursts of cheerful laughter, the scene looked incredibly harmonious. The only imperfection was that, before the scenario had even officially begun, there were already 2 dead and 2 crippled chosen ones. The live chat was flooded with comments about how difficult this challenge was. My god, are 7-star rule horror scenarios really this brutal? The game has barely started, and almost half the players are down. Actually, I do not think it is that bad. These chosen ones just got too cocky and tried to cheat their way through. Exactly. Especially that idiot from Asin country staring at supernatural entities with a perverted gaze? If he did not die, who else would? Right. None of the other livestreams have this high of a death rate. As long as they had treated these kids like normal children from the start, nothing would have happened. Ultimately, the reason this round had such heavy casualties was because of that dumbass from Asin country. If he had not acted like an idiot and gotten his head blown off immediately, the remaining chosen ones would not have been so terrified of these children. That being said, Jiang Xiao seems to get along quite well with these kids. Maybe it is because they are about the same age? If I remember correctly, Shinizuke Noara is also a 5-year-old child. Yes, and as we all know, little Shin has always been great at dealing with pretty girls. But everyone should still stay alert. Rule horror scenarios are never easy, and this one has not even properly started yet. That last comment jolted everyone awake. Now was not the time to relax. Daddy, we are almost home. Mommy has been anxiously waiting for you. That is right, Grandpa has also been in need of someone to take care of him. It is truly wonderful that you are here. Wait a second. I remember that Shinizuke Noara was always extremely restrained when it came to his family. The moment this comment appeared, everyone fell silent. Restrained was an understatement. Little Shin had nearly pushed Missy into early menopause. I have to say, aside from being a bit remote, this village is incredibly pleasant in terms of both scenery and air quality. Walking was getting boring, so Shinizuke voluntarily handed over control, allowing Jiang Xiao to take charge again. The houses in the village were not built close to one another. Walking from one household to the next would take at least 2 minutes. A strange layout. After walking for about 10 minutes, Jiang Xiao was led by the 3 little Lolitas to a small red brick house. Jiang Xiao pushed open the wooden door, and what greeted his eyes was a simple, rustic rural living room. You are back. Daddy, what you should say is I am back. Bai corrected her father's grammar once again. Jiang Xiao took a glance at his surroundings. A cement floor, white plaster walls. There were some dark gray oil stains on the walls, likely accumulated over the years. Overhead, a dust-covered Great Wall brand ceiling fan hung motionless. The furnishings in the living room were even simpler. A wooden dining table, a few wooden stools, and some sacks of rice and flour stacked in the corner. Oh, and a big old CRT television and a little tyrant game console. It was already noon. Jiang Xiao could hear clattering noises from the kitchen, accompanied by the rich aroma of cooking oil and spices. Upon hearing the commotion outside, a woman's indifferent voice drifted from the kitchen. Bai, is Daddy back? The food will be ready soon. Go and boil a kettle of water. Okay. But Shitong and Shure are trying to steal Daddy from me. It is fine. You are all Mommy's good daughters. It does not matter who spends more time with Daddy, whether it is 1 or 3, taking care of you all is the same. Jiang Xiao was a bit confused. Is this really a rule horror scenario? The livestream chat also began questioning the difficulty of the game. Wait, this does not feel right. Why does the atmosphere seem so peaceful? This is not what I expected from a horror setting. Exactly. I thought it would start with a gloomy, eerie old mansion or some kind of creepy villa. Yes. And there should be human limbs lying around in the kitchen, with the whole family having deathly pale faces. Maybe even some ancestral tablets set up in the living room that would feel more like a horror story. You guys should not judge by appearances. Did you already forget how the chosen one from Asen country died by underestimating the situation? Good point. They must not be fooled by surface appearances. This was a 7-star rule horror scenario. It could not possibly be that easy. Daddy! Go upstairs and give Grandpa his medicine first. Grandpa lives in the outermost room on the 2nd floor. Do not enter the other rooms, okay? Shure handed Jiang Xiao several bottles of medicine, each labeled with the number of pills needed. Shure, why do you not give Grandpa his medicine yourself? Jiang Xiao did not want to go. He wanted to pass the task on to someone else. However, the moment he said this, the expressions on the 3 little Lolitas changed instantly. Jiang Xiao could see resistance and fear in their eyes. This Grandpa does not seem like a good person. For something supernatural to fear something else, it could only mean one thing. It was even more terrifying. Rule number 1, you will play the role of a devoted father, fulfilling all of your children's requests. Is the reason Shure does not like Grandpa good enough? Bai hates Grandpa. Does Daddy also want Bai to hate him? Daddy, Shiton does not want to have to kill you yet. I hope you will behave. Hate Grandpa? The sounds from the kitchen changed as well, becoming hoarse and muffled. Bai, is the new Daddy misbehaving again? How about we change our dinner plans and eat Daddy instead? Oh dear wife, I was just teasing Shure a little. You are too much sometimes. Taking the medicine bottles from Shure's hands, Jiang Xiao headed up to the 2nd floor. Only then did the little Lolitas' expressions return to their usual sweetness. A perfect display of how quickly they could change faces faster than flipping a page in a book. But aside from Jiang Xiao, no other chosen one would dare to refuse their children's requests if they valued their life. I feel like if Jiang Xiao did not have such a good relationship with the little Lolitas, he might have died just now. Exactly. They even took the time to explain things to him. In comparison, all those who lacked awareness before were killed on the spot. That is true. It seems that in this game, increasing goodwill with the children is absolutely necessary. People from other nations who were monitoring the Dragon Nation's livestream immediately reported this information back to their respective countries. Nani? There is such a thing? Raising goodwill with the children? So Disu Ne. The Prime Minister of Sakura Country stroked his chin, debating whether to share this information with Meichuan and Yaiku. However, there were only 2 chances to relay messages in this horror scenario, and they had to be used wisely. Because of this, a large number of officials in Sakura Country suggested withholding the information for now. They proposed waiting until they obtained another valuable piece of intelligence and sending both messages together. The Prime Minister thought about it and realized it made sense. After all, Meichuan and Yaiku had the 5-limb substitution technique. Even if he died once, it would not be a big deal. So why not wait for a better opportunity and send 2 messages at once for maximum benefit? Many other nations made the same decision as Sakura Country, believing that this information was not important enough to act on immediately. Of course, a few countries did send the message to their chosen ones right away. And when those chosen ones received the news, their faces were full of confusion and disbelief. What are you talking about? You want me to increase my goodwill with these children? I am already scared shitless just looking at them, and you expect me to be all chummy with them? What kind of nonsense is that? Even after receiving the message, the chosen ones could only play it by ear. Survival was still the top priority. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao had already reached the door of the outermost room on the 2nd floor. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked, but there was no response from inside. Dad, I brought your medicine. A long silence followed. Knock, knock, knock. Still, no reply. Oh, for fuck's sake, what kind of cool and aloof act is this? Jiang Xiao pushed the door open and walked in. The scene before him made him pause for a moment. The first thing he saw was an old man lying on a white wooden bed. But his condition was terrible. This so-called grandpa was barely hanging on to life. Apart from the oxygen mask strapped to his face, his body was covered in tubes and wires. The entire room reeked of rotting flesh, filling the air with an unbearable stench. Most notably, there was a cloud of black mist swirling around the old man's chest. This black mist was the most direct form of contamination in rule horror scenarios. If a chosen one came into contact with it, they would become corrupted and turn into a supernatural entity. Seeing Jiang Xiao enter, the old man turned his head and gave a sinister, ghastly grin. His mouth moved as if trying to say something, but due to a drainage tube in his throat, all that came out were hoarse, wheezing sounds. Disgusting. Jiang Xiao frowned in revulsion. The old man's face had no flesh, just a layer of dried, wrinkled skin stretched tight over his skull. Interesting. So this was the creepy old monster lurking upstairs. No wonder Shure and the others refused to come up. Dad, I brought your medicine. Jiang Xiao lowered his posture as much as possible, then reached out and removed the oxygen mask from the old man's face. But the old man clearly did not appreciate the gesture. He clamped his lips shut tightly and stared at Jiang Xiao with a gaze full of pure malice. Be good. Open your mouth. This is for your own good. Jiang Xiao patiently tried to persuade him, urging him to take his medicine. Was this really Jiang Xiao? Even the livestream chat found it hard to believe. What is going on? This is supposed to be normal behavior, but when Jiang Xiao does it, it feels so weird. Did Jiang Xiao's mental illness get cured? Impossible. He was so far gone, there is no way he recovered in just a few days. Is it not actually a good thing if Jiang Xiao acts a bit more normal? But I feel like, if nothing unexpected happens. Jiang Xiao had been patiently trying to convince the old man for a while, but not only did the old man refuse to take the medicine, he kept muttering under his breath, his cracked lips opening and closing repeatedly. Dad, can you not speak anymore? The old man said nothing. Instead, he rolled his ghastly, white eyes and stared straight at Jiang Xiao. Alright, I get it now. You old bastard. You rotten old fuck, you are trying to kill me, aren't you? The old man grinned ominously and nodded his head, even licking his cracked lips. No hesitation. Smack! Jiang Xiao swung his arm in a perfect arc and slapped the old man square across the face. The force of the blow ripped the drainage tube out of his throat. The old man was stunned, looking at Jiang Xiao in disbelief. What the fuck are you staring at? Oh, fuck you. You cannot even speak properly, and you still have the nerve to act tough with your daddy? You think you are some big shot in front of me? Apparently still unsatisfied, Jiang Xiao raised his massive hand and delivered another set of alternating slaps. Smack! Smack! The old man's nose instantly started gushing blood, his head ringing from the impact. Zhang Zhao's strength stat was 16, far beyond the limits of an ordinary human. These slaps alone nearly shattered the old man's skull. Fuck. In all my years navigating rule horror scenarios, when have I ever seen a chosen one slap a supernatural entity across the face? The black mist on the old man's chest rapidly expanded, instantly engulfing Zhang Zhao's entire body. Crayon Shinchan effect. Because you are reckless and utterly fearless, supernatural forces cannot corrupt you. The corruption came fast, but it disappeared even faster. Zhang Zhao's mind blanked out for a moment. It was like that sensation when you dream about falling into a ditch or when you suddenly step into thin air while walking. For an instant, his brain went completely empty. Total cognitive shutdown. For that brief moment, he was completely unaware of the outside world. Of course, it lasted only for an instant before he snapped back to normal. As Zhang Zhao tried to process that eerie sensation, the foreigners in the livestream chat had already erupted in excitement. Yoshi! Ha 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 ha! Zhang Xiaosan's move was truly impressive. IP, Sakura Country. Ah, well done. Die well. IP, Kimchi Country. Good. Ha, this Zhang Xiao is even more of an idiot than our own Washi Bentai. IP, Asen Country. The people from Dragon Nation were confused. Zhang Xiao just got hit with corruption, right? Why the hell are these foreigners so excited? Meanwhile, the old man, convinced that his corruption had succeeded, was grinning like an idiot, baring his rotten teeth in satisfaction. Ha! You dared to hit me? Ignorant fool, fall into the endless abyss. Seeing that infuriating smirk on the old man's face, Zhang Xiao slapped him again. Smack! A bloody molar flew out of the old man's mouth. You fucking serious? You are still baring your teeth at me? I think you have completely forgotten your place. Next time, you had better shake up whatever little brain you have left before making eye contact with me. The old man? What the fuck? How is he not dead? The people of Dragon Nation were already used to this. Zhang Zhao's invincible body was common knowledge in Dragon Nation. Corruption? Not even a threat. Zhang God is still Zhang God. The old bastard was asking for it. Yes, this is the right vibe. This is exactly what we came for. But for the foreign viewers who were witnessing Zhang Xiao survive corruption and then immediately slap a supernatural entity, it was too much to process. What? Are you sure? My God, what did I just witness? IP, Philippines. Nani? IP, Sakura Country. Ah, this Dragon Nation chosen one is definitely cheating. I am going to report this. IP, Kimchi Country. IP, Asen Country. Ah, look at these clueless foreign fools, completely out of their depth. These weak, overconfident nations were the most pathetic. Meanwhile, major world powers like Lighthouse Country and Bear Country barely reacted. They already had inside information that Dragon Nation's Zhang Xiao possessed an undying ability. Seeing that the old man still looked defiant, Zhang Xiao raised his hand once more. You old fuck, are you still not convinced? Seeing the same hand that had slapped him multiple times, the old man instinctively shrank his neck. He was a supernatural entity, but he still felt pain. This medicine, are you taking it or not? The old man frantically nodded. If he kept resisting, he might lose all his remaining teeth today. Seeing that the old man had given in, Zhang Xiao put one hand on his hip and struck a superhero pose. Wahahaha, wahahaha, at least you know your place. Action mask will always stand against evil. Zhang Zhao's sudden dramatic shift in demeanor left the old man completely speechless. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Did he mean to say, at least you know your place and we stand against evil? Compared to Zhang Zhao's violent method of forcing medicine, the other chosen ones were having a much harder time. Each chosen one had different children, which meant their grandparents were also different. Some of the elderly figures did not even seem sick. In fact, some of them looked shockingly energetic. Among them, Meichuan Eniaiku from Sakura Country had the worst expression. His face was full of internal struggle, and he was awkwardly staring at the old woman with yellowed teeth lying on the bed. You are my son. What is wrong with feeding me medicine mouth to mouth? I am old, I really cannot swallow on my own anymore. Standing beside him, his son, Dezhuang, was egging him on. Come on, Daddy, you used to do it all the time, so why are you hesitating today? Unless, you are not actually my daddy? Meichuan Eniaiku shuddered in fear and immediately thumped his chest, swearing that he was absolutely, completely okay with it. He agreed. The supernatural old woman grinned with her yellowed teeth, puckered her lips, and moved toward Meichuan Eniaiku. Come here, my dear, our love is as deep as the ocean, give me a big kiss. Muah. Fuck. Screw it. It is just mouth-to-mouth feeding. No big deal. Besides, this kind of thing was common in his homeland, so it was nothing out of the ordinary. Close your eyes, lean in, get it over with, quick and painless. Holy shit, is this turning into a live-action fetish channel? Damn, this is seriously heavy stuff. Live horror viewing in real time? This is insane. How old is that old lady? She must be at least 80. Her wrinkles look rougher than tree bark. Damn, Sakura Country's traditions are seriously disgusting. IP, Kimchi Country. Disgusting. Even we cannot understand this. IP, Asian Country. Screw you. Everyone else can criticize, but Asian Country has no right to say anything. Your people even have a fetish for giant lizards. What gives you the right to talk about our great Sakura Empire? IP, Sakura Country. At this moment, Meichuan Eniaiku was about to seal his fate. Oh, what a good boy you are, Mua. The supernatural old woman wrapped her arm around his neck and pulled him in. Oh my god. The moment their lips met, Meichuan Eniaiku felt an overwhelming urge to commit seppuku. That rancid stench, holy fuck. What the hell did this old hag eat for breakfast? Fucking hell. She must have chowed down on some rotten chive dumplings this morning. Fuck. Chive dumplings. Meichuan Eniaiku could already feel the strands of fermented chives stuck between the old woman's yellowed teeth. Ugh. Ugh. Bleeg. He could not handle it. He really fucking could not handle it. Meichuan Eniaiku jerked his head back, gagging uncontrollably. The supernatural old woman's expression darkened. What? Are you disgusted by your own mother? When you were just a clueless little baby, who was the one who wiped your ass and cleaned your piss? Did I ever complain about how filthy you were back then? But now that my body is weak and I need you to help me swallow some medicine, suddenly that is too much for you? Ame de ne. Mama, ugh. I did not mean it that way. Please, give me a moment to compose myself. Give you a moment? Give you a moment, my ass. The old woman wrapped her arm around Meichuan Niaiku's neck, pulled him close to her lips, and forcefully pressed a deep, dominant kiss on him, a classic domineering CEO-style kiss. Meichuan Niaiku swore this was the first time in his life he had ever experienced true hell. It was like biting into a piece of dry, rotting tree bark, with the overwhelming taste of sour, fermented chives. Holy fuck, it smelled like spoiled soybean paste. Wait. Something was off. Oh, fuck me. This was not from this morning. That chive strand had been fermenting for at least 3 days. A long, agonizing moment passed. The old woman, completely satisfied, rolled the medicine that had been in her mouth into Meichuan Niaiku's. Looking at her dazed, motionless, beloved son, she nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. But you really should take better care of your oral hygiene. Your breath is a bit strong. My breath is strong? Sometimes, a single careless comment is all it takes to break a person completely. Meichuan Niaiku stared blankly at his surroundings. The rosy-cheeked, yellow-toothed old woman was grinning ear to ear. His son stood to the side, watching the show with a schadenfreude-filled smirk. A storm of emotions crashed into him all at once, an overwhelming mix of despair, sorrow, and numb resignation. Tears silently slipped from the corners of his eyes. Oh, by the way, feeding me my medicine is not something you can slack off on. Mama needs you to do this every single day. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao had already finished feeding the medicine. It was worth noting that during the process, the old man had failed to control himself and gave Jiang Xiao another glare. And, as expected, the result was obvious. That withered old face was now flush with newfound vitality. Well, at the very least, it looked bright red. Papa, did you finish feeding the medicine? Mama is calling you down for dinner. Daddy, today I want you to feed me. Oof, childish. The 3 little girls tiptoed upstairs, urging Jiang Xiao to come down for dinner. However, none of them dared to step inside. They only called out to him from outside the door, their fear in their eyes growing more and more evident. Of course, I fed him. After all, I am an exceptionally filial grandson, right, Grandpa? The old man had initially wanted to complain. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Jiang Zhao's ever-flexible, ever-prepared palm. Grandpa, say something. What does your silence mean? Ha? Are you trying to imply that I mistreated you? Jiang Xiao casually shifted his positioning his fist right in front of the old man's most vulnerable spot. Speak. Have I not taken good care of you? Then, lowering his voice so that only the 2 of them could hear, he added, if you do not say anything, I will let you experience my Pegasus Meteor Chicken Fist. Pegasus what the fuck chicken fist? The speechless old man turned purple with fear. Yes. Good. You took care of me very well. Good. Very good. The 3 little Lolitas stood there with their mouths slightly open. Mom. Grandpa actually spoke. by E shouted downstairs. Soon, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, a gentle-looking woman came up the stairs while wiping her hands. What is going on? He actually spoke? Her expression was difficult to read, not quite angry, but not happy either. Beside her, Mu Shiton looked incredibly puzzled. Grandpa did not just speak, he spoke in a foreign language. A foreign language? The woman looked shocked. Yes, he said. Good, very good. Shure added. The woman? What the hell? Did simply feeding him medicine cure his partial paralysis? The old man, meanwhile, was inwardly suffering. A medical miracle? Bullshit. This was all because of his filial son's relentless abuse. If he had not spoken, that fist was about to crush his groin. How could he possibly stay silent? All right, you all go downstairs and eat with your dad. I will stay and check on Grandpa's condition. For a moment, Jiang Xiao thought it was just his imagination, but he could have sworn the old man's body shuddered slightly, as if he was terrified of getting checked. Lunch was surprisingly lavish, 3 dishes and a soup. Shredded pork with celery, garlic seasoned lettuce, and a large plate of braised chicken. So fancy? Jiang Xiao had initially assumed the meal would be something horrifying, bugs, intestines, or some other bizarre nightmare fuel. Daddy, help me scoop some rice. I want Daddy to scoop my rice too. Since they all want it, I want it too. I also want Daddy to tie my bib. Me too. I cannot reach the back, Daddy. Humph, childish. But since they all want it, I want it too. The livestream chat could no longer hold back. Is this a horror scenario? This is literally my dream family. Serious question. How do I make such adorable little girls? First, you need to get pregnant. Serious question. I am over 30 and still have not gotten pregnant. Is this normal? Male, by the way. Jiang Xiao dutifully scooped rice for each of them and tied their bibs. Then, the 4 of them sat down to eat. The 3 little girls playfully demanded Jiang Xiao to pick food for them, while at the same time, they enthusiastically picked food for him in return. Well, calling it picking food was not quite accurate. Since all 3 of them were using spoons, they were scooping food instead. Daddy, after we finish eating, tell me a story. I want to hear about Action Mask versus the farting monster. No, Daddy, I want you to play Dead Man's Game with me. Ugh, boring. But as long as it is with Daddy, I am happy to do anything. The big yellow dog in the yard, lured by the smell of food, came in wagging its tail and panting excitedly. I used to have a dog too. His name was Xiaobai, and he was much cuter than you. The big yellow dog froze mid-wag, then lowered its tail in pitiful disappointment. Ha ha ha. Here, have a chicken foot. The big yellow dog instantly cheered up and started wagging its tail again. The other chosen ones did not dare to slap their grandpas and grandmas, so the medicine feeding process was much slower for them. As a result, the Dragon Nation livestream suddenly saw a surge of foreign viewers. However, most of them remained silent, merely watching in the shadows. Bang! A loud thud suddenly echoed from upstairs. The woman came downstairs with a dark expression. Jiang Xiao did not know what had just happened upstairs, but her mood was clearly awful. You all started eating without me? Who told you to start eating? The big yellow dog immediately flinched, diving under the table while whimpering. The 3 little girls also instantly lowered their heads, setting down their spoons, not daring to meet their mother's eyes. Only Jiang Xiao, completely unbothered, kept happily munching away at his meal. Husband, how could you do this? Why did you not wait for me to eat? Oh, come on, Obasan, you are so naggy. You were the one who told us to come down and start eating. You women just love playing these kinds of mind games. Ah, I really cannot handle you. Obasan? What does that mean? If you do not want to call me wife, then just call me Sun Wei. Do not give me weird nicknames. Her instinct told her that Obasan was not a good thing. Jiang Xiao did not respond, but his half-lidded gaze made it very clear that he was completely ignoring her words. This new daddy does not seem to take me seriously? Sun Wei's anger finally boiled over. She placed her hands on her hips, raised her voice by several decibels, and shouted directly at Jiang Xiao. How dare you keep eating? I work so hard every single day, taking care of the children, doing housework, cooking meals. Do you think this is easy for me? What are you waiting for? Go serve me some rice. Jiang Xiao shuddered at her loud voice. He immediately dropped his chopsticks, placed one foot on his chair, and struck a laser-firing pose. Oh no! The furious, 3-layer bellied old witch has appeared. Everyone, stay back. I will protect you all. Action beam. Did he just call me a 3-layer bellied old witch? Sun Wei was so furious she actually started laughing. It had been a long time since she had felt this level of rage. Usually, any daddy would be scared shitless at the mere sight of her. But this guy? Not only was he not afraid, but he was openly mocking her? Seeing that Sunway had gone silent, Zhang Xiao went all in. He proudly struck a superhero pose. Damn! This whole sequence of events left the entire Dragon Nation livestream in complete shock. You tell him not to be stupid, and he refuses to listen. He wears his underwear as a vest. You call him an idiot, and he proves you wrong by wearing his vest as underwear. I am absolutely stunned. The second-hand embarrassment is so strong that I have clawed a 3-bedroom apartment out of thin air. If we rewind history by 300 years, Zhang Zhao's actions today would still be considered legendary. No way. Is this new dad really this fearless? The big yellow dog was trembling uncontrollably, its entire body shaking like a sieve. The 3 little girls silently stood up and stepped aside, lowering their heads, staring at their toes, not daring to move an inch. Shure's lips parted slightly. She hesitated but finally gathered the courage to speak up. Mom, Daddy did not mean it. Please. Shut up. Sunway's voice had become hoarse and rough. Big-ass old hag, 3-layered fatty obeson, wrinkled old monster, now she is furious. Each and every one of Zhang Zhao's words was a critical hit. Sunway's entire body trembled. These words, even for a normal woman, they would be far too cruel. Dark mist began to spread from Sunway's body, and blood-red markings started to appear on her face. Mom, please. Forgive Daddy this one time. Shure pleaded again. No one had expected that, out of all people, the cold and indifferent Shure would be the one protecting Zhang Xiao the most. Yes, Mom, I really like this Daddy. Mom, please do not eat Daddy yet, okay? I do not want to lose him. Seeing how much her daughters liked this new daddy, Sunway forcibly suppressed her inner resentment. Fine, but if anyone dares to plead for him again next time, I will eat her along with him. The 3 little girls lowered their heads in acknowledgement. They would not dare next time. Eat? Still fuming, Sunway scooped herself a bowl of rice. Bang! The ceramic bowl, now filled with rice, slammed down onto the table with a loud thud. Everyone, eat. I dare anyone to refuse. The 3 little girls immediately took their seats, but their playful laughter from earlier had completely vanished. Now, eating felt like serving time in prison. Seeing how heavy the atmosphere had become, Zhang Xiao let out a helpless sigh. Man, you women are really unpredictable. After half-heartedly eating a few bites, Zhang Xiao put down his chopsticks. All right, you are full. Sunway's brow furrowed. It is you who is full, not me. If it were not for the fact that her daughters liked this new dad, she would have already snapped this idiot's neck with her bare hands. Zhang Zhao's face flushed red as he scratched his head awkwardly and replied, close enough, close enough. He. Sunway, why the hell are you blushing like a damn teapot? I was not even complimenting you. The family's financial situation does not seem great. Financial troubles? 3 different dishes, 2 of them meat-based? I could not afford to eat like this. 3 dishes? You people still have the mind to chat about daily life? If I heard correctly, did Sunway just imply that she eats daddy frequently? The horror scenario is already intense enough. Can we just relax and enjoy some lighthearted small talk for once? Although the situation just now had been dangerous, at the very least, Zhang Xiao was still alive and well. Ahem, cracking a few jokes and having some small talk is perfectly reasonable, no? Exactly. If you keep your nerves too tense, you might end up like Zhang Xiao, completely insane. Besides, Zhang Xiao is basically immortal. What do we have to be afraid of? Good point. He survived a 9-star horror scenario, surely, a mere 7-star one should be a piece of cake? However, not everyone agreed. Am I the only one who feels like Zhang Xiao is not as dominant in this scenario as he was in the last one? Did he get a power boost from being in the mental hospital? I thought so too. This version of Zhang Xiao seems nerfed. Could it be that Shinizuki Noara is just not as unhinged as Patrick Star? Regardless, the people of Dragon Nation had relaxed. But the foreign viewers lurking in the Dragon Nation livestream were not so at ease. After watching like fools for so long, they had learned absolutely nothing useful. The only thing they could confirm was that Mom was not a good person. She liked eating Daddy. Not just Daddy, Mom also seemed willing to eat her daughters if they made mistakes. Sunway had literally said it herself, if anyone dares to plead for him again, I will eat her too. The cold, expressionless little girl had saved Zhang Zhao's life by pleading for him. Based on these observations, the household hierarchy seemed to be Mom / Grandpa / Children / Chosen One / Big Yellow Dog. Not bad. At least the Chosen One was not ranked below the dog. A Sakura Nation official pushed open the door and bowed to the Prime Minister, who was reclining in his chair. Excuse me, Prime Minister. This meal may lead to some unpredictable changes. Perhaps we should relay this information to ani.recap? The Sakura Prime Minister pondered for a moment. Considering the current intel, it seemed worthy of transmission. Thus, Meichuan ani.recap, who had been vomiting his guts out behind the backyard toilet, suddenly received a message from Sakura Nation. Improve your relationship with your son, his affection level could save your life in a critical moment. Mom is not a good person. Household hierarchy, mom is at the top, followed by grandma, then the children. After them comes the chosen one, and at the very bottom is the big yellow dog. Meichuan ani.recap almost vomited out his bile before finally stopping. Oh, who would have thought that mom was actually this powerful? That being said, Meichuan ani.recap had to admit that his wife looked quite attractive. At the very least, she was much better looking than the wife he had back in Sakura Nation. He had originally planned to have some nighttime fun, but now, he needed to reconsider. As for his relationship with his son, he was quite confident in that regard. That chubby little brat was disgusting, sure, but at least he was clingy. And the big yellow dog? So far, it seemed useless, completely worthless. As for grandma, no reminder was necessary. Meichuan ani.recap wanted to kill that old hag himself. That passionate kiss had scarred him for life. Daddy! Mommy is calling you for dinner. The chubby boy shouted from the living room toward the backyard. I know. You all go ahead and eat. I need to puke a little longer. His mouth still tasted off. Dad, if you do not come now, Mom is going to get angry. Oh, fuck. Meichuan ani.recap hurriedly splashed his face with water and rushed back into the living room to eat. Unlike Zhang Zhao's situation, Meichuan ani.recap's mother was not paralyzed, so all four of them ate together. However, the moment he saw his grandma's wrinkled, bark-like face, his stomach churned again. His gastric acid surged up to his throat, but he forced it back down. He could not puke. If he vomited, he was dead for sure. Meichuan ani.recap's wife, Jo Chin, had prepared 3 dishes: salted edamame, cold cucumber salad, boiled peanuts. Not a single trace of meat. Even the big yellow dog, who had wandered over out of curiosity, glanced at the table and walked away, completely uninterested. But Meichuan ani.recap? He was thrilled. Given his current state, meat was the last thing he wanted. Just seeing that horrifying old hag had already pushed him to his limit. At least with vegetarian dishes, he could still manage to eat. Meichuan ani.recap had no complaints, but the Sakura Nation viewers were furious. Baka! Why is our chosen one's meal so terrible? Dragon Nation gets 2 meat dishes. So much meat. This is unfair. Kill them all. Aside from Sakura Nation, Kimchi Nation was also fuming, because their chosen one's lunch was even worse. Their meal consisted of pickled radish leaves, stir-fried dried radish, boiled radish chunks. Ah, fuck. Even my dog eats better than this. Forget comparing themselves to Dragon Nation, they could not even compete with Sakura Nation. These 2 petty nations had always been small-minded and obsessed with trivial grievances. Everyone else simply laughed at them. With such small territories, how could their people possibly be open-minded? No sense of grandeur whatsoever. Just as Meichuan ani.recap was about to start eating, the old hag let out a long sigh while holding her cheek. Grandma, what is wrong? Are you not feeling well? The chubby boy put down his chopsticks and asked with concern. Oh, dear grandson, my teeth are just not what they used to be. Mom, I will cook the food softer next time. Jo Chin smiled, reassuringly promising to accommodate her mother-in-law's needs. The old woman smacked her lips and muttered in frustration. It is not just about this meal or the next, Psy grandson, you do not know what it was like when your father was young. Meichuan ani.recap's heart skipped a beat. Oh, fuck. Why bring me up out of nowhere? The chubby boy, however, was excited. He loved hearing stories about his dad's embarrassing childhood and kept asking for more details. The old woman flashed a sweet smile at Meichuan ani.recap. Oh, you see, your grandfather died early, and our family was very poor when your father was a child. I remember when ani.recap was little, he had no teeth and could not eat solid food. But we could not afford baby formula, and the villagers all said he would starve to death if we did not give him away. Guess what we did? What? I mashed potatoes and sweet potatoes in a bowl, then chewed them up myself before feeding them to your father, mouth to mouth. At this, the old woman sighed again. But now, time has caught up with me. My teeth are no good anymore. Sigh. This one sigh made both the chubby boy and Jo Chin turn their gazes toward Meichuan ani.recap. Meichuan ani.recap's entire body shuddered. Oh, fuck no. Your teeth are bad? When I kissed you, I even carefully licked all around your gums. Aside from that god-awful sour chive stench and your disgustingly yellow teeth, everything else was perfectly fine. Not a single cavity, not even in your molars. Daddy, Grandma was so kind to you when you were little, and you always teach me that filial piety comes first. Honey, this task is clearly meant for you, who else but you can handle it? Who the fuck else but me? Meichuan Niaiku's face instantly turned ashen, his hand trembling as he held his chopsticks. Yamit. No, you cannot do this to me. Seeing his refusal, the old woman let out a sinister chuckle. Oh, it is fine, son. Do you really refuse to feed me? Meichuan Niaiku hesitated for a moment but then firmly shook his head. Hell no. Not in a million years would he go through another French kiss feeding session with that old hag. Alright then, let me ask you one more question. Do you still remember your father's name? Meichuan Niaiku's face froze in confusion. How the hell was he supposed to know his father's name? What was it, Meichuan Underpants? Seeing him unable to answer, the entire family silently put down their chopsticks. The chubby boy licked his lips, his eyes glistening with hunger. Mom, what does it mean when Daddy does not know Grandpa's name? Zhou Qin, who had previously appeared so gentle and virtuous, suddenly grinned in a twisted, demented way. She turned toward the kitchen and grabbed a cleaver. He. It means this Daddy is fake. The old woman tilted her head, bit into her own finger, and crunch! A crisp, bone-snapping sound. Blood gushed from her mouth, dripping onto the table. What the fuck? Does this look like someone with bad teeth? Sonny boy, want some fingers? I remember you used to love the sweet and salty taste as a child. Stop bringing up my childhood. Meichuan Niaiku's face twisted in sheer horror as he bolted toward the door. No, I am not a fake daddy. Listen, actually. Right. Actually, I have amnesia. Oh, dear, what a clever husband I have. What a brilliant excuse. But what a shame. Rule 7, always remember that you are a father. You must play your role properly and never show fear or slip up. If your family senses any flaws, you will be exposed. Swish. Meichuan Niaiku's head flew high into the air. His eyes, in his final moments, were filled with terror and despair. Dead. He did not even last half a day before dying once. Big fatty, since this daddy was so smart, go ahead, dig out his brain and eat up. The chubby boy's drool was already soaking into his shirt. Yes, he loved brains. The old woman also licked her lips, eager for a share. I do not want the cerebellum, or brain fluid, but leave me the brainstem or at least the thalamus, alright? Humph. You old hag, just look at the table, it is covered in your blood. Wipe it up before you talk about eating. The Sakura Nation livestream exploded. Idiots. Absolute fucking idiots. He actually broke Rule 7 just like that. Baka. Oh my god, even a dog would shake its head at this stupidity. I am losing my mind. Niaiku is such a dumbass, how could he die so quickly? Kill them all. Calm down. It is fine. Niaiku-san has multiple lives. His S-rank talent is not just for show. 5-limb sacrificial technique, activate. Effect, rewinds time to 1 minute before death. Cost, the loss of 1 limb. Meichuan Niaiku's head regenerated, and he immediately staggered backward several steps in panic. But before he could process what had happened, a sudden, excruciating pain exploded in his groin. True pain is silent. He was numb. Meichuan Niaiku felt nothing below his waist, completely paralyzed. Then, a searing, bone-deep agony shot up from his rear all the way to his abdomen. The sensation was so devastatingly intense that even his kidneys twitched in agony. He collapsed onto the floor, head pressed against the ground, drenched in cold sweat. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly, but he could not form a single coherent sentence. The Sakura Nation livestream viewers were completely dumbfounded. Nani? Why is Niaiku-san not moving? Did he see something terrifying? Does watching your mom, wife, and child feast on your brain count as terrifying? Finally, Meichuan Niaiku let out a soul-piercing scream, snapping everyone out of their thoughts. He was kneeling on the ground, clutching his groin, writhing in pain. His body was curled up like a shrimp, and bright red blood was slowly seeping down his pant leg. Wakata, I get it now. Niaikukuan's 5-limb sacrificial technique activated. He is in pain. We are not blind. No need to state the obvious. Many Sakura Nation women watching the stream revealed looks of disgust. They had initially admired this man who had awakened an S-rank talent, but seeing him so utterly pathetic was beyond disappointing. Zhou Qin, his wife, remained completely expressionless. She did not say a word. Sonny boy, go help your father into his chair. Such a grown man, yet still as messy as he was when he was a child. Meichuan Niaiku, now back in his seat, was panting heavily, trying to recover. Perhaps due to his talent, the searing pain only lasted the moment the limb was lost. Now, he felt nothing at all. Truly, nothing at all. The old woman, having finished her portion of brain matter, licked her lips with a wicked grin. Then, she turned back to Meichuan Niaiku and asked, "Alright then, let me ask you again, do you still remember your father's name?" Meichuan Niaiku, Wang Defa? Wait. Calm down. Stay calm. The horror scenario would never give him an unsolvable problem. His S-rank talent should never lead to an infinite death loop. I got it. Mom, what did you just ask me? I asked you if you remember your father's name. No, not that, the question before that. Oh, son, do you really refuse to feed me? Meichuan Niaiku's expression turned deadly serious. Bam! He slammed the table and shot up from his seat. Of course not. I am willing. I am 100% willing. There is an old saying in Dragon Nation, filial piety is the foundation of all virtues. I have always taught my son the same principle. Now that your teeth are weak, as a father, I must set an example for my son. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful mother. Every smile of yours fills me with happiness. Truly, no words can ever fully express my deep love for you. I love you, Mom. I love you, MOM. Slamming the table like that? I thought you were about to pull off some crazy move. Well, at least Niaikukuan has mastered the art of knowing when to bow and when to stand tall. Even the old hag is confused. Bro, was that attitude shift a bit too extreme? Ha 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 ha. Good. My son has finally learned to be filial, nothing makes me happier. The old woman pushed her bowl toward Meichuan Niaiku. Then, she closed her eyes, leaned back into her rattan chair, and opened her mouth wide. The meaning was obvious. Ah, so this is fate. This is destiny. Tears welled up in Meichuan Niaiku's eyes. There is an old saying, when a person has no burdens, they will never gamble their dignity on tomorrow. The only silver lining was that he had vomited thoroughly in the morning and had barely eaten anything for lunch. Even if he threw up now, there was nothing left in his stomach. Just get it over with. Once he survives this, he will be a national hero in Sakura Nation. In truth, Meichuan Niaiku was not the only chosen one suffering. Almost every single one of them faced some level of torment. By the time lunch was over, at least 1/3 of the chosen ones were dead. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao was already playing games with his 3 daughters. But the scene. Daddy, in this playing dead game, we really cannot move? The goal is to see who can stay still the longest. But it is not as fun as I imagined. What do you think, Shure? Shure did not move a muscle. She did not even speak. She was determined to win first place in the playing dead game. Sunway watched the scene unfold with a strange expression. She had to admit this new daddy was pretty good at handling kids. This game was amazing. The children were so quiet and well behaved. 30 minutes later, Bai was the first to give up. I cannot do this anymore, Daddy. It is too boring. Let us play video games instead. I want to play Super Mario. Mu Shitong immediately followed, saying she wanted to play Snow Brothers because she could play with Daddy. Bai quickly changed her mind. Then I want to play Chip and Dale, Rescue Rangers. I want to play with Daddy too. The ultimate winner of the playing dead game, Shure, also wanted to play. She chose Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Contra. Alright, then, why do you not discuss and decide? The 3 little girls locked eyes once again. After a brief negotiation, they settled on Snow Brothers. Game rules. 1 life per person. Whoever dies must hand over the controller. The first round was Bai versus Jiang Xiao. Snow Brothers. As Jiang Xiao stared at the pixelated graphics and listened to the familiar background music, his mind drifted into the past. He remembered. He had played this game with the hospital director before. As a child, Jiang Xiao had been sent to a psychiatric hospital by a man. The reason? He was diagnosed with severe schizophrenia and delusional disorder. Jiang Xiao still remembered that man's face. There was a deep, festering scar running across it. But that man was definitely not his father. Strangely enough, he should have been old enough to remember things when he entered the hospital, yet his memories from before that were completely blank. After observing him, the hospital director concluded that Jiang Xiao truly was mentally ill, severely ill. And so, Jiang Xiao remained in the psychiatric hospital, and Snow Brothers became one of his favorite games to play with the director. At the time, the director was around 40, a towering, fearsome man known as Nanjiang's Lone Wolf. Even though the director personally treated Jiang Xiao, his condition only worsened over time. Am I really mentally ill? Jiang Xiao's heart felt bitter. Sure, he played around a lot, lacked respect for elders, loved cosplay, enjoyed bullying the weak, threw random tantrums, loved destroying hospital property, swapped the director's boxers with see-through lace underwear, and frequently lost chunks of his memory. But deep down, Zhang Xiao felt he was not mentally ill. Just as his thoughts wandered, Zhang Xiao's little red character got hit by a monster and died. Daddy, Daddy, you died. It is my turn now. Mu Shitong snatched the controller from his hands and plopped down on his lap. Daddy, Daddy, you died. I cannot breathe. Ha ha ha. I used to play these old school games as a kid too. No matter who you were, once you died, everyone would start yelling, you died. Give me the controller. Zhang Xiao sat to the side, watching as the three little girls laughed and played without a care. Even the usually cold and expressionless Shure was completely immersed in the fun. The sight before him somehow calmed the last bit of restlessness in his mind. Yes, this was the feeling of clarity. He was Zhang Xiao, not Patrick Star, not Shinisuke no Era. Watching the children enjoying their game, he realized that he actually felt pretty good. Zhang Xiao's mind had never been so clear. Sure, do you think Daddy is mentally ill? Ha? Daddy, what did you say? Shure, who was focused on fighting Mu Shitong for a speed boost power-up, was briefly stunned. Never mind. By the way, do you girls want to go for a ride? The moment he spoke, the rules immediately pulled his mind back into its usual state. Talent effect number 3, in the horror scenario, your illness will be significantly worse than in reality. This will affect some of your judgments. No, we want to play video games. We have never gone for a ride before. Is it fun? Ah, Daddy, let us finish this round first, then we can go for a ride. Zhang Xiao was not the only one facing this issue. All the other chosen ones were also dealing with children demanding to play video games. Rule number 1, you must play the role of a devoted father. You must fulfill all of your child's requests. Rule number 3, your child is allowed to play video games, but their screen time cannot exceed 30 minutes. They could not refuse their child's request, but they also could not let them play for too long. How the hell were they supposed to manage that? All of the chosen ones were playing the role of fathers. And as fathers, they all knew exactly how addictive these old school games were for kids. Forget 30 minutes, kids could easily play for half a day, even an entire day. Since Zhang Xiao had played the playing dead game with them earlier, his daughter's game time had just started. But for the other children, their 30 minutes were almost up. And so, each father began desperately trying to get their children to stop playing. Different parenting strategies. The begging approach, Sakura Nation. Meichuan Niiku knelt on the floor, pleading with his chubby son to stop playing. If begging did not work, he was even willing to let his son slap him a few times. The bribery approach, Kimchi Nation. Park Boo-won took out his secret homemade kimchi recipe, hoping that food would distract his son. The clown approach, Lighthouse Nation. Mad from Lighthouse Nation was a former circus clown. He was now going all out, performing tricks to steal his daughter's attention. Anything to stop the kids from playing video games. Sigh, watching this scene suddenly makes me feel something. What do you mean? Honestly, I was never that obsessed with video games as a kid. What I loved most was riding around on my dad's motorcycle. Holy shit, are you spying on me? Ha ha ha. Only people who got to ride around on their dad's motorcycle know how amazing it felt. Same. My dad used to take me for rides, and he would always tell me stories about his childhood and brag about how cool he was when he was younger. Honestly, I loved listening to those stories. I am 28 now, and I still love hearing my dad talk about those memories over dinner. Are we all talking about the same dad? I was different. I loved going fishing with my dad. You will never understand the joy of being a fishing enthusiast. Yes, I am a woman. I loved climbing trees and stealing bird nests with my dad. He was crazy good at climbing. In the summer, we would catch cicadas together. Cicadas are the best. So, did you prefer digging up their little holes to pull them out, or did you use a flashlight at night to catch them while they climbed trees? My dad would time it perfectly. He would bring a shovel and dig up the ground around the tree roots. Cicada, excuse me, sir? Is this really necessary? Damn. Your dad was hardcore. But does digging them up like that still make it fun? It was fine. We just dug the small burrow into a bigger hole. I still did all the digging myself. Plus, we could sell them. I think it was around 2012 one cicada could sell for 1 yuan. Every sentence says nothing about childhood, yet every sentence is filled with childhood. This is too real. As they watched the stream filled with desperate, struggling fathers, many men felt a bit of bitterness in their hearts. Finally, one person voiced what they had all been thinking but did not want to admit. Honestly, my son often begs me like Mei Chuan Nyaiku, asking me to take him out to play. But I can only do it when I have long holidays. The pressure from work is just too much. Brother, I understand you. We are all just trying to survive. But, the truth is, our generation of children does not receive the same level of fatherly love as the previous generation did. Yeah, life conditions have improved, but the cost is that we have to sacrifice almost all of our free time. Exactly. Working overtime every day, a supposed 9 to 6 job gets stretched into 8 to 9. Where is there any time left to spend with our kids? That is right. My son has way better living conditions and toys than I ever did, but I feel like he is not as happy as I was back then. At that moment, a user named Hard Work Pays Off shared his story. Hard work pays off. I just remembered something. My daughter once saved up all her pocket money to buy me a pack of hardbox Deduction men cigarettes for 7 yuan. She wanted me to spend a whole night playing with her. She was in kindergarten at the time. She only got 50 cents a day as pocket money. I do not even know how long she saved up for that. And then, hard work pays off. And then, I told her that Daddy was really busy. I had an important work proposal due the next day. I also told her Daddy only smokes soft Zhonghua, which costs dozens per pack. Brother, damn. I sigh. You know what? Never mind. I get it. We all have to survive. Yeah, life forces us to sacrifice things. It is not your fault. Just make sure you spend quality time with her when you can. Hard work pays off. You do not understand. That work proposal had my brain completely fried. I was so stressed, I even said some harsh words to her that night. As he spoke, many people in the chat began to comfort him. It is alright, brother. Angry words are just angry words. Do not blame yourself. Everyone has moments when they lose control. Exactly. When my wife is in a bad mood, the whole family suffers. We do not even dare to breathe too loudly at the dinner table. Yeah, what child has not been scolded for no reason? No one is perfect. But hard work pays off, continued speaking, lost in his own thoughts. Hard work pays off. You guys do not understand. But what I said that day was truly inhuman. Hard work pays off. I rejected my daughter, but her little hands were still gripping that pack of Deduction men cigarettes so tightly. Because to her, that was something she had saved up for over half a month, maybe even longer, to buy. Hard work pays off. And then I said to her, even if this kind of cigarette fell on the ground, I would not bother to pick it up. Hard work pays off. I said, do you even know what kind of cigarettes Daddy smokes when he goes out for business meetings? Soft Zhonghua, the kind that costs dozens per pack. Hard work pays off. She did not understand what I meant. She just asked me, how much is soft Zhonghua? Hard work pays off. I told her 1 pack of soft Zhonghua could buy 10 of the ones in your hands. Hard work pays off. I will never forget the way she looked at me in that moment. Shocked, anxious, nervous, and a little ashamed. Hard work pays off. She instinctively hid the pack behind her back. And hard work pays off. I am sorry. I really am sorry. I wanted to apologize, but I did not know what to say. I have tried so many times to pretend I have forgotten about it, but it always comes back to me at random moments. Hard work pays off. I really owe her an apology. The chat fell silent. Then, a flood of furious fathers slammed their keyboards. Hard work pays off. What the fuck? You are a goddamn bastard. Go apologize to your daughter right now. I understand you, but I despise you at the same time. My God, such a good daughter. How could you do that to her? This is all because of your stupid, fragile pride as a father. You just do not want to apologize to your own child. Hard work pays off. If this story is fake, if you just made this up, then let it at least serve as a lesson to the fathers in this chat. But if it is real, then go apologize. A real apology. Do not try to brush it off as a joke or sweet talk her like she is a little kid. Because if you do, you are only deceiving yourself. And one more thing, just from this incident alone, as a father, you are not doing a great job. Heaven rewards diligence. I understand everything. Do you think I don't know whether a joking apology works or not? Brothers, thank you for scolding me awake. I'll go apologize right now really, thank you all. At this moment, Mei Chuan Nyaiku was on the verge of kneeling in apology before Depang finally put down his game controller. The tactics of Kimchi Nation and Beacon Nation had proven effective. Although the children forced to abandon their video games weren't exactly happy, they were eventually coaxed into compliance. However, many countries had failed. Their children had played games for more than 30 minutes. Take Thai Nation, for example. His ultimate skill? Thai massage. But clearly, His beloved daughter wasn't interested in his massage techniques at all. She was dead set on playing video games. With only seconds left before the time limit, Kanba could no longer hold back. He forcefully turned off the TV and snatched the controller from his daughter's hands. The little girl, now deprived of her controller, lowered her head, her breathing growing heavier. Kanba swallowed hard and did his best to explain. Ka Tao. I'm sorry, Ka Tao. This much gaming is bad for your eyes. I am doing this for your own good. The chosen one of Tai Nation struggled to maintain his fatherly authority, hoping to intimidate his daughter. But the moment she lifted her head, his body froze instantly. Her eyes were bloodshot, her entire face contorted into something inhuman. Countless wriggling, twisted black worms emerged from her mouth and nose. Before Kanba could react, he felt a sudden chill in his chest. A small, delicate hand had pierced straight through his heart. Daddy, I hate you. The sweet little cotton-padded jacket that was his daughter had transformed into a heart-extracting nightmare. Tai Nation Chosen 1, Kanba, Challenge. Where did Daddy go? Failed. A supernatural entity will descend in 120 seconds. Destination, Qinglai. Duration, 48 hours. Qinglai, one of Tai Nation's 5 major cities, was doomed. The Thai government frantically issued calls for international aid, but not a single country responded. At a time like this, who had the luxury to worry about others? Countless high-ranking officials and elites of Qinglai scrambled to flee the city. Yet, the ordinary citizens of Qinglai reacted quite differently. After a brief moment of panic, they all folded their hands in prayer, solemnly beseeching the four-faced Buddha to save them from calamity. But, unfortunately, their Buddha could not stop the descent of the supernatural. While some, like Kanba, had forcibly prevented their children from gaming, others had simply let things take their course. Among them was Choi Hun of Fresh Nation. He was the epitome of a defeatist. He gave his child a few half-hearted warnings. When he saw the kid completely ignore him, he simply lay down on the sofa and took a nap. Everyone assumed he would be ripped to shreds. But then, the unexpected happened. 30 minutes passed. Choi Hun's son had not transformed. He continued playing video games, cheerful as ever. Could this be a false rule? No, false rules were incredibly rare. This rule seemed undeniably real. Just as Choi Hun thought he had escaped disaster, his napping wife emerged from the bedroom. You bastard, didn't I already tell you? The kid isn't allowed to play video games for more than 30 minutes a day. Choi Hun, what the hell were you doing? Oh shit. The rule is real. If you let the kid play, your wife shows up. Damn, the Fresh Nation Chosen One really has nerves of steel. He actually had the guts to sleep? Wait, do you guys see that? Something's happening to Choi Hun's skin. Before everyone's eyes, Choi Hun's originally pale yellowish skin gradually turned dark gold. Is this a defensive ability? Indeed, Choi Hun had quietly activated his A-rank ability, Bronze Skin, Iron Bones. This was the very reason he had the confidence to slack off. I tried to stop him, but he just wouldn't listen. Crack. Choi Hun had not even finished speaking before he saw his own back. His wife remained frozen in place, her hands still maintaining the motion of twisting his head off. Tried to persuade? You think just persuading is enough? As a father, it is your duty to lead your child onto the right path. Not this half-hearted I tried attitude of yours. Fresh Nation's Chosen One, Choi Hun, Challenge. Where did Daddy go? Failed. A supernatural entity will descend in 120 seconds. Destination, Cherivan. Duration, 48 hours. Cherivan. A crucial port city in the southeastern region of Fresh Nation, boasting a thriving fishing and industrial economy. It was the second largest city in the country. But at this moment, Cherivan was eerily silent. It seemed they had long been prepared for this day. Every company had ordered their employees to go home and reunite with their families. Those who had not been working rushed home, while those who were already there shut their doors and windows tightly. Whether they would die on the way home, no one knew. People from almost every nation felt a deep sense of unease, like foxes grieving the death of a rabbit, fearing that they would be next. The mortality rate of Rule 3 was horrifyingly high. There was no opportunity to resist. Even Choi Hun's bronze skin, iron bones had been completely useless. His wife had snapped his neck as easily as breaking a chopstick. Could this rule be an absolute death sentence? Across the world, only Jiang Zhao's side remained cheerful. Not only did Jiang Zhao not stop the 3 little girls from playing, but he even joined in himself. As the timer ticked closer to the 30-minute mark, the high-ranking officials of Dragon Nation finally lost their patience. That Jiang Zhao. Absolutely reckless. Rule 3 could be an instant death rule. Does he not realize this? Director Wang, he is mentally ill. You cannot expect too much from him. What the fuck? Director Wang was left speechless. He slammed his thigh in frustration. Forget it. Better safe than sorry. Hurry! Use our reminder privilege. This is complete bullshit. It was not just Director Wang who was struggling to accept this situation. The other officials sitting around the conference table were all gritting their teeth as well. Every other nation had used their reminder privileges at critical moments, like a sharp blade striking with precision. And yet, they had to waste theirs on the blunt end of the knife. Ding! External reminder received. Jiang Xiao, pay attention. 30 minutes. Video games can only be played for 30 minutes. Do not go over the time limit. This Rule 3 is highly suspicious. It could be an instant death rule. You must not exceed the limit. Methods to stop children from playing include but are not limited to begging on your knees, using snacks as bribes, dressing up as a clown. Jiang Xiao saw the reminder and immediately put on a serious face. You 30 more minutes, and that is it. If you go over the time limit, I will have to dress up as a clown. Live chat comments. What the hell? What do you mean 30 more minutes? The rule clearly says you can only play for 30 minutes. Wake up, brother. Jiang Xiao, I know your brain is broken, but please, I beg you, think properly about the rule. I have seen people with bound feet, but never someone who bound their own brain. It is like he left his brainstem at home. Even though everyone knew Jiang Xiao was insane, some still could not help but curse him. Meanwhile, Sakura Nation, Kimchi Nation, and Beacon Nation, who had temporarily escaped the crisis, returned to Dragon Nation's livestream to gloat. Yoshi. As expected of a madman, he is even playing the game himself? IP, Sakura Nation. Aish, Jiang Xiaoappa is really fearless, Smita. I cannot wait to see if he survives Rule 3. IP, Kimchi Nation. Oh, beautiful Saint Mary. I swear, Jiang Xiao will not survive the day. His wife will break his neck, I swear she will. IP, Beacon Nation. Tisk TSK, good thing I ran away in time. Our Beacon Nation is full of talented individuals, while Dragon Nation is pinning all their hopes on a lunatic. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Inside Dragon Nation's conference hall, an ominous silence filled the air. The veins on Director Wang's forehead had turned purple from rage. Director Wang, should we use our second reminder privilege? No need, it is like talking to a wall. You say City Gate Tower, and he understands crotch elbow. We are not even on the same wavelength. And besides, even if we reminded him again, there is no time left. The Dragon Nation conference hall was closely monitoring the remaining game time. Jiang Xiao had less than 2 minutes left to convince the children to stop. At this point, nothing they said would make a difference. Just as the people of Dragon Nation were furiously cursing the three nations and their lackeys, Jiang Xiao and his daughter's game time was about to hit the 30-minute mark. Right at that moment, Shure unexpectedly put down her game controller and even snatched Mu Shitan's controller away. Mommy said we can only play for 30 minutes a day. Bai Yi and Mu Shitan pouted, clearly wanting to keep playing. But after glancing at Shure, then at Jiang Xiao, they had no choice but to reluctantly put their gaming urges aside. Bai Yi, being the thoughtful one, even went over to turn off the television. To them, this daddy was the most fun person in the world. He could tell stories, play dead, and draw chubby Zayman comics. Not to mention, they had not even played Dynamic Superman vs. Bare-Bottom Aliens or the most realistic pretend family game yet. There was no way they would let Jiang Xiao die now. Seeing the three little girls reluctantly parting with their console, Jiang Xiao could not help but chuckle. Their expressions clearly showed that they still wanted to play. At that moment, the previously arrogant lackeys of the three nations fell completely silent. Nani? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Johnsan's daughters actually stopped playing on their own? IP, Sakura Nation. Shiba. This is cheating. That Dragon Nation man is definitely cheating. Smita. IP, Kimchi Nation. What the fuck? Fuck you. Even if my Aunt Kino wore her leather boots for 12 years straight, she still would not be able to figure out why Jiang Zhao's daughters are so obedient. IP, Beacon Nation. Even the foreign lackeys fell into collective silence. Jiang Xiao had once again pulled off something they could not comprehend. Ahem, I always believed in Dragon Nation. Even though I am living in Beacon Nation, my heart belongs to my homeland. Heaven and earth are my witnesses. IP, Sakura Nation. Look at this lackey trying to play both sides. Do you think we cannot read Chinese? Tell me, which country are you actually in? This reminds me of that one guy who had diarrhea. People like this should be fed a nice big bowl of laxative tea. Damn it, these so-called Dragon Nation citizens in Sakura Nation were more than just blindly worshipping foreign powers. At certain times, they were traitors, plain and simple. Holy shit. Everyone, look at Jiang Xiao. What is he doing? Jiang Xiao had turned the television back on. Not only that, he even picked up a game controller and started playing himself. It is fine. Mommy only said you could only play for 30 minutes, Daddy never agreed to that. I will play with you, so do not be scared. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was perfectly calm. All he wanted was to enjoy this peaceful afternoon with his adorable daughters. As for those so-called rules, to hell with them. His sixth sense told him that this third rule was not an instant death rule at all. Bai Yi cheered excitedly. Daddy! You are the best, the most amazing, the most awesome daddy in the world. Mu Shitong was the quickest. Before the other two could react, she grabbed the second controller. Shure bit her lower lip hesitantly before silently standing behind Jiang Xiao. If mommy came, maybe she could still try to persuade her. Dragon Nation's livestream chat exploded once again. Wahahaha. Yoshi. Jiang Xiao is a true model citizen. This move is like an old, rusty faucet, completely corroded. IP, Sakura Nation. We, the Kimchi Empire, also greatly admire Jiang Xiao. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought he was one of our undercover agents, Smita. IP, Kimchi Nation. God has finally opened his eyes. This yellow-skinned monkey is digging his own grave. My Aunt Kino is already so happy she is dancing the tango. IP, Beacon Nation. The people of Dragon Nation remained silent. There was nothing more to say. They could only wait and see how Jiang Xiao would handle the situation. Maybe Rule 3 was not an instant death rule after all? Maybe Sun Wei would not be able to kill Jiang Xiao, thanks to his immortality? Inside the Dragon Nation conference hall, Director Wang collapsed into his chair in despair. I was wondering why the sky cleared up. Turns out Jiang Xiao has left me completely speechless. Daddy, I do not want to play Contra. It is too hard. I keep dying, and I cannot even beat the second level. Please, good daddy, can we play a different game? Little pink-haired Mu Shitong buried her face into Jiang Xiao's chest, rubbing against him as she whined. Setting aside the fact that these girls had a habit of killing their fathers, their looks were straight out of countless people's dream fantasies. Especially when they pouted and acted cute, it melted the hearts of countless mama and papa fans in the livestream chat. Watch carefully. This is a secret technique passed down to me by the headmaster himself. As soon as the title screen stabilized, Jiang Xiao stealthily hid the controller so that the three little ones would not see. Up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, B, A. Bing. Before the three little girls' wide-eyed, slack-jawed expressions, the number of player lives on the screen jumped from 3 to 30. Wow, Daddy, you are amazing. I want to do it too. Daddy, please teach me this trick. Please, I beg you. Me too. Daddy, please. Even Shure, who usually maintained her cool and aloof demeanor, dropped her guard. But Jiang Xiao firmly refused. No way. This is a secret technique the headmaster personally taught me. I had to beg that old Biden for a long time before he was willing to share it. If you want to learn, I will have to see how you behave first. At that moment, the headmaster, watching the live stream outside, was initially pleased but then immediately frowned. He was glad that this brat still remembered this matter. But the way he casually called him old Biden nearly sent his blood pressure through the roof. That is it. Jiang Xiao has violated Rule 1. He refused to grant his daughter's request for a secret technique. First floor comment confirmed to be a newbie. What are you freaking out for? When has Jiang Xiao not broken the rules? Look at you acting like you have never seen the world before. As expected, even though Jiang Xiao had broken the rule, the three little girls were not angry at all. Though Shure and the others pouted and looked a little sulky after being rejected, anyone who had raised children knew exactly what this was. This was not real anger, this was just playful sulking to act spoiled. Not only that, apart from Mu Shitong, who was still playing with Jiang Xiao, Bai Yi and Shure had each taken their places on either side of him, gently massaging his shoulders. They were trying to impress him, hoping to earn the secret technique sooner. Wait, what? It works like this? The spies lurking in Dragon Nation's livestream immediately reported this information back to their countries. Yoshi. So telling children the Contra Extra Life cheat makes them feel greater affection for their father? Soon. This is valuable information. Combined with the data from last time, we can now relay everything to our Beacon Nation Chosen One. Mr. President, Parliament has unanimously approved the decision to share this information with our Kimchi Empire Chosen One, Smita. While various nations were busy relaying intelligence, Sun Wei, who had been napping upstairs, came down. With just one glance, she saw her three daughters gathered around the TV, playing video games. Even worse, their father was playing with them? Jiang Xiao. What is going on? What kind of father plays video games with his daughters? The three little girls immediately dropped their controllers and stood at attention, heads down, staring at their toes in classic guilty fashion. Jiang Xiao, still holding his controller, waved it at Sunwei. What is wrong with playing games? We were having fun, enjoying ourselves. A little relaxation is necessary, and besides, nonsense. Sunwei cut him off. What kind of father does this? Instead of wasting time, you should be teaching them addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Her eyes were already turning red. Faint, sinister blood-colored markings crept across her face, and her skin twitched involuntarily. That is what teachers are for. As parents, our priority should be our children's happiness. Shure and the others have not even started kindergarten yet. Why should they be forced to suffer through studying so early? Video games are addictive. Playing them is wrong. All recreational activities can be addictive. When you were a child, did you not jump rope? Did you not play beanbag toss? Hopscotch? The little horse crosses the river? Shuttlecock kicking? Cat's cradle? I believe the essence of all these games is the same. While video games do have a higher risk of addiction, as their father, I am fully confident in ensuring that Shure and the others will not become obsessed with them. Jiang Zhao's calm, logical argument left Sunwei speechless. Even the livestream chat had gone dead silent. My god, where is the lunatic Jiang Xiao everyone knows? His logic is crystal clear, his words are articulate, he just delivered a flawless speech. Sunwei, unable to win the argument, had no intention of continuing the debate. Nonsense. Crack. Her sudden killing move caught everyone completely off guard. Jiang Xiao, who had been facing away from his daughters, was now facing directly toward them. His neck had been snapped. Daddy! Shure let out a heart-wrenching cry. Her beloved father's neck had been broken. Bai Yi and Mushitang's big eyes filled with tears, their tiny pink hands clenched so tightly they turned pale. Mommy, why did you kill Daddy? We promised not to get addicted to games. Wah! Mommy! Give Daddy back to us. Give him back. Daddy even promised to play pretend family with us. We still need to finish our chubby Zaman comics. Mommy, why did you kill the daddy we love? Sunwei, who had just killed Jiang Xiao, slowly returned to normal. But when she saw her three daughters demanding her to give their father back, she was completely stunned. This was a bad father. It is better that he is dead. Bai Yi sniffled. After being his daughter for so long, did they not know whether Jiang Xiao was a good father or not? Wipe away your tears. Whoever keeps crying, I will eat them. Shure, go cut off Daddy's thigh. Shure refused to move. Her once cold and numb heart had finally felt a trace of warmth and happiness, only to be personally extinguished by her mother. Shure, are you actually daring to disobey me? Sunwei's eyes turned red, and she could feel her authority being repeatedly challenged. Bai Yi and Mushitang tried to persuade Shure to obey. But Shure, without a hint of fear, stood her ground against Sunwei's intimidation. She had no intention of complying. I absolutely love Shure. Her stubborn expression is just amazing. You will not love her so much when she crushes your heart. Guys? Should we not be worried about an incoming supernatural invasion? Newcomer alert. Our screen has not gone dark yet. Why are you panicking like a pink bubble teapot? Dragon Nation's livestream screen still being active could only mean one thing. Jiang Xiao was still alive. Shure's unyielding stance had completely infuriated Sunwei. Good. Very good. It has been a long time since anyone dared to challenge me. Looks like I need to kill a daughter today to remind everyone who is in charge. Oh boy, here comes the three-layer bellied, big-butted old hag. Listen up, buddy, Patrick Star thinks you are in the wrong. Ha! Sunwei's body stiffened, then she turned around in disbelief to look at Jiang Xiao. What the fuck? She saw his head twisted at an unnatural 180-degree angle, looking directly at her. Even more terrifyingly, his distorted neck was slowly regenerating. But his eyes, they looked utterly idiotic. S-rank passive skill, Regeneration. You will gain the powerful healing abilities of Patrick Star. However, this may occasionally cause you to unconsciously speak in Patrick-isms. Shure was the first to react. She immediately leaped into Jiang Zhao's arms. Daddy! You are okay. Jiang Zhao's dazed gaze locked onto Sunwei. Oh, of course, I am fine. I have always been fine. You see, everyone makes mistakes, which is why people put erasers on the ends of pencils. I think you understand what I mean. Mommy was wrong. Bai Yi and Mushitang hesitated for a moment before also standing by Jiang Zhao's side. At this moment, the situation had clearly become a 4-versus-1 battle. A full-scale family war was about to erupt. Even the big yellow dog, which had been playing dead in the backyard, ran to Jiang Zhao's feet, baring its teeth at Sunwei. Should this count as 4.5 versus 1? Everyone was against her. This overwhelming sense of betrayal left Sunway's heart hollow. Had she been wrong? But the doubt lasted for only a split second before it was completely consumed by rage. Do you really think having numbers on your side will be enough to defeat me? Ha, ha ha, wahahaha. As she laughed hysterically, her jaw unhinged like a snake's, opening to an unnatural degree. Ha 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 ha. Is this father's ability immortality? Or regeneration? It does not matter. Because today, I am going to eat you alive. Let us see if you can survive that. Eat him alive? Ack! You big-mouthed, venomous old snake. I will never yield to you. Stay back. The moment he heard the words eat alive, the will of Patrick Star fled instantly. Zhang Xiao snatched back control of his body. He could not let Patrick act recklessly. Even though that pink sea star was completely insane, who knew if he could still regenerate after being eaten? Wife, wait. Sunway paused, her cold expression unchanged. She wanted to see what last words he had before he died. Why? The most important thing is for a family to be happy together. Can you really bear to see Shure and the others heartbroken? Since brute force was not working, it was time to play the family card. The three little girls instantly became drama queens, clinging to Jiang Zhao's legs and crying out, "Daddy, Daddy." They claimed that without Daddy, they would be sad for a lifetime. Sunway's expression wavered slightly. But then, no matter what, video games are wrong. Why? Jiang Zhao asked, genuinely confused. Sunway's face twisted in anger. Do you not understand how harmful video games are? Ha! Jiang Zhao blinked, utterly puzzled. Other than being addictive, ruining eyesight, and making children antisocial, what good do video games have? Oh? Jiang Zhao seemed a little uncertain. Some children even spend all the money their parents have worked hard to save for years on video games. Oh wow! Jiang Zhao slapped his thigh. So, this means video games should not be played at all. Ha! Never heard of that. Jiang Zhao waved his hand dismissively. Are you two putting on a comedy skit here? One sets up the joke, and the other delivers the punchline? Sunway almost lost her composure. What the hell was this idiot doing? No, wait. Wife, listen to me. Fine, I will give you one last chance. Jiang Zhao glanced at the little tyrant console, then picked it up and placed it in front of Sunway. Look, buddy, how exactly do you put money into this thing? Why do you not show me? Sunway's expression froze instantly. Livestream chat. Just asking, can the games on Little Tyrant even have in-game purchases? Nope, but the game cartridges are kind of expensive. I cannot take it. Jiangshan is playing the straight man in a comedy act. He is going to kill me from laughter. Sunway almost lost control trying to keep up her act. Sunway's CPU is about to overheat. Hiss. Holding the Little Tyrant, Sunway took a sharp breath. Damn the 7-star horror tale. How could it be so poorly designed? What kind of bullshit script lines did they give her? How the hell was she supposed to argue against that? How do you even put money into a Little Tyrant console? Well, ruining their eyesight is still bad. Scientific research states that staying at least 3 meters away is completely fine. Besides, we only played for a little while. It is not like we stare at the TV all day. Yes, we sit far away from the screen, so we will not become nearsighted. But it is still addictive. How could that be? Our daughters do not love video games, they love playing games together with their parents. Just now, Shure even turned off the TV first. I was the one who turned it back on. The three little girls once again spoke up to support Jiang Xiao. Well, it will still affect their physical and mental health, right? By the time Sunway said this, even she was unsure of her own argument. Come on now, even you do not believe what you are saying, do you? Look at them, they are clearly happy. Where is the harm to their health? Yes. Playing games with Daddy makes us super happy. Aha! Did Mommy not love playing hopscotch and shuttlecock when she was little? Mommy also loved playing poker. You are always too busy to play with us. What else are we supposed to do besides play games? You could not control your own urge to play games as a kid, and now you have the nerve to control us? Each of Shure's words was like a stab to the heart, and now, all three girls stood firmly on Jiang Zhao's side. What was she supposed to do, kill them all? Sunway's lip twitched. At that moment, she had fully returned to normal. Fine. Do whatever you want. If you ruin your eyesight, that is your problem, I am not burying you. After saying that, she stomped upstairs angrily. Yay! Jiang Xiao and the three girls high-fived in celebration. Daddy, you are the first person I have ever seen dare to argue with Mommy. Aha! I admire Daddy so much. Then I admire Daddy super much. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Anyone else who had tried to reason with your mother probably already had 3 meters of grass growing on their grave. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, numerous enemy spies had witnessed Jiang Xiao thriving in this horror tale. But looking at their own nation's chosen one, they could not replicate his actions at all. To do what Jiang Xiao had done, they first needed to build a deep emotional bond with the children. Enough for them to completely stand by their father's side. Next, they needed a way to survive the mother's finishing move. From what they could see, only Sakura Nation's 5-limb substitution technique might work, but that would also require Meituan Niiku to improve his relationship with the rest of the family first. Watching Jiang Xiao flourishing in this horror tale, the Dragon Nation livestream audience could not help but reflect. I feel like there might actually be a shortcut to clearing this horror tale. This supernatural event seems more emotionally complex than the others, especially those 3 little girls, who are absolute protect daddy fanatics. Ha ha ha. My daughter also sides with me, she thinks my wife is too strict. Other chosen ones can barely imitate Jiang Xiao's approach unless they can completely set aside their fears and truly treat the children as their own. Is Jiang Xiao unbeatable? Not that simple. The difficulty of 7-star horror tales varies, but there is no way it would let a chosen one clear it this easily. Do not forget, the requirement to pass is surviving for 7 days. Anything could happen in that time. At that moment, inside the Sakura Nation conference room, a serious discussion was taking place. Should they inform Meituan Niiku about Jiang Xiao's recent actions? No rush. Worst case, we just sacrifice another limb, right? Niiku-kun still has 4 left. Agreed. No hurry. Let us wait and see if Jiang Xiao can trigger any more hidden information. Yes, agreed. Let us observe a little longer. Niiku-kun is not in any immediate danger anyway. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Daddy, play with me. Shure's face was filled with excitement and anticipation. Now that Mommy was no longer interfering, she could finally play properly. Jiang Xiao had noticed something by now. Shure loved playing games that boys usually liked. Whether it was Contra, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or Double Dragon, she was incredibly skilled at all of them. 2 hours later, the 3 little girls were all lazily curled up on the sofa. The setting sun cast a reddish glow into the living room, illuminating their rosy, flushed faces. What? Already tired of playing? Jiang Xiao absent-mindedly played with the little braid at the back of Mu Shitong's head. The 3 esports girls had completely lost their earlier energy and enthusiasm, looking utterly exhausted. No more, my fingers are about to blister. Yeah, I want Daddy to tell us a story. Shure wants to see Daddy's chubby Zaman comics. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Jiang Zhao's head. Oh, how about we play a cooking game? Cooking game? Even though they were already very tired, all 3 girls were instantly intrigued. Do you mean Pretend Family? The most realistic pretend family game ever. We will sneak into the kitchen and cook dinner, so Mommy has nothing to do tonight. Leave Mommy with no dinner to cook? That idea was brilliant. Sure, you go wash a cabbage. Shitang, you rinse some rice, we will have rice for dinner. What about me? What do I do? Bai was not happy about not getting a task. Xiaoyi, you can pick the celery leaves. Can you do that? Of course. I will pick them. Hey. Sure. Who told you to take the knife? What? You want to chop something? No way. Put it down. I will handle the chopping. Shitang. Do not use dish soap to rinse the rice. Wash it again, no, 4 times. Make sure it is completely clean. Bai, why did you keep the celery leaves and throw away the stalks? Daddy, I want to eat pancakes. Alright, then let's knead some dough first. At that moment, Sunwei was standing on the stairs, listening to the chaotic sounds coming from the kitchen. Her brows furrowed. These 4 were definitely not the type to cook. Were they going to destroy her kitchen? But then, as if she had thought of something, the corners of her lips curved into a small smile. Forget it. Let them mess around. I will just go buy some cold dishes from Aunt Lee's house. That evening, everyone except the bedridden old man sat neatly at the dinner table. For once, even the usually stern Sunwei was struggling to suppress a laugh. It was obvious she was trying her best to hold it in. Mommy, look, tonight, you can take a break from cooking. The 3 little girls, along with Jiang Xiao, all beamed with pride and eagerly waited for praise. Well, I know you all meant well, but the execution did not go so well. Sunwei sighed. Later, she would have to give them all a bath. But looking at their dust-covered faces and messy hair, she could not hold back her laughter anymore. Flour and water stains were all over their faces, clothes, and even their hair. And yet, here they were, grinning like fools. And then there was Zhang Zhao's knife skills. Honestly, they were beyond saving. What exactly was this? Sour and spicy cabbage strips? Or just chopped up cabbage chunks? Even if her CPU was overheating, Sunway could not comprehend how Zhang Zhao had managed to butcher the cabbage like this. Fine. At least it was still edible. What is this? Sunway pointed at a plate, confused. It looked like potatoes, maybe? But why did it look so messy? That is stir-fried potato strips with potato chunks and potato slices. Sunway nodded in sudden realization. Oh, I see, it is just stir-fried potatoes. Nani? What the hell do you mean, stir-fried potato strips with potato chunks? As he said this, Zhang Zhao's smug expression became even more undeniable. Oh, come on. Shure wanted potato strips, Bai wanted potato chunks, and Mu Shitong wanted potato slices, see? I made one dish that satisfies all three of them. Husband, how did that brilliant mind of yours come up with such a genius idea? Zhang Zhao's face turned red as he spoke with a mix of modesty, pride, and a desperate need for praise. Ahem, well, actually, it just came to me in a flash of inspiration. It is no big deal. Sunway's face darkened. Did this idiot seriously think she was complimenting him? Aside from those two bizarre dishes, Zhang Zhao had also made stir-fried celery with beef. At least this one looked normal. Mommy, try a bite. Daddy and we made it together. An exclusive dish. You will not find this anywhere else. Seeing the hopeful eyes of her three daughters, Sunway took a deep breath and, with a cautious mindset, picked up a piece of cabbage. She had already mentally prepared herself, no matter how disgusting it was, she would do her best not to spit it out. The chopsticks entered her mouth. Unexpected. It was not particularly delicious, but it was not terrible either, just a simple homemade dish. Not bad. I did not expect you to have this level of cooking skill. Of course. Do you even know who I learned from? Who? X4. From Wang Ernai, at the Xuanwu District Qingshan Mental Hospital in Nanjing, Su Province. 4 people? The 3 little girls did not react much, they were just curious why their father learned to cook in a mental hospital. But Sunway suddenly realized something. No wonder this guy was not afraid of them and always acted so carefree. So it turned out he was like a pair of thermal pants under leather pants, completely irrational. You could never guess what went on inside a lunatic's mind. Sunway had always believed she was only physically unwell. But Zhang Zhao? That guy was purely mentally ill. She let out a silent sigh. But in the end, she did not expose Zhang Zhao's condition to Shure. So what if he was mentally ill? Who in this world was completely sane? Or rather, how could anyone be sure they were not insane? If you thought you were sane, why not go to a mental hospital and get tested? See what the results say. Sunway had figured it out. As long as the girls loved their father, nothing else mattered. Oh, by the way, I bought some cold dishes this afternoon, vegetable mix and pig head meat. Yeah, mommy is the best. Seeing so much delicious food, even Shinchan, who had been playing dead, suddenly jumped up. Wahahaha, the big-butted old hag actually did something useful. Pour me some wine. Bang! Sunway grabbed a ladle and smacked Zhang Zhao on the head. Speak properly. I do not want to eat green peppers. Can you pick them out of the potatoes for me? No. You are the father, you cannot set a bad example of being picky with food. Then can I at least look at a Tomasaka pinup magazine after finishing my green peppers? Bang! A second ladle strike. Zhang Zhao finally fell silent. Sunway let out a frustrated sigh. Why did she suddenly feel like she was raising 4 children? At that moment. Sunway, are you home? I need to talk to you. Hearing this voice, Sunway's face immediately darkened. The 3 little girls shrank back instinctively, looking as if they were terrified of the person outside. Wife, is this Bai Su's guest outside? You mean an uninvited guest? Sunway, are you home or not? If you do not come out, I am coming in. Sunway's expression turned ice cold as she stood up. This had been the most enjoyable meal she had had in years, and she did not want anyone to ruin it. No one. You 3, go back to your rooms. Your righteous dynamic Superman and mommy will go check out what is happening outside. Under the adoring gazes of the 3 little girls, Zhang Zhao strode boldly after Sunway as they stepped out of the house. The person shouting outside was a fat, middle-aged woman. Her face was covered in disgusting sores. As soon as she saw Sunway, she grinned maliciously. Sunway, do you not think it is time to pay back the debt you owe my family? Wang Mei, I do not want to argue with you today. Please leave. Slap. No one expected that despite her large size, Wang Mei moved incredibly fast. She landed a powerful slap straight across Sunway's face. The impact was so forceful that blood trickled from the corner of Sunway's mouth. "You bitch! If it were not for you, would my husband be dead?" Sunway's body trembled. But she forced herself to suppress her rage. She could not afford to get angry. If she started a fight, she and the three girls together still would not stand a chance against this brute. "Wang Mei, your husband fell from a tree while spying on me in the bath. Out of humanitarian concern, I have sent your family plenty of things over the years, have I not? Shut up, you whore. I want permanent compensation from you." Slap. Another slap landed, this time on Sunway's left cheek. But as a mother, she could only endure. Wang Mei's strength was monstrous. A direct fight was not an option. However, Sunway did not notice that beside her, Zhang Zhao's expression had already darkened. "A pockmarked fat hag is nothing but a wicked old monster. Watch my dynamic energy beam." What light beam? Wang Mei cast a strange glance at the idiotic-looking Zhang Zhao, a sneer forming on her face. Sunway, I did not expect that this time your husband would be a fool." Hearing Wang Mei call Zhang Zhao a fool, for the first time, Sunway's emotionless heart wavered slightly. "Husband, go back and prepare some hot water for Shure and the others to take a bath later. I will handle this and come back soon." "Oh, am I seeing this right? Are you actually standing up for this foolish man? He is not a fool." For the first time, Sunway shouted at Wang Mei. That is right. I am not a fool. You are the 7-layer fat-bellied, pock-marked old hag." Wang Mei's face darkened. Even if he was a fool, he could not insult her twice in a row. "Husband, go back now. I cannot. Shure and the others are watching from upstairs. I cannot lose face." "You mean lose dignity, right? Hurry back and stop causing trouble. I am Dynamic Superman. I must protect you." Wang Mei's face twitched uncontrollably. Hey, are you two acting like I do not exist? Wife, just leave this old fat hag to me. Watch my dynamic light beam." Zhang Zhao stepped forward fearlessly, shielding Sunway and facing Wang Mei head-on. Sunway was stunned. Zhang Zhao was actually standing in front of her? Did he not realize that his wife was an eldritch entity? Did this human man actually see himself as a real husband? Although Zhang Zhao looked childish, and his movements were ridiculously awkward, at this moment, he really did seem like a little hero protecting his wife. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded. "Damn, as expected of Zhang Shen. Laugh at the situation, not the person. Zhang Shen is a real man. Dynamic light beam. He is really doing this, I am crying. This is the first time I have seen a chosen one stand in front of an eldritch entity." Question, do you guys think Zhang Zhao is mentally sound right now? Do not try to understand the mind of a lunatic. If he was normal, would a sane person defend an eldritch entity? But if he was crazy, would a crazy person know to protect his wife? Look, the fat hag is getting angry. No reminder was needed from the livestream. Ask yourself, would anyone be happy after being repeatedly insulted by an idiot standing in their way? Especially when that idiot was trying to defeat her with some bullshit dynamic light beam. Childish, Sunway. If you are not going to eat this man, then let me have him. Wang Mei, you dare? Sunway immediately pulled Zhang Zhao behind her and stepped forward. What? The 7-layer fat-bellied old hag actually blocked my dynamic light beam? Shut up, you idiot. I do not have that much fat. Are you forcing me to use Dynamic Superman's ultimate move? Husband, go home. Daddy, go for it. From the upstairs window, Shure was cheering him on. Wahahaha. Do not worry. Daddy still has a secret move. Holy shit. Wang Mei suddenly felt completely disoriented. She had never felt so utterly disrespected in her life. Sunway, today, I am really angry. Hand over this damn man, or you will suffer. For the first time, Sunway fought back. Fat hag, you want to eat him? You can drop that idea right now. Just as the two women were locked in a standoff, Zhang Zhao suddenly executed a flying dragon kicks the river maneuver, followed by a Thomas spin, landing right behind Wang Mei. Try my ultimate move, see the light. Crack. Well, damn. Shinasuk would be proud. The scene fell into complete silence. Sunway coughed lightly, rubbing her nose as she looked off into the distance. Upstairs, the three little girls stopped cheering and changed the subject. They started discussing where to find the extra life mushroom in Super Mario. Only Zhang Zhao remained unfazed, proudly standing with hands on his hips, laughing triumphantly. 7-layer fat-bellied old hag. Well, are you scared now? Next, I will perform Dynamic Superman versus the smelly alien witch. Wang Mei's entire body trembled. Her face was blood red. Whether from rage or embarrassment, no one could tell. A few villagers in the distance had already seen her humiliating display. Damn it! This lunatic actually caught her off guard. In the end, shame temporarily overpowered her anger. You two just wait, this is not over. After spitting out a final threat, Wang Mei angrily pulled up her pants and stormed off toward her house. It was not that she was scared. The main issue here is that there is absolutely no atmosphere for a fight right now. You have seen people take off their shirts in a fight, but who the hell pulls down their pants? And not just their own, but someone else's? She had let her guard down. She had never expected a mere human to be this fast. Her entire attention had been focused on Sun Wei. If she had paid even the slightest bit of attention to Jiang Xiao, she never would have let him pull down her pants. And just like that, a potential crisis was effortlessly neutralized by Jiang Xiao. Husband, let's go back and finish our meal. Sun Wei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, a hint of worry flashing across her face. If it really came down to a fight, even all 5 of them together would not be enough to take on that fat hag. Jiang Xiao glanced at the blood on Sun Wei's lips, his mind seemingly wandering elsewhere. If possible, he would not mind getting rid of that woman. Jiang Xiao followed Sun Wei back to finish their meal, but the other chosen ones were not so lucky. Rule 4, your neighbors are not very friendly. Protect your family. Right now, various neighbors were showing up right at dinner time to cause trouble. Unlike Sun Wei, who had faced Wang Mei head-on, most of the other chosen ones had zero favorability with their wives. Take, for example, Meituan Niaiku. He was currently feeding dumplings to an old hag. Leek and egg dumplings. This damn old woman was actually making Meituan Niaiku chew the dumplings first and then feed them to her. He was absolutely disgusted. However, after enduring the medicine feeding and the torment of lunch, Meituan Niaiku's resistance to the old hag's demands had increased. Cuckoo simply kept feeding. At that moment, a burly man, covered in chest hair, who looked like Black Tornado Li Kuei, stood menacingly outside his house. Hey, Zhou Qin, how are we going to settle this land dispute? I am telling you, either pay up, or I will tear down your damn house. Are you in there? Do not fucking pretend to be dead. If you do not come out, I will break in. Do not blame me if I lose my temper. Zhou Qin, get the hell out here. Zhou Qin? Meituan Niaiku knew that this muscle-bound brute was yelling at his wife, but he chose to ignore it. Hey, husband, someone is insulting me, and you are just pretending not to hear? Meituan Niaiku glanced at the man's bulging muscles and immediately felt a chill down his spine. This guy. One punch from him could probably mess up my endocrine system. Wife, setting aside the facts for a moment, would he really curse you for no reason? Maybe you should reflect a little. Are you really completely blameless here? What mistake could I have possibly made? That land was willingly sold to us by Niu Jieshe years ago. Now he suddenly wants it back. He is treating us like idiots. Even the old hag urged Meituan Niaiku to step forward and reason with Niu Jieshe. Yes, I agree he will reason with us, but I do not think he plans to use logic. Meituan Niaiku had already made up his mind he was going to be a coward. Who cares? Honestly, he would not mind if Zhou Qin, the old hag, and the fat guy all died at the hands of this muscle-bound beast. Bang! The unlocked wooden door was kicked open. Zhou Qin, you are home, pretending to be dead? Do you think that will work? Zhou Qin was furious, shaking Meituan Niaiku's arm. Husband, are you really going to let this happen? He is already barging into our home. Meituan Niaiku took a close-up glance at the muscle-bound brute. Instantly, his whole body trembled. This guy's forearm was as thick as his own thigh. What are you looking at? You must be Zhou Qin's new husband. What? Do you have something to say? Brother, actually, I do have something to say. Ha? Wait a minute, was Niaiku-kun about to stand up for himself? Meituan Niaiku shrank his neck in fear as he looked at the man's bulging muscles. Brother, if you hit my wife, then you cannot hit me, okay? What? Zhou Qin stared at Meituan Niaiku in shock. So, you really just want me dead, huh? You are not even bothering to pretend anymore? The burly man covered in chest hair let out a mocking snort. This coward. But, Niu Jieshe's gaze suddenly became playful as he looked at Meituan Niaiku. Meituan Niaiku, who was being closely watched, swallowed nervously. What is going on? Why is this musclehead looking at me like that? Zhou Qin, let me take this guy. I will return him in 7 days. During that time, I will not bother you. Sound good? Absolutely. Take him. Thank you. Zhou Qin agreed without hesitation. A man like this? Better off dead. No. Wife, save me. Meichuan Niiku's face turned pale. 7 days? If it were just a day or two, he might be able to endure it. But 7 days? No way. If this muscle-bound brute found out about his flaws, he would be doomed. At that thought, Meichuan Niiku nearly pissed himself on the spot. He clung to the table leg, wailing and knocking his head against the floor, desperately begging for forgiveness. No matter what, he refused to be taken away. Seeing that Jochin remained unmoved, Meichuan Niiku turned his desperate gaze to the old hag. Mom, say something. If I leave, who will feed you? I still want to be a filial son. Mother! His cries were so pitiful that even the livestream audience was momentarily stunned by his acting skills. Ha! He knows to wipe his nose when snot drips, knows to cry when his child dies, knows to steer when the car hits a wall. IP, Dragon Nation. You can tell he really does not want to be taken away. IP, Dragon Nation. Baka, our Nei Kukuan simply wants to fulfill his filial duty. Do not slander him. IP, Sakura Nation. Aishiba, you people from Sakura Nation are so good at lying to yourselves. Filial duty? Every time he feeds that old woman, he is dry heaving. IP, Kimchi Nation. Seeing Meichuan Niiku crying so miserably, the old hag was tempted to step in. But then she thought, I am just an old bag of bones. I cannot take a beating. Even if I try to save him, I might end up dead myself. Not worth it. She shook her head, clearly giving up. The only one who could fight the chest-haired brute was Jochin, but she clearly could not wait for Meichuan Niiku to die as soon as possible. Not only had he lost the basic dignity of a man, but when faced with danger, he did not even have the courage to say a few words in her defense. What was the point of saving him? Come here, you little brat. The burly man grabbed Meichuan Niiku like a chicken. Brother! I have sores. Really, I cannot do this. Sores? The burly man frowned. Are you serious? Of course. I work an office job, sit all day, do not exercise, and eat too much spicy food. Ha, even better. Hell's eye, right? I, Nyojesher, love that kind of thing. Gah. Meichuan Niiku's body turned to stone. No way. At that moment, in Sakura Nation's livestream chat, it was no longer just other nations mocking them. Even Sakura Nation's own citizens could not bear to watch Meichuan Niiku's pathetic display. Shine. His behavior is simply disgraceful. He is humiliating our great Sakura Empire. IP, Sakura Nation. Baka. Meichuan Niikukuan has brought shame upon us internationally, he has no dignity at all. IP, Sakura Nation. Bro, my Aunt Lisa just told me that men from Sakura Nation are the weakest in the world. IP, Beacon Nation. That is right. Sakura Nation's men are the most spineless in all of Asia. IP, Kimchi Nation. Little Sakura, just stick to filming romance dramas. What dignity do you have? Your dignity is nothing but a shoe insole. IP, Dragon Nation. Without a doubt, Dragon Nation had the most right to mock Sakura Nation. Even a lunatic like Zhang Xiao knew that a man should stand in front of his wife. And yet, Meichuan Niiku had stooped to this level of disgrace? Other nations' livestreams were also buzzing with discussions about Sakura Nation's chosen one and his ridiculous behavior. Tell me, do people like Meichuan Niiku actually exist in the real world? Forget this horror tale, men like him exist in real life too. That is true. Plus, his entire family consists of eldritch entities, so it makes sense that he would not want to help them. He probably hopes Jochin and the others get beaten to death. Yeah, aside from that lunatic Zhang Xiao, who actually takes this horror tale seriously, all the other chosen ones are just acting. Hiss. Some sharp-minded viewers seem to have grasped something, but they could not quite put it into words. Do you think that to survive for 7 days in this horror tale, you actually have to treat these eldritch entities as real family? Yes. Look at Jiang Xiao from Dragon Nation, he plays games with his daughters, helps his wife cook, and in the end, his wife was even willing to fight that fat pig neighbor for him. Exactly. It is unbelievable, an eldritch entity actually protecting a chosen one? That is like something out of a fantasy novel. Thinking you can clear a 7-star horror tale with just sincerity is nothing but a fool's dream. Do you really think sincerity can solve the neighbor problem? If I am not mistaken, the neighbors are clearly stronger than the chosen ones and their families. That much was true. The fact that Sun Wei didn't dare fight back even after getting slapped twice by Wang Mei was a clear sign that things would be much harder the next time Wang Mei came knocking. Holy shit, that chest-haired guy's home is a fucking nightmare. Someone in the chat warned the others. And upon closer inspection, calling it a nightmare was an understatement. This guy's preferences were enough to shock the entire world. Pissing himself. Meichuan Niiku really pissed himself this time. It was bad enough that this guy was into men, but now he turned out to be a full-blown psycho? Chest hair man dragged him into a basement. There were chains, bracelets, and all kinds of standard restraints. Even surgical forceps and a full set of medical sutures were neatly arranged. When chest hair man picked up a thick rope and started walking toward him, Michuan Iniaiku felt his soul leave his body. Wait a minute. Brother. Bro, please. I am a normal, healthy man. You cannot do this to me. I beg you, let me go. I can do anything you want, I am very capable. Chest hair man licked his lips and swiftly tied Michuan Iniaiku up in classic Arabic-style bondage. Michuan Iniaiku struggled frantically, even biting his captor's hand when the rope went around his neck. Smack! Chest hair man, pissed off by the pain, slapped him so hard that he went limp on the spot. No exaggeration, this guy's hand was bigger than Michuan Iniaiku's head. Even though he only used 30% of his strength, Michuan Iniaiku couldn't take it. His brain buzzed, his ears rang, and he nearly blacked out. Damn! That slap almost knocked his brains out. Listen, kid. I am warning you, if you bite me again, a slap will be the least of your problems. You know what I am, right? If you do not want to die, behave yourself. What he is? A fucking eldritch entity, obviously. The countless dead chosen ones had already taught everyone this lesson. There is not a single normal person in these horror tales. And this was a closed space. Even with his 5-limb substitution technique, it was useless. It would probably just excite this psycho even more. Was he really about to spend 7 days and 7 nights here, being played with? This freak would completely break him, to the point where he would need a wall to support himself while walking and there would be blood in his piss. At this thought, Michuan Iniaiku's nose twitched. A grown-ass man, bawling like a baby. Brother, please, I am begging you. I really cannot last 7 days. Seeing him crying like a mess, covered in snot and tears, chest hair man grimaced in disgust. Oh, fuck off. Stop that pathetic sobbing. Cry one more time, and I will just eat you instead. Michuan Iniaiku forced himself to stop crying. But his shoulders still shook, and he continued sniffling non-stop. Holy shit. Can you stop acting like a damn woman? Bro, I do not want to cry either, but I just cannot stop. Ugh. Chest hair man let out a frustrated sigh. With this whimpering mess, how was he supposed to have any fun? Listen up, if you behave, I will let you go in less than 7 days. Michuan Iniaiku's eyes lit up, his face full of hope. Brother, do you really mean that? Of course. How about this, I will only keep you for 3 days. 3 days? Including tonight, that would be exactly 3 days and 3 nights. Deal. You have my word, brother, I am ready. Holy shit. That was too intense. Too brutal. Baka. Disgrace. Michuan Iniaiku is a disgrace to our great Sakura Empire. IP, Sakura Nation. Iniaikukuan is tainted. I propose we strip him of his Sakura citizenship. IP, Sakura Nation. Wait, do not. Sure, Iniaikukuan is pathetic, but his talent is valuable. He still has 5 extra lives. IP, Sakura Nation. That is right. And honestly, I think this is pretty entertaining. I am getting excited. IP, Kimchi Nation. Shiba. I will give you $50 if you change your IP to Sakura Nation. IP, Kimchi Nation. Shine. You perverts from Kimchi Nation, why are you pushing this onto us? IP, Sakura Nation. Aish. We are just talking, but your Michuan Iniaiku is actually going through with it. IP, Kimchi Nation. At this point, anyone still watching Sakura Nation's livestream had preferences beyond normal comprehension. The people from Dragon Nation could not take it anymore. Disgusted, they left the stream and went back to Jiang Zhao's broadcast. That was a proper, warm family of 5. Jiang Zhao was washing dishes. Sunwei was giving the 3 little girls a bubble bath. A bubble bath? Of course, this scene immediately attracted countless perverts from Sakura Nation. But within moments, they began complaining. Baka. The horror tale is unfair. Why is Michuan Iniaiku's side uncensored in full HD, but these 3 little girls are pixelated? IP, Sakura Nation. What the fuck? You are worse than animals. How can Sakura Nation even fantasize about little girls? IP, Dragon Nation. One's environment shapes the people. In that tiny island nation, they are probably all like this. IP, Dragon Nation. But the men of Sakura Nation remained clueless, filling the chat with complaints about the unfair treatment of the horror tale. Shine. Stupid horror tale. Why are these 3 little girls censored? IP, Sakura Nation. I, Yamamoto Shichijiro, strongly protest this. Horror tale, give us an explanation. IP, Sakura Nation. while everyone else watched them like a bunch of clowns. The horror tale actually responded. Oh, you want an explanation? Fine. Wish granted. Ding, detecting inappropriate comments from certain Sakura Nation citizens. System punishment mechanism will now be triggered. The horror tale actually has a punishment system? Just when everyone thought that Sakura Nation would simply get muted or something, the punishment was delivered. A supernatural entity will descend in 120 seconds. It will ravage the city for 24 hours. Oh, shit. This had to be a fucking joke, right? All they did was complain about the unfairness of the horror tale in the chat, and now they were getting a full-blown supernatural invasion? To make things worse, the targeted city, Shinku, was one of the 3 major metropolitan areas of Sakura Nation. The consequences of their reckless words were devastating, even though many Sakura Nation citizens were furious. No one dared to complain in the chat anymore. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation smashed over 80 cups in one night, yelling "Baka, Baka, die, die" non-stop in the conference room. Who the hell could have guessed that talking shit about the horror tale would actually trigger a punishment? Meanwhile, many Dragon Nation immigrants who had moved to Sakura Nation from Beacon Nation were currently living in Shinku. Their faces were as if they had just eaten shit. They had only been here a few days, and now they were about to die? Back at Jiang Zhao's house, Jiang Zhao was already back in the bedroom, getting ready to sleep with Sunwei. Go sleep over there. Sunwei kicked and shoved him to the foot of the bed. Wife, are you really not interested in seeing an elephant? Get lost. No. Do not pull that thing out and disgust me. Clearly, even though Sunwei had started to warm up to Jiang Zhao, that was as far as it went. If he wanted to go any further, he still had a long road ahead of him. Wife, does the old man still need his medicine tomorrow? Unable to fall asleep, Jiang Zhao could not help but ask. He felt that something was off about the old man. By seniority, the old man should be Shure's grandfather. Yet everyone in the family seemed to despise him. Hearing the question, Sunwei snorted coldly. That old bastard is no good. I cannot wait for him to. She stopped herself before finishing the sentence. But Jiang Zhao already understood what she meant. After all, the old man had tried to kill him the moment they met. How could he possibly be a good person? Seeing Jiang Zhao stay silent, Sunwei continued talking about the old man's past. Before he was bedridden, he constantly humiliated and beat Shure and the others. Even now, they still tremble in fear whenever they see him. Jiang Zhao nodded. That morning, when Shure and the girls had come to call him down for breakfast, he had already noticed something was off. Normally, grandparents are the ones who spoil their grandkids the most. Yet these 3 little girls were clearly terrified of their own grandfather. Forget it. He cannot move anymore anyway, so who cares? Sunwei turned to her side, still keeping some distance. She was not used to sleeping while facing a man. Plop. Jiang Zhao, completely clueless, suddenly draped his leg over Sunwei. Her body froze instantly. Move it. Wife, so soft and warm. Oomph, if you move one more time, I will eat you. The way she said it, there was absolutely no sense of threat. To be honest, Sunwei was really beautiful. Especially her scent. A mix of fresh grass and lavender. The kind of scent that makes people feel sleepy. Just as Jiang Zhao was about to drift off to sleep, he suddenly heard soft, muffled crying. The sobbing was intermittent. Whoever was crying was deliberately trying to suppress their voice. Judging by the direction, it was coming from the daughter's room. Wife, wife, calling out twice, but Sunwei seemed to have already fallen asleep. She showed no intention of getting up at all. Jiang Zhao got up, turned on the bedside lamp, and prepared to check on his little darlings to see what was going on. Rule 5. If any noise comes from the children's room at night, do not respond. Jiang Zhao is about to break the rules again. Rules? Sorry, but Jiang Zhao's rules are the real rules. Jiangshan is always right. Please keep your doubts to yourself. At this point, the citizens of Dragon Nation had developed an almost blind faith in Jiang Zhao. Hey! Everyone, check out Beacon Nation's livestream, something interesting is happening. Meanwhile, in Beacon Nation's livestream, their chosen one, Mad, was being shaken awake by his wife. Husband, did you hear something? Husband? Mad was not exactly motionless, but at the very least, he was snoring like a thunderstorm. You might think he was asleep? Nope, right now, he was more awake than anyone. So awake, in fact, that he was admiring his own genius-level thinking. In reality, Mad had heard his daughter crying a long time ago. But the moment he remembered Rule 5, he immediately chose to lie in bed and play dead. And now, his wife was trying to wake him up. Ha! Go ahead, call me. Even if you scream until your throat bleeds, I am not moving a single inch. Oh. Mad is playing the system, this fake sleep is absolutely flawless. IP, Beacon Nation. Yes, absolutely. The rules only say the chosen one must meet the child's every demand, not the wife's. This ostrich strategy is undoubtedly the correct choice. IP, Beacon Nation. But, will things really be that simple? IP, Beacon Nation. Husband, wake up. Our daughter is crying. His wife shook him a few more times. But seeing that her husband remained completely unresponsive, she lifted her hand without hesitation. Chat's predictions were correct. According to the rules, Mad's wife indeed could not command him. So, she simply went for a purely physical wake-up service. Smack, smack, smack. At the very least, she gave him a solid dozen slaps. Through the live stream, it was clear. Mad's 2 molars had been slapped straight out of his mouth. His entire face was covered in blood. Even after getting slapped to this degree, Mad still refused to open his eyes. His wife was dumbfounded. She had slapped him at least 30 times. And this guy was still asleep? Having no choice, since she really could not wake him up, Mad's wife gave up. When she laid back down, Mad's expression finally changed. First, tears welled up in his eyes, dripping onto the pillow, soaking it instantly. Even his facial muscles were twitching uncontrollably from the pain. To an outsider, he would have looked like he had Parkinson's disease. He had just literally swallowed his own teeth. Mad could not hold back and let out a quiet whimper. Hearing the noise, his wife immediately sat up again, her face full of suspicion. Oh, so you are awake, huh? Trying to fake sleep and fool me? Husband, are you sure you are still asleep? Mad quickly wiped his expression clean, and went right back to snoring, completely unaware that the tears on his pillow had already betrayed him. His wife sighed, then placed her hand on his face. Husband, I remember you have about a dozen cavities, right? Why don't I use this chance, while you were sleeping so soundly, to pull them all out? A dozen? Mad's whole body jolted. I do not even know how many teeth I have left, and you are saying you want to pull out half of them? Wait here, I will go get the pliers. His wife patted his already swollen face, then pretended to get up. Her acting was so convincing, it was obvious she really intended to do it. Oh, shit, she was actually serious? Mad sprang up from the bed like a cart flip, his face full of confusion. Ha? Wife, you are still awake. Hey, why does my face hurt so much? Wife, do you know? I had this crazy dream, someone was slapping me like crazy. Maybe because his face was too swollen. His speech was a little slurred. His wife, being a top-tier actress, responded flawlessly. Oh, you just fell out of bed. That is why your molars fell out. By the way, Xiaoting has been crying, can you go check on her? Oh, really? Something like that happened? Then I absolutely must go check on her. Mad looked extremely serious, even complaining that his wife should have woken him up earlier. Wait, why were they acting out this entire scene so smoothly? As long as they were not embarrassed. The only ones who felt awkward were the viewers in Beacon Nation's livestream. Oh, my God, damn, these two are both master manipulators. The moment he left the bedroom, Mad leaned against the door and began silently crying. Fuck, how could he, a grown-ass man, fail to stay strong in a critical moment? He had already endured 36 slaps, he was so close to making it through. And yet, in the very last second, he let out a whimper. That whole beating went to waste. Husband, why are you just standing there? Xiaoting is still crying. Hurry up and come back soon. Yes, I got it, wife. Sniffling and wiping his tears, Mad could only hype himself up and march forward. Xiaoting's room was right next door. The closer he got, the clearer the crying became. There was something strange about it. It was not just sad, it carried a certain resentment. The sobs were extremely suppressed, broken up intermittently. As if someone were clutching Xiaoting's throat, stopping her from crying out loud. Knock, knock, knock. Mad cautiously knocked on the door. Xiaoting, are you asleep? The crying immediately stopped. Oh, was it that simple? Just knocking on the door was enough to make her stop? If he did not have to go inside and deal with it, that would be the best outcome. Just as Mad sighed in relief and prepared to leave, the crying resumed. No matter what he said, the sobbing did not stop. Instead, it became louder, more sorrowful, even turning into a piercing wail. He could not drag this out any longer. Clenching his teeth and shutting his eyes, Mad pushed open the door. Nothing happened? Mad slowly opened his eyes. The room was completely normal. No black mist, no supernatural figures. nothing out of the ordinary. The crying had indeed come from Xiaoting. "Daddy, Xiaoting is scared." Her tiny face was covered in tears, looking at him pitifully. "Xiaoting, what is wrong? Why are you crying so sadly in the middle of the night?" Mad sat on the edge of the bed, gently stroking her hair to comfort her. "Daddy, I am afraid that one day you will not love me anymore, sob sob." As she spoke, her mouth trembled, and she could not hold back her tears. Unlike Shure and the others, who had a playful and mischievous charm, Xiaoting looked frail and delicate, the kind of child that made people instinctively want to protect her. Seeing her teary, heartbroken expression, for a middle-aged man like Mad, this was an instant emotional knockout. "What nonsense are you thinking? How could Daddy ever stop loving you?" Xiaoting, her big eyes shimmering with tears, gazed up at him. "Really? Daddy will love me forever?" Looking at his tearful little girl, Mad's heart melted. At that moment, he completely forgot about being a chosen one. All he wanted was to comfort and cherish his daughter. "Do not cry, Xiaoting. Of course, Daddy will love you forever. How about Daddy tells you a bedtime story to help you sleep?" "Yay! Xiaoting loves Daddy's stories. Xiaoting wants a hug too." The frail little girl crawled out from under the blanket, burying her face in Mad's firm chest. When he was not paying attention, Xiaoting mischievously wiped her tears all over his clothes. Mad smiled affectionately, completely ignoring her little trick, and began telling her a story from 1001 Nights. One spoke with enthusiasm, the other listened, completely entranced. From time to time, Xiaoting would ask all sorts of imaginative questions. Mad kept going until Xiaoting started yawning. Only then did he stop. "Xiaoting is sleepy now, right? Ready for bed?" Ting Ting is going to sleep now. Daddy can go back to bed." Mad could not resist stroking her hair one last time. Such an adorable little girl. Just as he was about to leave, Xiaoting grabbed his sleeve. "Xiaoting? What is wrong? Do you want another story?" "No, I just want to ask Daddy something. Otherwise, I will not be able to sleep." All right. Ask away." Mad, feeling a bit helpless, sat back down on the bed. Xiaoting had been asking him endless weird questions throughout the story. There were many he could not even answer. For example, what kind of lamp was Aladdin's magic lamp, exactly? Electric lamp or kerosene lamp? What did it look like? What was the cooldown time for making wishes? For example, when Ali Baba found the 40 thieves' treasure and took it for himself, was that considered an act of robbery? Who knew what this little girl was going to ask this time? "Daddy, you say you love Xiaoting, but I cried for so long just now. Why were you standing outside the door, too afraid to come in?" "Too afraid to come in?" Mad froze, then noticed the playful smile in Xiaoting's eyes. Right. I thought I misheard. Daddy, you look like you are lying. Our rooms are right next to each other, how could you have misheard? Are you really not afraid of Ting Ting?" Xiaoting's expression suddenly felt very wrong. She was smiling, but Mad felt an icy chill piercing straight into his bones. Then, as Xiaoting's smile widened further and further, splitting all the way to the back of her ears, Mad's legs went weak. Cold sweat poured down his forehead uncontrollably. Xiaoting. No, it is not what you think. Listen to Daddy. At first, I thought you were an eldritch entity. The rules. It was all because of the rules. Daddy really loves you. Little did he know. The moment Xiaoting heard the words eldritch entity and rules, even the fake smile on her face vanished. "Daddy, I thought you were different from the others. Xiaoting is an eldritch entity." No, that is not it. Yes, Daddy is different from the others. Xiaoting, you have to believe me. I love you. No matter what you are. Okay Daddy, Xiaoting loves you too. Mad sighed in relief and quickly continued speaking. "Yes, I can tell you stories, I can." Squelch. Xiaoting's delicate little hand pierced straight into Mad's heart. His body stiffened instantly, still wearing the expression of someone who had just survived a disaster. "Since Daddy loves me so much, then let Xiaoting eat you up." At this moment, Xiaoting once again showed that pitiful expression. "Daddy, I love you so much. You are the first Daddy who ever told me a story. You are the first Daddy who ever stroked my hair. You are the first Daddy who ever made me feel love." As she spoke to herself, her expression grew more and more deranged. But why were you afraid of me? I am your daughter. Why were you afraid of me? I am asking you, why?" Beacon Nation's livestream instantly went black. Beacon Nation's chosen one, Mad, challenge, "Where did Daddy go?" Failed. A supernatural entity will descend in 120 seconds. It will ravage the city of Houston for 48 hours. Beacon Nation's livestream fell into complete silence. What the fuck? Mad had already comforted the little girl. Why did he still end up dead? Beacon Nation. Oh my god, what exactly did Mad do wrong? He acted exactly like a real father. I swear on my aunt's life. Beacon Nation. These arrogant Beacon Nation viewers had no idea that Mad had broken a fatal rule. Over in Dragon Nation's livestream, the viewers, who were definitely not here to gloat, kindly explained the situation to them. Rule 7, always remember you are a father. You must play your role properly in the family. Never show fear or reveal any flaws that might make your family suspicious. Clearly, you idiots from Beacon Nation managed to do the first part but completely failed the second half. Dragon Nation. Unless you are blind, you should have noticed the sheer terror on Mad's face just now. Dragon Nation. Exactly. If Mad had just stayed calm, Xiaoting probably would not have killed him. Dragon Nation. Yes, from what Xiaoting said to herself, she was actually quite satisfied with this father. Dragon Nation. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Dragon Nation had just finished mourning Sakura Nation, and now, they were getting ready to mourn Beacon Nation. Wang Bureau issued an official order. The mourning event for Beacon Nation must be grandly held. This was a double celebration. Not only must we hold a grand event, but we also need to innovate. It absolutely cannot be the same as the mourning event for Sakura Nation. Otherwise, the foreigners next door might think Dragon Nation cannot afford large-scale memorial ceremonies. Another one. A separate one for every country. Dragon Nation's arrogant attitude made the proud Beacon Nation citizens lose their minds. They rushed into Dragon Nation's livestream, wanting to see Jiang Xiao die at the hands of his own daughter. At this moment, Jiang Xiao pushed open Shure's bedroom door. Inside, Shure was pouting, her big, watery eyes staring at him. Daddy, Shure is scared. A little girl. Clearly, she had just finished crying. Jiang Xiao smiled knowingly. He never expected that the usually proud and aloof Shure would cry so delicately. But the moment he walked in, Shure jumped up and clung to his neck, refusing to let go. Wah, Daddy, I just had a nightmare. I dreamed that Daddy didn't want Shure anymore. Sob. It is okay, it is okay. Shure, do not cry. How could Daddy ever not want Shure? Even after comforting her for a while, she still showed no signs of calming down. Until Jiang Xiao unleashed his ultimate move. Stop crying. Tomorrow, I will teach you the ultimate secret to getting plus 30 extra lives in Contra. Ha! Shure's eyes widened in shock. She could hardly believe that Daddy was actually willing to teach her something so powerful. Really? Of course it is real. Shure was ecstatic. But then, as if remembering something, she suddenly pouted again. Then, you can only tell Shure. Okay? Shure tugged at Jiang Xiao's pant leg, acting cute and spoiled. Jiang Xiao was speechless. When did the usually cold and proud Shure become so soft and clingy? But, Little E and Shitang next door are crying too. Originally, Jiang Xiao had planned to use the Contra cheat code to console them as well. But if he promised Shure to keep it a secret, how would he calm down the other two? Of course, he wasn't afraid of Bai Yi and Mu Shitang giving him a hard time. He was just too lazy to spend too much effort comforting two more crying kids in the middle of the night. Jiang Zhao's conflicted expression made the Beacon Nation viewers grin with satisfaction. Oh, my Maria. Other people only have to comfort one child, but Dragon Nation's unlucky guy has to deal with 3. This is fantastic. Beacon Nation. Serves him right. Beacon Nation. Yoshi, that damned morning event should be left for your own country instead. Sakura Nation. Dragon Nation viewers did not understand the fuss. 3 kids? Was that really a problem for Jiang Xiao? These foreigners were clearly new here. They had no idea how much the children adored Jiang Xiao. Love watching these clueless foreigners embarrass themselves. Dragon Nation. However, Shure's next words immediately froze the smug smiles on the foreigners' faces. It is okay, Daddy. Xiaoyi and Shitang, I will comfort them myself. Shure's eyes gleamed mischievously. As long as she could stop Bai Yi and Mu Shitang from crying, then she could keep the Contra cheat code all to herself. She felt like such a little genius. Jiang Xiao was stunned. Was this considered delegating the task? Meanwhile, the foreigners watching Dragon Nation's livestream were completely dumbfounded. What? Dragon Nation has tactics like this? Beacon Nation. Damn yellow monkeys. Did your chosen one hack the game? Beacon Nation. Fuck this. That black-dressed little girl must be a glitch in the Horror Tales program. I suspect foul play. IP, Beacon Nation. Bullshit. There must be insider manipulation. IP, Beacon Nation. The flood of outraged messages from Beacon Nation triggered another warning from the Horror Tale system. Ding! The Horror Tale system has always been fair and impartial. If similar comments appear again, a supernatural entity will descend. At last, the arrogant Beacon Nation viewers shut up. After all, they did not want to become the second Sakura Nation. However, they were still deeply frustrated. Why was this little girl not terrifying Dragon Nation's chosen one? If that damn Xiao Ting had not scared mad, Beacon Nation would not have failed their challenge. Seeing how obedient his daughter was, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but pat her head. Alright. If Shure can make Xiaoyi and Shitang stop crying, that would be great. Tomorrow, I will take you to buy candy. Shure nodded eagerly, afraid that Jiang Xiao would go back on his word. After comforting Shure a little more and making sure she could complete her mission, Jiang Xiao turned to leave the room. Just then, Daddy! With a soft plop, Shure grabbed Jiang Xiao's pant leg just as he was about to leave. Daddy, please wait a moment. I have one more question. Otherwise, I will not be able to sleep. Jiang Xiao turned back, meeting Shure's playfully smiling eyes. Yes, this is it. This is the storyline arranged by God. IP, Beacon Nation. Oh, holy shit. Yes, this is exactly right. The rule phenomenon truly is the fairest existence. IP, Beacon Nation. Go, my little black dress princess. Rip your mouth wide open and tear Jiang Zhao's heart out. IP, Beacon Nation. Yes, and best of all, make sashimi out of his heart and eat it right in front of him. IP, Sakura Nation. Say what you will, but you Sakura Nation folks really take the cake for being the most depraved. IP, Dragon Nation. Worried about Jiang Zhao's safety? Come on. Dragon Nation viewers had never once seen fear on Jiang Zhao's face. Even Wine Bureau, usually cautious, did not seem the least bit concerned. After all, he had personally witnessed Jiang Xiao slicing open Bai Lu's brain. Expecting this lunatic to show fear? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shure tilted her head playfully, looking at Jiang Xiao. Daddy, are you not afraid of me? Why would I be afraid of you? After spending over 10 years in a psychiatric hospital, what kind of people had he not seen? No exaggeration. Jiang Xiao had never feared anything. Really, Daddy? But what if Shure turns into something else? Shure's voice suddenly darkened. Oh, you mean if you change into something else, I will be scared of you? Jiang Xiao remained defiant. In this world, daughters should be afraid of him, not the other way around. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhao's voice also grew cold. Ha! Shure, are you trying to scare Daddy? Humph. I am just asking if you are scared of me. Shure puffed up her cheeks, clearly on the verge of throwing a tantrum. Unluckily for her, Jiang Zhao's obsessive-compulsive disorder kicked in. His competitive spirit was at an all-time high. Without hesitation, he opened the bedroom door and placed his arm on the frame. Afraid of you? I should be asking if you are afraid of me. Seeing her father competing with her head-on, Shure dropped the act. No more pretending. He, Daddy, I am asking you one last time, are you afraid of me? Pa! Two furry beast ears suddenly popped out of Shure's silver hair. She even bared her tiny tiger fangs in a threatening manner. Shure, Daddy, how about now? Does Shure look super fierce? Jiang Xiao froze. The livestream chat also froze. For a long moment, the Dragon Nation audience remained silent. Finally, after processing what just happened, they were the first to react. What the fuck? I was just stunned into silence. Holy shit. In my wildest dreams, I never would have imagined that Shure's eldritch form would be a beast-eared girl. She thought growing beast ears would scare Jiang Xiao? What, was she trying to kill him with cuteness? Excuse me, where can I get such an adorable beast-eared girl? Does the rule phenomenon hand them out, or what? Audio, slurp, violently licking the screen. Dude above, stop licking. Just hearing you makes it obvious you are a seasoned simp. Yeah, even Fei Yang, Wolfie, would hand you a cigarette at this point. Dragon Nation viewers were shocked but mostly envious. Beacon Nation viewers, however? They were utterly devastated. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. What the fuck? Mad's daughter turned into a mouth-splitting monster, and Jiang Zhao's daughter turned into a silver-haired beast-eared girl? IP, Beacon Nation. Baka. Shine. I do not know how this works, but I absolutely refuse to accept it. IP, Sakura Nation. Holy crap. If only we could swap daughters, Mad would not have been eliminated. IP, Beacon Nation. Oh, but wait, guys, do not panic just yet, it is not over. Look, the little girl is making another move. IP, Beacon Nation. Seeing that Zhang Xiao was completely unfazed, even going so far as to stroke her beast ears, Shure felt her eldritch dignity was being severely challenged. In her mind, she kept mumbling to herself, sure, she never planned on eating daddy, but he cannot just outright ignore my terrifying appearance, right? When Zhang Xiao gently pinched the inside of Shure's beast ear, she finally lost her temper. Daddy, wait, if I turn into this, will you be scared? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Shure's body suddenly started growing taller. She became more mature. No, wait, mature was not the right word. More accurately, she looked a little older. Her previously 4-year-old frame grew to about 8 years old. Her loose pajamas suddenly became form-fitting. Her 2 adorable silver pigtails gracefully unraveled, transforming into waist-length hair. The last trace of cuteness on her face vanished, replaced by the cold, sharp features of a cool, expressionless lowly. Shure's gaze toward Zhang Xiao carried 3 parts coldness, 3 parts stubbornness, and 3 parts resentment. Certainly, it was a noticeable change, but what exactly was so terrifying about it? Seeing that Zhang Xiao was still not the least bit afraid, Shure pouted, looking so wrong she was about to cry. Daddy, is Shure really not scary at all? At that moment, some of the grown men in the livestream chat felt their hearts soften. Oh my god, my old heart cannot take this IP, Dragon Nation. Zhang Xiao, can you not just cooperate a little? Pretend to be scared, at least? IP, Dragon Nation. I am begging you, Zhang Xiao. Just act scared for a second. I will even kneel for you. IP, Dragon Nation. Now. Immediately. Please act afraid. Thank you. Smiley face emoji. IP, Dragon Nation. I do not care if Zhang Xiao acts scared, I am more worried that he is about to scare Shure. IP, Dragon Nation. As soon as this last comment appeared, the entire livestream chat fell silent. They were right. Zhang Xiao was definitely capable of doing exactly that. And now, his expression turned strangely defiant. With a grin stretched across his face, Zhang Xiao confidently spoke. Scary? Heh, today Daddy will show you what real fear looks like. He placed his left arm on the doorframe. Then, with his right hand gripping the wooden door, he began slamming it shut onto his own arm. Bang! 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 He did not stop for even a second. Crack! It was not the door that broke. Zhang Xiao's arm completely dislocated and dangled lifelessly at his side. Shure, staring in shock, was completely dumbfounded. Passive skill, regeneration activated. You possess an extraordinary self-healing ability, just like Patrick Star. However, this may occasionally cause you to speak in Patrick-isms. Zhang Xiao lifted his bloodied, limp arm and held it directly in front of Shure's face. I told you, didn't I? So, who is actually scarier now? I think you would love to play a round of arm-snapping fun with me. Or maybe, we could play Bite the Sugarcane? Bite the Sugarcane? By sugarcane, does he mean? Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao was still smiling. Dear God. What exactly was funny about this? Shure, completely frozen in place, could not say a single word. Oh no. Shure. My arm. Daddy's arm is gone. Oh, buddy, this is so weird. Would you mind helping me find my arm, buddy? The entire livestream chat exploded. Zhang Xiao is still the same Zhang Xiao. IP, Dragon Nation. Damn it. I actually thought his mental illness had improved. Turns out, it got worse. IP, Dragon Nation. This gives me the feeling that Patrick Star has returned to terrorize the world. IP, Dragon Nation. Increase his medication. IP, Dragon Nation. Wawa. Mommy. Daddy broke his arm off. Come quick, mommy. Wawa. Sunway had already been irritated by the loud bang 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 sounds earlier. Now, hearing Shure's crying voice, she immediately ran over without even putting on her shoes. At the same time, Bai Yi and Mu Shitong, who had also been crying earlier, completely stopped sobbing and rushed toward Shure's room. Mommy, I am so scared. Wawa. Shure had returned to her original child form, clinging tightly to Sunway, refusing to let go. After witnessing her father break his own arm with his bare hands, then cheerfully showing it to her like a toy, Shure was completely traumatized. Do not cry, do not cry. Sunway comforted Shure while glancing at Zhang Xiao. She had already figured it out. Zhang Zhao's ability had to be either immortality or regeneration. After all, his neck was snapped before, and he was completely fine. Losing just one arm? Should be no problem at all. Something's not right. Sunwei stared at Zhang Zhao's wise gaze with an expression full of doubt. Why did he always act like he had no brain whenever his body was regenerating? What kind of bizarre side effect was this? Did his ability trade intelligence for regeneration? At that moment, two little short-legged figures, Bai Yi and Mu Shitan, also arrived. The instant they saw their father's arm lying on the ground, both of them let out a loud "awoo" and burst into wailing sobs. Now, with three little girls crying in unison, each one trying to outscream the other, Sunwei was in trouble. Not only did she have to console all three of them at once, she also had to figure out what the hell was wrong with Zhang Xiao. Fortunately, after just 2 minutes, Zhang Xiao's arm completely regenerated as if nothing had happened. However, there was now an extra severed arm lying on the floor. Sunwei narrowed her eyes. What kind of monstrous regeneration is this? Alright, you three, go back to sleep. No more crying, understood? The three little girls nodded solemnly. They could not afford to be naughty anymore. What if Daddy kept breaking his arms every time they cried? After dragging Zhang Xiao back into their bedroom, Sunwei sighed. His arm had regrown, but his brain clearly had not. One look at his wise expression, and it was obvious. He was still an idiot. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, complete, utter silence. Especially among the foreigners watching Zhang Zhao's arm regrowth magic for the first time. They suddenly felt a strong urge to immigrate to Dragon Nation. Even if they had to sell everything they owned, they had to move there. This kind of ability was on a national strategic level. Forget future sight. Forget 5-limb substitution skills. Compared to Zhang Zhao's regeneration, they were all garbage. Even Sakura Nation had to admit. Even with Neko Shirayuki's top-tier talent, she still could not compare to Zhang Xiao. Many hostile nations immediately held an emergency top-secret meeting. Each shared their analysis and intelligence reports on Zhang Xiao. First to speak, superpower, Lighthouse Nation. Yes, there is no doubt. Zhang Xiao is now our biggest threat. This was something everyone understood. Logically speaking, Zhang Xiao had an 80% chance of surviving nearly all horror trials. Next, the Prime Minister of Kimchi Nation. The only good news is, Dragon Nation's chosen one is a severe mental patient. Completely incurable. A hopeless lunatic, Smita. Hearing this, some nations sighed in relief. Phew. As long as he was mentally ill, then they did not need to re-evaluate Dragon Nation's global power ranking. Sakura Nation's findings. Clearly, while he may be immortal, that does not mean he cannot lose. Many horror trials do not just require survival. Additionally, certain paranormal abilities can counter him. For example, sleep-based paralysis, petrification, corrosion abilities, illusions in dreamscapes, ceiling-type abilities. These should all be effective against Zhang Xiao. Other nations quickly added their own opinions. Lighthouse Nation's leader nodded. Good. I see everyone is taking this seriously. This single meeting had already gathered valuable intelligence. Once everyone finished speaking, Lighthouse Nation's leader spoke again. However, even with all these flaws, I still think we should not underestimate him. At these words, the expressions of every world leader darkened. Of course, no one wanted Dragon Nation to have such a game-breaking monster. So what if he is unkillable in the trials? Does that mean he cannot die in real life? Sakura Nation, Kimchi Nation. You two will take the lead on this matter. Dismissed.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.